right. So once you resolve the second Fight for the Crown for turn, they should have no more allies, and the field is clear for you to. Okay. Wrong. Hello and welcome to the Grand Archive Distorted Reflections Season Texas Regional. My name is Eric, aka Perfect Calcium. This is my co-host Derek, aka Needful, and we are pleased to be your color commentary as well as play-by-play for all 7 exciting rounds of today's Swiss competition.
Did you say 7 rounds?
Yeah, I said 7 rounds.
They told me it was 2. Oh, no.
Oh,
Well. All
that's
right,
bad.
cool. We're here all day then. Why not?
I guess you're going to miss your own birthday party.
It'll be fine. They'll be there.
We should not have set that for 3 o'clock. Yeah, apologies for being just a little late here. We had some technical difficulties in the repair, but I think we have a very exciting match for you guys for round 1.
Yep, we have Kyle W. going against Daniel K. We have what is going to be a Tenoris Allies matchup going into a pretty standard Fire Merlin. We know Kyle W is probably one of the big ally players from our locals from this area. Multiple sent day 2s on allies. So if anybody's going to know how to play this kind of deck, it's going to be Kyle W.
Absolutely. And it's water allies, of course, which is his greatest strength, actually. We've seen that multiple times, including last regional on Xander. But this one is Tenoris.
Yeah. And it's we seem to talk about a little about playing more of the Tenoris strategy, being able to get the taunt, being able to the extra kind of blockers, and be able to save your board for a turn can be really big for setting up those huge wings and kind of those double attack turns, where a lot of decks right now have gone more towards the ally removal, or they're playing a little bit more of kind of trading allies early in the game as controls kind of fallen. So it gives you that kind of that nice, you're going to have to go at me first, and then use things you don't really want to protect yourself.
Yeah, I think this will be a pretty cool match. Let's go ahead and pull this deck list. See if there's anything extra spicy that we didn't notice the first time.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything super crazy we haven't seen out of the dark from these kind of lists. The biggest thing I did notice looking through, at least for the allies, besides, of course, the Tenoris, is we are going Tenoris 2 as well, which is kind of I wouldn't say a huge change, but we haven't seen this in a while where people actually want to go back into Tenoris level 2 and they want to go for that kind of that big closeout swing. And I think mainly it's because health pools have gotten higher. Decks are pushing 3 a lot more often. So having that one big bonk is kind of a nice way to say, do your initial damage and then try to close out the game with that one big swing.
Yeah, absolutely. Last season where most decks were riding that 19-20 line, now that it is very common, of course, you see that 28, even 30 with CL. Getting that huge hit, especially if you can close out the game before they get to 3, is really important.
Yeah. And then the other thing we're seeing on this is we are seeing a Looking Glass. A lot of people are now on Looking Glass. For one, Inert Sword is insane.
Yes.
Being able to have a sword on Guardian, swing for 3, and you only have to pay 2 more during materialization, very, very strong. And you get access to Cheshire Cat, which...
That cat has done so much damage, and I'm not saying I'm innocent, right? I've gone ahead and used that cat too, but with the Inert Sword being for 3 power, Spell Shroud as well as Stealth is pretty crazy.
Yeah, and then of course on Daniel's side, we're seeing what we've seen this deck a lot. Even since the Ryo ban, this deck is very, very powerful, and this is your traditional Fire Merlin. The only really big change we're seeing, which we saw a lot of this from the first ever post-Ryo events, a lot of them are moving to more of Hasty Messengers, 3 of Hearts, a lot of these kind of just tempo, discard, draw, discard, draw, which you still get Liminal in the graveyard, you still get Floating Memory, and you just play a little bit more aggressive in the early on top of doing that.
Yeah, I think that's one thing to note, of course, is that we are a post-Ryo world. We're slightly out of the fire and into the more mixed meta of every element. So I expect that today's meta will be actually quite wide.
Yeah. And I mean, just taking a look at over some of the lists, we're kind of seeing a little bit of everything. We're seeing some water CLs. We're seeing water allies. We're seeing wind allies. We're seeing fire Lorraine and Fire Merlin. So pretty wide field. And we've talked about this before. Texas is kind of the home of people have their pet decks. They love a certain deck. So for us, it's very hard to say, like, we're gonna play this meta. This is the meta we're gonna do because we're constantly seeing certain decks that just never leave.
Yes, absolutely. I think here you've definitely got to watch out for Faiza, of course. No matter what, we have consistent, strong water allies players, no matter the meta, and there's definitely Tristans that are lurking out there. And if you're not ready for those, this will be, if you didn't prepare, this will be kind of a hard regional for you because people will just blindside you with any old thing that they want to play.
Yeah, and it's one of those things is we always have to respect FISA because we have in DFW we have probably one of the strongest FISA players with Savato, seen in multiple events, just misses or is locked into day 2 almost every event he goes to, and then of course we also have Vin. Yes. Vin is another one who is just shows up in an event and he's like, let me show you how to play this deck. He won't show up for a couple of events and they'll be like, all right, I'm back. Let's play FISA.
And it's surprising every time because they play FISA in completely different ways.
Yeah.
So you can't prepare for one and be good for the other.
One has a spreadsheet of how much damage can I do this turn and kill you, and the other is like, I've got all the time in the world. I'm just going to slowly beat you down, and eventually you're going to die.
That is very much their play styles with FISA, which is the strength of FISA, of course.
Yeah.
Hits you every which way, and you just don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be fast. All right, looks like we're going to go directly into this first match. Let's take a look. All right. Okay, so we already see the looking glass out for Kyle.
We're rolling off. See who goes first. A lot of draws here.
7. All right. We can start.
There we go.
Fist bump to get this started.
You said we can start. That's the voice in my head.
We're going to go ahead and start there with the Spirit of Wind.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a very standard start. And actually, it is Spirit of Wind. Did I pull up the wrong list? I may have.
Oh, I think we got a little change here. So this is actually Kyle versus Stefan. Wind, I believe this will be Horus and Texas Vanitas. See a Windmill Engineer here for 2 Parsonets. Just going to double check real quick. We still have the Looking Glass on Kyle's side, so pretty sure we see a Windmill Engineer in hand, a double Windmill Engineer for this turn, perhaps. And okay, we're gonna see a Swift Recruit come out. So
Spirit of Water,
pretty good here. Spirit of Water.
1, 2, 7,
not just Spirit of Water, of course. That is one of the Ascent Prize Spirits of Water. Very cool. Frostborn Paladin in hand. Let's see. Oh, we see that Cheshire Cat immediately, as well as Ju Ying. Aquifer Sentinel, another strong start. Going second, though. It will come in rested. So let's take a look. Looks like Cheshire Cat's going to come down.
Play a Cheshire Cat.
There it is.
We'll go on a windmill.
And we're going to take out that windmill. And that's a pretty good start, especially with the wind player only having 1 card left in hand. Taking out the windmill is pretty safe instead of them having a reclaim or any other card to go ahead and save them.
Yeah, and the big thing about this, especially from Kyle's opening, is this Cheshire Cat very, very hard to deal with. Having both Spell Shroud and Stealth makes not too many options for the decks to be able to answer them. So you're kind of locked into either skills, so we see a lot of assassins can blow this up, or you have to use one of the big cards people are starting to run again is Staggering Strike. The question is Stefan going to pull out a Staggering Strike in this matchup? Has he tech for it? Because I know at this point, I would really want to see it when my opponent just says, here's a cat, good luck.
Absolutely. We do see a Dream Fairy, though, in Stefan's hand. That Swift Recruit going in for 1, it seems. And then there's the Dream Fairy. Trying to get rid of that cat. So yeah, minus a Staggering Strike, Dream Fairy is pretty strong. That being said, we did see the Ju Ying as well as a Nia in Kyle's hand, so that's probably what we're going to see next turn, just to put out allies and make that board wider. Let's see, Swift Recruit. That's interesting. Stifling Trap in Stefan's hand. So
Recollect Drop?
Oh, there it is. So we do see that inert sword. Is there a card that can take out that Dream Fairy in Kyle's hand? Because that might be
Not-
a Frost Shard, perhaps?
Not that I can see from this angle. So we must see. Oh wait, hold on. There is a. Is that his horse in there?
Yes, that's the Jiying.
Juying would be a pretty good play in here, and I think that is a Nia as well. Question
that's
is if
right.
Kyle wants to commit 2 allies just to deal with the fairy.
Yeah, putting the Nia on board to use its effect, probably calling Vanitas 1, likely. And then using the Jiying to take out the fairy, allowing you to put the Cheshire Cat back on the board with that inert sword. Pretty strong board. All right. And okay, we're actually going to see Lily come out. So this is one of our newer cards for 4. It's a 1/4 chessman, and the cool thing is if it attacks into a unit with an even life stat, so not even total, even life stat, it actually gets +1, and you get to return one of the cards from your memory to your hand, and that will allow the Juying, and most likely to clear that Dream Fairy to make way for the Cheshire Cat again.
Which Lily is actually one of these unique allies, which we were not really seeing early in the season. But now that we've kind of gotten away from this like heavy fire meta, I'm gonna probably see a lot more of this Lily being played, because not only being able to get cards back in your hand from that influence, but also having a unique human stat line is actually very, very strong for water allies, and kind of something they were missing in the last couple of sets.
Yeah, looking at the deck list, is there a Castling boon in there? There are 2 Castling boons. So that's one of the cards that works with Lily in this current meta. And looks like Stefan's going for the Fairy Whispers. We'll see what he reveals. But yeah, I agree. There's been a lot of asking, especially in our area, around if people have extra Lilies. They're definitely experimenting. And that Castling boon coming into play with the ability to basically be a favorable wins or an even stronger favorable wins is really, really good for water allies.
And we'll probably see this direction a lot with a lot of water allies from here on out, which is going to be this more of kind of how they used to be, where it's tempo, play an ally, hit, reclaim some influence, hit, reclaim some influence, and they don't really want to kind of overcommit like we see with like the wind and fire allies.
Yeah, revealing a Dilu off top, so unfortunately Stefan probably looking for a reclaim, but unable to find it. We're going to go into backup charger. Put 3 down for the charger. And let's see, so what is Stefan's lines here, especially as a Fire and Taxes Vanitas?
Yeah, so one thing about this as well is we have seen Pony Toss for a while. And a lot of this has been more the fire base, and then
it's
playing
wind.
more
Of
into
course.
a lot of that fire and wind. But we're seeing this one kind of taking a step back, kind of closer to the Wind Vanitas allies we saw with some of the early iterations in this. We're still seeing Dilu in the list. We're still being Brisk One-Trotters. We're seeing a lot of those. But we're kind of going a little bit more on just kind of trading, doing some more early pressure with allies, and then slowly getting our way to 3. So we're probably going to see a more of a play an ally, clear some board, reset, keep trading until somebody can really get the upper hand. Now, what's going to work here in Stefan's favor, if he can kind of route it correctly, is going to be getting to 3, being able to have that Vanitas option for just 3 damage a turn, which is going to be something that allies can't really deal with in kind of that mirror match. Because, unfortunately, Kyle on his side, the sword does have durability, but Vanitas 3 does not.
Yeah. We see that Dilu as well as one of the Parsonets come in, and they're going to go ahead and take out Lily, which is pretty smart there. If you don't, if you don't know that your opponent has an extra unique ally, there's a huge chance that you actually just lock them out of that Juying right there.
Yeah. On a Torpor, it's got stealth, so
yeah,
it feels pretty bad having to just leave it on the board. But it's also that age-old question. Do you kill the unique ally to hopefully make the horse just stand there and look at you? Or do you just say, get rid of the horse, we'll deal with the unique ally after?
Yeah. So in this case, without True Sight, of course, we did have to deal with the unique ally. But let's see. So Kyle still has that Nia, and see what we're looking to materialize. Sensor there we see. Although that is unlikely. Terravoring. So, if you're Kyle, with his hand, what do you think the route is here? You've got to... Well, the Parsonette is rested, so it's not going to go ahead and give Dilu stealth.
This one's a tough call for me because you definitely want Dilu off the board, but the problem is for anything you currently have swinging to Dilu, you're losing something as well. So we definitely want, for one, we want to get Dilu off the board, and we definitely want to get like this Parsonette out of the way. We do not want this to start generating free value. We don't want this to start digging our deck to get what we want. So we definitely want this off the board. And honestly, my banquet here, get rid of that first, and then hopefully my opponent doesn't have a win unique ally sitting in hand ready to go.
But remember, on the very first thing, they actually showed you 2 Parsonettes.
Oh, that is true. That is true. Never mind. They did show that.
Oh, well. All right. Let's see, though. The Cheshire Cat is open again to being used because that Dream Fairy was off the board. And we do have our Nerd Sword already out, making it a 3-power ally. See the Nia. It's Frostborn Paladin still. Well, it looks like we're going for the Nia. All right. That'll... Oh, Cheshire Cat. All right, cool. 3, taking out that Parsonette. Waiting for a response. I don't think we saw any reclaim or anything previously, and he did not receive it for the Dream Fairy, so there's likely no response. But let's see. What else? Korazi Trapper, Aquifer Sentinel, that Nia in hand. Is that? Oh, I believe that's Song of Frost in hand as well. All right, Cheshire Cat. Taking out that Parsonette. Let's see, 7 influence for Stefan. And we're seeing Kyle debate on whether or not he needs to play another ally. So, if we were to play another ally, what do you think?
This is where it gets tough for me, because we want the other ally. We could clear the board with the Dilu. Actually, that's a pretty good call. So one of the big thing with allies is if you're in the ally mirror match and you may not have full control of the game, you kind of want to go more of one ally, keep up our interaction. So this way you can make sure your opponent has to do that 2 allies to try to get to you, and so that way you're going to go up in influence. They're not. That's generally what you want to see in these kind of matchups. Is influence is the big name of the game. And you want to be forcing your opponent to answer what you're doing and not vice versa.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Especially that Korazi Trapper being able to blunt any Dilu attack down to 1. So we're going to go ahead and see a banish of Stifling Trap for Vanitas level 1. And, because we're actually wind, we're going to go ahead and get the glimpse. I think we're very, very used to seeing that fire archetype.
Oh, I'm 100% used to just seeing like Vanitas 1, and then all of a sudden there's a 3 on board.
Yeah.
So at least this is a nice change of pace where I'm not just saying, oh, level 1, now we're level 3.
Well, there are no hidden dungeon guides in Seven's deck, are there?
And not that I know of.
Oh, that's good. All right. Deliberating on our glimpse. And I guess what card do we want to see? Perhaps another Dream Fairy. Take care of that Cheshire Cat. I don't believe there are any Staggering Strikes main board, so the Cheshire Cat might actually have to just stick around. See a Lube, and I believe that will be the Lube. Going to Recollect. Windmill Engineer. Yeah. And I believe... Okay. There we go. Oh, a Brisk Windtrotter right off the top. So, if we do have that other Parsonette in hand, that would allow us to activate Dilu. And Swift Recruit. Taking a look. I think that's a Dominating Strike.
The hardest thing here is the fact that we are looking at the Korazi outlook. means we're kind of sitting in a situation where we have to be like, well, if I swing, whatever I swing in is the first one's going to be blocked. That's just 100% telegraphed. That's going to happen. So it's at this point you got to send at least 2 threes and to be able to deal with it. On top of if that is a 3 toughness, what you're playing into it, you're probably getting a trade if you're going for horse. But I'm in the boat. If I see Trapper on board, or Kralsey Trapper, if I see Trapper on board, I want Trapper gone.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I think what we could do is swing with the Dilu, let it get blunted, and leave Parson it up in order to give it stealth later. That way only Zhu Ying really has a chance.
Yeah. And our opponent hasn't shown us a water unique ally yet, so part of us might be banking on maybe he didn't have it. Maybe that's
true.
why the Cheshire Cat came back out.
Yeah.
It's kind of maybe the line of thought there. At least that's what I would hope for.
That's definitely the hope. And looks like we might see that Brisbane Trotter, Windmill Engineer, and Dilu is going to go in. Debating on it. So here's the question. What do you swing it onto to try and bait out that... Oh, there we go. We're going to see the Trapper. So it looks like you were going in for the Zhu Ying, which...
I think it's the right call.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah.
It's the only ally that's going to be able to survive that attack. So swinging it there is probably the right way to say this is the only one that's going to make it through. And then at that point, I'd want to go for Trapper.
We'll see favorable winds as well as a Brisbane Trotter for that Windmill Engineer.
I am a little shocked we didn't possibly see the Wind Trotter come down to go for the maybe pump the Parsonet and try to get now that ally to board. But same time, we do have the ability to trigger and hopefully give something a stealth. So
yeah, bring yourselves back up to 6 influence. Playing this. And okay, there we go. See that Dominating Strike? So we can go ahead and reveal 4 wind cards in exchange instead of paying its... Or sorry, it's 3. Wind cards in exchange of paying its reserve. And where are we sending that? Okay.
Yep. Getting the horse off the board.
We'll take 3 in retaliation. We're also showing our opponent that we do have another Swift Recruit. All right. And that Windmill Engineer going in for 1. You know, we say it every time, but 1 damage, 1 damage.
One
Very
damage,
important.
1 damage.
Yeah, you gotta sneak it in.
The number of times I've lost a match where I'm just 1 damage short because I forgot to turn a Dungeon Guide sideways, I don't even want to talk about it. So being able to remember to say, hey, this is not going to do anything standing up. It's not really going to retaliate anything to kill unless my opponent's randomly on squirrels again, which I don't think they are. So at that point, just put in the 1 damage. If they get rid of it, they get rid of it.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna banish that Frostworn for Tonnerus level 1, getting taunt. So another great turn actually to protect the board. And yeah, if that horse hadn't left, that would be a very tough board state to face down actually.
Yeah.
The turn after this one.
And we do want to stand that horse back up.
Oh yes.
Oh, there we go.
Horse. There it is.
There we go.
Yeah.
We don't want to forget that.
It's one of the most important things. Here we go. Cheshire Cat into Parsonet again. Take it out, and we're likely to use the stealth. Yep, alright, we're going to go ahead and glimpse. Dilu stealth. I believe that's an Asen. Yep. There. Yes, that's an Asen revealed. Alright, so for this turn, Dilu will have stealth. But that Parsonet's off the board, which means it's hopefully not a huge threat. Alright. Kyle thinking about which one of his allies to play. I believe everything in the hand is allies right now. Oh, although that front might be a Fracturize. Yes, it is. All right. Trapper going in, so yeah, to Windmill. Yeah, so kind of like you said, Trapper won't do anything without the prep counters, so there's no reason not to use it.
Something interesting here as well is we save the Dilu. Makes me wonder. We have another unique ally ready, but if I look and I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I know I already glimpsed the top X cards. I know I probably have an Ace and Protector in there, and if he swings anything in a Dilu, I'm likely getting a trade. So a lot of times I would maybe even think just sacrificing the Dilu in this matchup and saying I'm going to get the increased value off of being able to play be able to play the Ace Protector, get back that Wind Engineer, and just be able to kind of go some more pressure.
Yeah, that's... Well, so we do see that Aquifer Sentinel come out. It's going to come out rested. Being that we have no omens. So, let's see here. 2 cards left in hand. There's likely not too much. Shoot that Taunt, which is actually now deactivated, with Tenaris having swung with the Inert Sword. Pushing Vanitas up to 6.
And then safety check on the ring. We're saying, hey, I need a little bit of time. You know you're not answering that board, especially with the Tenaris Taunt. That is the one thing I think we forget most in DFW is Tenaris gets Taunt at level 1.
Oh, absolutely. I think a lot of times I think people will sort of push the Tenaris up front or they'll put a little counter on it or something. But there's, probably more times, even recently, you have to remind people that Tenaris does get Taunt on enter. All right. With that Tariff Ring, I guess how safe do we feel with the Tariff Ring, actually?
Unfortunately, at this point, not too great. Just because if my opponent only has like 1 ally, maybe 2 allies, I feel a little bit better about playing it. But the fact that we have a Taunt about to stand back up, Cheshire Cat is swinging it for 3. It makes me feel a little bit more uneasy.
You have pride, right?
Just because I'm probably willing to pay the 2, not really pressure any more allies out for any reason, and just kind of use what I have to clear the board.
Yeah. So we do see a Lube, Oathkeeper, come out, allowing us to do that horse. So like you said, we did have that extra win unique ally.
3 at Tony.
And I believe there was also a Guan Yu in hand.
Guan Yu, pretty good card.
Yeah.
When it's rested, or when it's
Although I think there's only 3 cards left in Stefan's hand, so or perhaps only 2. Yeah.
I think only 2. Yeah,
I would say
Aeson
you'd be unable to play
and,
that Guan Yu. Ace in favorable wins. All right. And then, yep. Good reminder, of course, that horse has got to stand.
That is not a maybe stand it up. That is a in the kickback with the Tariff himself.
Okay. Yeah, Tariff. So I think the unfortunate thing here is Kyle will get enough influence if he wants to simply swing with all 3 allies.
And I think if we've seen it, I think that's a Storm of Thorns also in... Oh, and that's Snow White, which... It's probably, you can definitely tell the debate on it.
Actually, Snow White here would be really interesting. 6, 3, 1. I think you might Snow White here, actually. As long as you can take out that Liu Bei. Which, even with the favorable wins, he would probably just swing that Trapper in. All right, well, we do see the favorable wins here. And this, okay, I think this would sort of tell you that Snow White might be the play. Debating on... Let's see the Fracturize there.
Which, yeah, would be just enough cards to be able to, if we wanted to. Well, if we draw one, we draw a 3-drop, we could easily go to 2 and then sacrifice everything, go to 3. But with my opponent with having a board this big, not a huge fan.
Yeah. So we do have the 2-drop in the Wind Trotter, but if there's nothing to buff, you're just doing it to try and get that Vanitas punch every turn. And let's see that Aquifer Sentinel.
We'll go for your champion here.
There it is, yeah, going in for champion.
Pass turn.
Pushing Vanitas up to 9.
Which I think we need to pay 2 more on that attack, because I think Tariff Ring is still in play for that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go, hands down. Now it'll still be tough though because with going up to 5, that Tariff Ring on Kyle's side is real tough, especially because I believe our only wind ally left is Guan Yu.
Yeah, and I think we only have 4 cards total. So if we wanted to play hard play Guan Yu, we would have to draw another card. So it would require us to go Bobble. I think we've already used a ring.
Yes.
So we would have to get influence somehow and be able to do that, which feels a little bit rough.
I think, yeah, Vanitas is definitely in a tough spot here. Is there a way out? What's our way out?
this is what we talked about it earlier. Influence is the name of the game when it comes to this ally matchup, and unfortunately, Kyle's sitting in both influence on board, hand in hand, in this case scenario. So it's a very hard call of how we dig out of this. A lot of it may be honestly just hopefully being able to play one more drop, maybe even just like retaliate, clear some dudes. Nope, we're seeing the Vanitas
We're
too.
seeing the
That's why
Vanitas
we're on
too.
stream. We have cool lineages. Let's do the top 2.
All right. So we are going to use that favorable winds as well
love
as
L's.
our Guan Yu.
Cool thing.
Yeah, and that sensor is still in play, so we can't.
Oh, we can't do it. You're right.
Yep. We are not unfortunately going to be able to.
That early sensor play.
Yeah, not going to be able to use that floating to be able to gain it up.
Yeah.
No, like on the server. Okay, because I can't hear you. I was gonna pull one off.
Players are just checking something real quick.
Okay, I'm gonna pop there.
And okay, there we go. There's the Terrafring pop. Another D. Liu.
Oh, with the headsets, they talk to us more.
Let's see.
That's fair. Yeah. They can also correct the game state, I guess.
That'll be. That is a D. Liu, isn't it? Am
Greg doesn't want to talk to us.
I crazy? Okay. Yeah, our players are just double checking they can actually hear each other properly.
A little bit of banter from the players back and forth as we kind of decide what to do from here. Yeah, this is where it gets real tough. Just because we unfortunately have so much influence on Kyle's side. We have so many, probably the best allies we want to
I
see
think it's
on
still
Kyle's side.
perfectly- Like it's that headset's more of a hindrance than anything.
And unfortunately, yeah,
That's-
there's
they can talk to
no
us. That's
Parsonet
benefit of it.
to save us here to
Yeah,
at least
yeah,
get
nothing's
that
drowning it out.
attack
You
in.
just hear
Although
them
we have the
all
Terrafring this
having
turn.
a chat.
This may be just a pass. Unless you want Vanitas to swing in on something. Chipping the 1 damage. Okay, we're going to go ahead and play our Briskwind Trotter. We are going to get 2 buff tokens here. Because we are level 2. And looks like a pass. Alright. So
Yeah, at this point, just keep up some options. Don't make that Dilu a target for the swing.
Yeah.
And then hopefully we can just draw a card and get the 3 here.
Yeah.
We're just gonna go 22 here.
Does Stefan run B-Spawn ears in main?
Twin's gonna get +3 on every side. Gonna draw.
That is a good question.
Champion.
So we've seen that previously as a side for some Vanitas in order to ensure that they can
Six
stay
with
level 3.
Yep. And that should do it, right?
But
There's
perhaps
22.
Let us see here.
there was some prescient calls.
Next game.
All right.
No Beast Bondiers in this one.
No? Okay. Well, yep. Looks like Kyle's going to go ahead and take game 1.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Kyle had a very solid opening. You attempted the Dream Fairy to deal with it. Unfortunately, Kyle had the answer to kind of very quickly go back, clear it out, and reset the board state. And so now here we're going to be kind of seeing a little bit of more changes probably from the Vanitas probably playing into this matchup. Now knowing my opponent does have the sensor, knowing that they do have the ability to go through our stealth allies whenever they need them, we're probably going to see the water bubble come into play. We may see another Vainglory Retribution
Yeah,
or
I
two
think
come in.
Vainglory, out of everything in the side deck, I think Vainglory has the greatest chance of coming in for main deck. Wait, that's interesting. 3 Orchestrated Seizure. Now, I don't think we'll go ahead and see those in this ally matchup, but in future, that would be very interesting. I think, yeah, just main board, Vainglory, and definitely swap in that water bubble.
Yeah, and yeah, the Seizure is probably not going to see play in this matchup, mainly because I don't think water is presented as very much floating at all. And if
No.
they do, then they're primarily going to just play it and then just use the floating anyways. So probably not seeing it come in. It is nice to see this card possibly getting play again.
Oh, yeah.
It's a really fun trick, especially when you have a lot of decks that are pitching floating at slow speed. So hopefully you can kind of end your opponent's turn. You swung with maybe a horse. You swung with Hasty Messenger. You've done some main card discard with 3 of hearts. You can just say, That's pretty nice floating memory you got there. Don't mind if I use it.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh man, I kind of want to see future rounds with that orchestrated seizure.
Oh, it'd be pretty sweet to catch somebody on it.
Let's take a look at Kyle's sideboard. I wonder what might be brought in. Pretty solid on the allies.
Windrunners Bobble for sure is coming in. Pretty easy pull in from this. Because you were in the ally matchup, I'm not going to be shocked to see the Lunettes come into play. Lunette just being kind of the bane of existence anytime you're playing this mirror, any type of ally mirror.
Yeah, definitely. Especially if you can keep it in balance. We might also see. I think those 2 deflecting edges might also come in. Just being able to save your board, especially now that you know that they've got the Dilu, right? Deflected edge will just go ahead and blunt that entire attack, keep your board for 1 more turn, and possibly able to, kind of what you saw previously, just constantly take care of that win unique ally.
Yeah, realistically, I think the biggest pull in here is probably going to be the Lunettes across the board. Just because if you're going first, or in a case situation, your opponent doesn't open up with a strong ally, you being able to go, here's Lunette, clear some of your board, and now you can't clear mine, is a very, very good thing to do. Force Steph in here, throw out those Vainglories to go straight at my face, or straight at my Lunette, rather than trying to clear my allies, and go to face, is something I'm very willing to make that trade.
Oh, absolutely. 2 reclaims in hand. Ooh, what's that front card?
I believe that is a Lube.
Okay. Veiling Breeze as well, we saw. All right. Kyle, Spirit of Water. So no first turn play, unfortunately. Veiling Breeze, Parsonet, Brisbane Trotter, 2 reclaims. Yeah, that is a Lube.
With Cheshire Cat and Omening.
Cheshire Cat.
Yep.
It's back.
Instantly coming down.
2 Fracture.
No
Eyes as
hesitation.
well. Yeah. Going for that 1. Next turn, a very clean Inert Sword.
All easily.
We also see Lily, Marine Castilian in hand.
And Stormathorns.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
that isn't that one.
So this is Kyle sitting with a pretty healthy hand.
All right. Stepping with the backup charger. Just grabbing an extra card.
The playing of the Vanitas is. I was on Water Allies.
It's-
I felt like I had a chance.
Okay,
and
that
then I
was
never
a
played
Guan
it.
Yu. Was the last card in hand there.
Yeah, this
Getting a
skill
Swift
knocked me
Recruit.
out on day 2. I'm like, oh, that's fine.
And, yep. Go ahead and play that Swift Recruit. And we have the Dilu. All right. So I think neither of these hands are all that bad.
No, not at all.
Cast is good.
Especially now that we fixed it with the backup charger there. All right. Likely grabbing the Inert Sword. Double checking.
With double Fracturize, I wouldn't
Double
be.
Fracturize.
I wouldn't be
Maybe
shocked if we just went for even a backup charger here.
Backup charger, yeah.
Just keep that influence up. But same time, Inert for 3 is no.
Oh, early sensor. Just cutting off that Swift Recruit.
So even if we got a reclaim, does not
It doesn't
matter.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Win, there's not many options besides just Mustang.
Yeah. Is Stefan running Mustangs? How many Mustangs?
Didn't think it needs some Mustangs.
Ooh,
Swift.
that is tough, especially with that double reclaim opening.
Makes that a little bit harder to play those.
Yeah.
2 at this point.
Lily, Marine Castilian. And so, once again,
One chance.
Lily's ability allowing it to actually take that Swift Recruit out in 1 hit. Okay. Guan Yu coming down. So, because a human ally did go to the graveyard this turn, you're able to play it for a discounted price of 3. Discounted reserve cost. Pretty good. It's also going to go ahead. Looks like it's going to ambush that Cheshire Cat.
It's a very good way to deal with it
Yeah, that's really good, actually.
because it does not care if it's stealth.
Ooh, Deflecting Edge in hand.
We can definitely tell the debate happening.
So with Ambush and Retort 2, that is going to go in for 4 against the Cheshire Cat. So the Storm of Thorns is not necessarily going to be the best choice. And there it is, Deflecting Edge,
Still take one.
saving that cat, and still keeping 2 for the Inert Sword, actually. Once again, a pretty clean play.
And now this is definitely an ally that Kyle's gonna have to answer. It's gonna shut off a lot of that routes you're gonna want. It's gonna turn off a lot of kind of your weenies being able to go in. So would probably see a turn of this saying just let's get rid of this ally. I need it off the board.
Yeah. Getting a Windmill Engineer into hand. So we do have our Win Unique Ally on board, meaning Dilu would be able to be activated. Or rather, Dilu would be available to you with its Pride. All right. Let's see the route here. So once again, with that sensor, reclaims are turned off. Lily, Marine Castilian, there it is.
Which, with having a 4 health ally here, it does make the Dilu play a little bit more risky, because you are having to either throw the Interceptor out, help clear it, or you're going to have to throw something else out with the Dilu. And having to put 2 allies down into this deck is something you really don't want to have to do, because you don't really want to have to be sinking influence just to deal with 1 ally. But same time, you do have the defense options up, so why not get this off the board now?
Yeah, very true. Just attempt to deal with it now. We could see the Liu Bei come out. Or perhaps the Brisk Windtrotter? That would be interesting. Just giving the buff counter to the Dilu.
Yeah,
Okay.
and just make it a clean 1-hit kill. Sink at least 1 more into face.
Probably the 2 I would think the 2 reclaims are going to go down, but
Oh, you don't have to show me.
unless we want to... Oh. A little bit of mistaken imbuing there.
You could tell the debate on the Windmill Engineer was happening.
All right. Yeah, okay, yeah. We're going to get that buff counter for 1 clean swing. That's pretty good. 1 more into face. So keeping that Guan Yu up to ensure Cheshire Cat or perhaps another ally. You know, they'll be able to swing, but they'll die. That's pretty big. And of course, we did see that water bobble come in as expected. Right. Okay, yeah, and that wind bobble. So the Inert Sword. One thing is that the cat with the Inert Sword would not be able to actually take out Guan Yu. So Kyle's definitely thinking about his options.
Guan Yu is definitely one of the, as we just mentioned, it is an ally that once it sits on board, it is a very hard card to have to remove. A lot of times we've seen it removed in the past, either by Dream Fairing it, getting it out, or having to either swing into it with your own protection, which you don't really, it doesn't feel great to have to use your protection on your own turn. And we already seen Kyle have to do it once. So we're definitely going to have a big debate here of, is sacrificing the cat worth getting this off the board? Especially when we already see the Dilu sitting as a 4/5.
Yeah, that's definitely tough. Well, we do see a Trapper in hand. So bring out that Inert Sword so that he's going to pump up the cat, as well as give us the ability to deal the extra 2 damage, if desired, against Guan Yu. Vanitas already at 2. Let's see. We see a Nia in hand, as well as, oh, I forget. What is it's the new norm card for Guardian? Cost 4.
The brand new Vigil
Yeah.
Rampart,
Vigil Rampart. That's what it is.
which for a 4 cost, getting, if you're already at a Guardian, being able to have it 3/4 just for 4, pretty strong. It is essentially acing at home for water decks.
No, it's a pretty good card. Looks like we're thinking about that Trapper there. And it may be where we swing in and we use our protection to keep our cat going, and then we'll use use the inert sword to finish off Guan Yu.
Oh, yeah, Trapper.
All right. Trapper. Get that prep counter. And let's see the line. Okay. We kept Storm of Thorns, 1 Fracturize, and... No, we kept both Fracturizes. So, 2 Fracturizes and Storm of Thorns in hand. Thinking on our line. So there's no taunt or intercept on Stefan's side. Is it possible that we just see the cat go in for 3 to Spirit?
Attack your champion for 2.
Yeah, where does he end the
Okay,
race
yeah.
happen? We're starting this race.
Manifested. We'll do 2 into Spirit with an Earth Sword.
Oh, yeah.
And then,
Likely baiting out the intercept, honestly, or the ambush in this case. Probably seeing if we're going to go ahead and tap that champion. But Stefan knows here. If I turn it sideways, I'm taking a lot more damage than just that. And probably doesn't want to just consider a 4 damage to the face equal to possibly losing my board.
yeah, looks like he just took it. No ambush.
Math.
And, all right, just checking the banishment there. Let's see. 1, 2, 7 influence for Stefan. And we've seen our bauble. Did we see our ring already? No, we had the backup charger.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Oh, yeah, there's a ring right in front there.
You've seen the water bottle and the backup so far, and no ring yet.
So, what are we thinking? Thanatos 1, perhaps? Yeah, there it is. Unfortunately, no floating, even with that Swift Recruit in there, due to the sensor. We'll go ahead and level up to Vanitas level 1. We are going to get that glimpse. And take out our Veiling Breeze. I think that's actually not the hugest deal, considering this match is mostly board control, and Veiling Breeze only helps your champion. See a Windmill Engineer in the glimpse.
Hello, casters. Do you
And
have the
a
time?
Briss Trotter. See what we can. Stefan
Voices in my head, maybe.
thinking it's kind of funny, I guess, what he sees.
They don't want to talk to me. Yeah, you're good.
All right. Recollect and draw. See what he pull. Tempest Downfall. All right. So this could actually be a pretty big card here, considering that when Kyle plays an ally, puts on board for the turn, Tempest Downfall will actually be able to deal 6 to it whenever it comes down. Otherwise, it is just 3, which is still good enough to take out Cheshire Cat, for example.
Thank you.
Dilu going into Spirit for 4. Pretty big, actually, considering that we're still on Spirit. Windmill Engineer. We're going to go ahead and imbue with a Parsonet and Arlube. Drawing to memory.
One's good.
One more Spirit.
One's good.
Yeah.
At this point, get the race going. And right now, Stefan is ahead.
Yeah. So just like you said before, right? Those 1/1 allies, they're not going to be able to take anything with them. There's no reason not to just push the damage and say, you know what, if you want to take them out for free, you were going to do it anyway.
And we're definitely seeing the debate from Kyle here. If leveling the champion's worth it when this race is already starting pretty heavily.
That ambush is definitely weighing on his mind.
Yeah. We've already seen it kind of slow some of his aggression to a crawl, and for good reason.
I think that's the Wind Bobble, perhaps? Just try and get more influence.
Terraframe.
Oh, Terraframe.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
Stem the bleeding. Taking a hand.
Seeing a
Snow
very
White.
quick reversal of last game, where kind of tempo is very, very much in Stefan's favor.
With the cards in your hand, what's your line if you're Kyle? like with that ambush?
Right now, with the ambush essentially taking me completely almost out of the game, being hit, essentially forcing my allies to just sit there and stand. Vigil Rampart is one of the biggest ones I would want to play here, and I would just want to just clear that. And we're seeing Kyle just say, nope,
Yeah.
I don't really have a route out of this. Let's just go to game 3.
All right. So, a very tempoed match here, 1-1, and I think just like you mentioned in the first match, the tempo of the board as well as how much influence we're able to keep, and this is where we saw that Stefan was able to keep a lot more influence this game.
Yeah, and the biggest thing with Stefan is one, I think realizing that the Guan Yu is one of the best cards in this matchup, knowing our opponent doesn't have a lot of answers to it, and didn't really keep enough for Frostbind or any way to try to counter what we're doing, was just say, let's just send this card out, let's make him answer it, and unfortunately that card just kind of sat there and let Stefan do what he wanted.
I think especially with it coming out in response, so that's with Recruit dying, and being able to try and ambush Cheshire Cat, being able to force that deflecting edge essentially, where if it was different next turn, he would have been able to have the Inert Sword out, play that one for free. It's a lot better basically when you're going in, and you can take out that Guan Yu.
Yeah, and it's one of those things we see with Wind Allies come out. We've seen Wind Allies just hard resolve Guan Yu right off the bat, knowing that this card is going to sit there, stare at the other ally player, and force them to answer it. And honestly, what we've seen a lot in history of this deck is there's not a lot of ways to deal with it. You're losing something to it. It's whenever something's retaliating you for 4, you're either one of two things is happening. You're using a resource to say, I'm going to save it, whether that is going to be a Trapper turning sideways to -3, or it is going to be a deflecting edge like we saw in this last game. And then, of course, you have other options where you just save it and trick your opponent into an overcommit and then just take tempo that way. It is a very, very, very good card, and something that probably Wind Allies will be, anytime you're human, is going to be playing this card. So just always be expecting it going into a Wind Allies list.
Yeah, we also did see Kyle attempt to sort of bait out that ambush, like you said, which would
Yeah.
have made it safer. But Seven didn't take the bait, and that led to a pretty quick game 2. All right, we're going to open here with a Korhazi Trapper. And just getting that perp counter, letting it sit. Pretty good. We see that castling boon in hand. So it's a pretty good situation, especially if you have the Lily. Windmill Engineer.
I think then we may have just gotten a flash of an Aeson.
See a Parsonet. Briswind Trotter.
Into a water. Do you ever take the risk? Do you ever just go, I'm full sending the Aeson? Do you ever do it?
I would be lying if I said that I haven't done it. Sometimes you have to believe. You have to believe in yourself and their terrible luck. Oh, there it is.
No, we're full sending it.
Okay, let's go. He doesn't have it. One thing is that you've played 2 games already. You know that they're water allies. How many Frostbinds are they really running? 2, perhaps, right?
Maybe.
And they might run a few Ceruleans, but with 3 cards in hand, I can see you definitely taking that chance, and here it's paid off.
Yeah. And it's, the old Texas motto stands the same, tried it and true. If you got it, you got it.
Absolutely, and these 2 are locals, so that's running through their head. Backup Charger, just trying to get that short. Oh, I think I did see it, Lily.
No, that's how it starts. It's
So-
MRC.
Yeah.
Oh,
MRCs are super
That's the
duper
original
dark.
printing?
Yeah.
just a little chat about the foiling of MRC. Perhaps on camera you can see it. That's probably darker than you expect. The foiling there for that set was just a little dim. 4 down, yeah, that Lily. Great. So, keeping that Castling Boon in hand, we did see a Ju Ying as well.
For 2, I'll pick a card.
Going into Aeson, and he'll be able to pick up a card because Aeson does have that even life stat that Lily's always looking for.
2 down.
Playing the Ju Ying. Yeah, there it is. Go ahead and take out that Aeson. So, the Aeson risk, it did pay off. Unfortunately, that means you have nothing left to respond with. An Aeson going to grave for that And a pretty strong board on Kyle's side left over of that Lily and the Juying.
You're a little bit of banter, knowing like, of course you had it. Why'd you have it? Why can't you tell me have this?
I ask my opponent that all the time. Just let me have it, man. Come on.
It wasn't hurting anybody.
I already risked it for the ACID. Not gonna hurt you if it stands up. All right, water bubble.
All we have to do is just draw another ace in here and do it again.
If we draw another ACID, we're in business. Now we draw a stifling trap.
I would say Asen's right here, though. Maybe not.
Tempest
What'd you say?
Downfall. That could be really useful, especially with Kyle only having one card in hand. We can take out that Juying if we need to. Stifling. Windmill Engineer. Okay, Dream Fairy. Let's see. What are we going to target with this Dream Fairy?
Oh, I'd be taking out the True Sight immediately. No,
No,
we're taking out the
take out
Lily.
Lily.
Oh, never mind. I didn't even see the second one. Now I know why.
I didn't either. I was like, oh,
My
that's
one
very
fear
interesting.
when they change
Off camera
Dream
judge with
Fairies,
our writing the name on it.
Like when
Yeah,
they
thank you
change
so
Dream Fairies
much.
From when it's original, it's like you've added.
Keeping everyone honest, including us.
I guess like you have to remember
You're in the
things,
casting
right?
booth.
Like that didn't exist in the game.
Going one into
No, it's
Spirit,
fair.
just pushing that damage there. 5 actually already on Spirit, so definitely a little bit of pressure.
Are we not going to see the second Dream come out? That's actually...
I think we might see him just waiting for the Tempest Downfall. Like, let him play a different unique ally. He swings in with Juying, you go Tempest Downfall, and that's where you hope again. They don't have a Frostbind or anything.
Oh, yeah.
It's... I don't know. I don't know if it's risky or greedy, frankly.
A little bit of both.
It might be, I would say it might be both.
Little saucy, regardless.
It's just cheeky. It's just cheeky is the play. Wind Bubble coming out. And yeah, unfortunately with that Lily being returned, our Castling Boon doesn't have the strength that it could. That being said, it is still +1 life and favorable wins. So not the worst trade. It just costs a little more. A second Trapper in hand could be strong, especially if we, somehow start losing the board here.
And there is a Frostbind.
There is a
on hand,
Frostbite
too.
in hand, yeah. That Fracturize as well. Do we have another Water Unique ally, though?
I do not think so.
I don't think so, yeah. Lily was just, that was
I
it.
think a lot of removal, too. A lot of control.
Yeah, we see
Not a lot of
Cerulean.
allies.
I think a Song of Frost behind that Fracturize. Yeah, okay. Just going ahead, we're going to draw a card for turn and go ahead and pass turn. That's something when you know that your opponent is water allies and they have to pass the turn. What are you thinking, right? You're thinking mostly they must have drawn most of their control stuff, or they're essentially waiting on another ally. Go ahead and reclaim that Dream Fairy.
Respond.
Seeing a debate on a response.
Yeah, there are 3 cards left in Stefan's hand, so that Frostbine's not going to be able to push that out.
We see a debate between the counter, force them to pay 2 more, or just the straight removal.
We do have the Cerulean as well,
Yeah.
so we could ensure that this doesn't go off if we really wanted to.
And with the decree being able to replace itself, you're technically still losing 1 card in that trade. So both options are really losing 1 card. It's a question if we want to save the freezing counter or not, which I think we're at this point, let's just save the counter.
Oh, yeah, the second recall. Okay, and this is where we might play Cerulean. Yeah, he's thinking about it. And I don't remember if Lily went down already, but we could obviously just reveal the Lily if needed.
No Frostbind now.
No, here we'll use the Frostbind. All right. And keep that Cerulean. You know what? Probably a good idea, actually, because we could try to ensure that we stop the activation of a card and also blunt an attack if
Yeah.
needed. Or just replace if we don't see that board being very scary. Keeping 3 cards in hand. Fracturize. Song of Frost, I think? Yeah. Alright, Vanitas 1, We're going to use one of our reclaims. So this is actually the rare instance out of these 3 games where there wasn't a sensor on board already.
Yeah. A little bit surprising, but at this point, I don't think our opponent really showed us any floating. Didn't really have anything else that we're thinking that a reclaim would come out and play.
Sure.
So, like the from Kyle's side, just trying to get the influence. Also, no, we don't have a lot of allies yet, and we need a lot. We need to draw some allies. Is likely a little bit more priority than just turning off. Which Kyle being like, of course you got a second one.
And yeah, unfortunate. Geeing, going back to memory. You know, I think that's one of those things, right? When you see your opponent has 1 Dream Fairy, they have 2.
Yeah.
But they have 0. They have 0. They're never gonna find. They're never gonna find one.
Water horse.
They're gonna end. You know, they're gonna end the game and look at the bottom of the deck. They're all gonna be there. It's a classic play. Let's see. Okay. Yep, for G. So, being that our other allies are Lily, Jiying, and then the Trapper that we have in hand.
Play Tengu here.
Okay, playing Tengu. So just trying to draw more cards. Just trying to find those allies, actually create that
Anything
board,
clever colored?
and be able to just keep pushing. That's a huge influence. Aquifer Sentinel. And there was an extra card for the Tongu. So Lily is available again, being that we only had the 1 Dream Fairy for Jiying. Does allow us to play that slightly better Castling Boon. I say slightly better. That's actually way better. Yeah, instead of 1, it's actually 3. Aquifer Sentinel. So 3, 4 to just sort of threaten the board there. Say, hey, you give me that turn, I'll have the ace in as well. And we do have more than enough control to try and keep it alive. Looking for a response. This is where, if we have enough for the Tempest Downfall, that could be huge. There it is. Tempest Downfall into Aquifer Sentinel. So, yeah, Aquifer Sentinel, it is essentially ace in at home, unless you RCL with those omens, in which case it is actually better, theoretically, than ace in at home.
But getting to that 6 omens, pretty hard to do.
Pretty hard to do.
If you're not a late game
Yeah.
style deck.
This is where we're going to see the Cerulean. There it is.
Yeah.
Stopping that Tempest Downfall. So that could be actually really huge. Not only keeping our Sentinel on the board, but also replacing itself. Leaves us only have 2 cards, though, in hand. That's a little unfortunate.
But we still do have Trapper, so
That's true.
we know at this point, even with a best possible ally drop, we're not really getting rid of anything that's board except for maybe Trapper with a really, really crazy rip.
Did they announce how many rounds we're doing?
6. So it'll be another 8. No, 9. Another 9 damage. Yeah, I think definitely Kyle's made the sort of calculation. With 6 or even 7 cards, it's really unlikely that Wind is going to pull off that 9 damage in one go.
On each end.
And here we're actually going to give up 2 cards. Oh yeah, there's one of the Vainglories, as well as the Parsonet.
That beautiful CSR Vainglory, too.
Very, very cool. I believe, if I remember correctly, I believe Stefan has 2 of those.
Ooh.
So maybe we would see it. Stifling Trap, Brisbane Trotter. Okay, just making our Dream Fairy that much larger.
Horse is good.
And yep, because of the Vanitas level 2. So yeah, 3 power into Sentinel, and we're going to go ahead and use that Trapper. And that means that everything left is unable to take it out. So, as you predicted, so probably just going directly to the Spirit. There it is.
Which we did see another Dream Fairy in hand.
That was 5.
I'm a little bit shocked we didn't see the with our opponent only having 2 cards in hand, just full sending the Vanitas 3.
Dark leg draw?
I think that's a very fair point. They'd be unable to Frostbind it, or you've already seen them use the Frostbind and the Cerulean. Maybe, I don't know if there were enough cards in graveyard for Title Lock. That sort of be the only card you'd be afraid of.
3 a champion.
Although it always pays, I think you know, I think it always pays dividends to be very cautious into water when you're Vanitas
Text champion for
and you're
2.
doing that activation. Lily, back on board. And yeah, going to Spirit. So
Only
go
for
ahead
a
and grab
little
that. And there's that other Trapper, leaving us with 1 card in hand, but a much wider board than even the turn previous, and still safe with that Trapper. So 1 Trapper is able to go ahead and go in for damage, and the other one trying to keep everyone alive, especially with that buff fairy. 7, getting a ring, so that'll bring us up to 6 influence this turn.
Both these players are probably thinking about how to get this game closed out with only 3 minutes left in regulation. So,
And they've gone ahead and both leveled up as well. So
yeah.
just trying to put each other out of reach. Vanitas with the taunt this turn. Let's go ahead and remember that.
Vanitas with the taunt?
No. Wait, oh, did I mess that? Oh, I did I say that? Toneris. I'm staring at the monitor.
Just staring at the Vanitas?
I just
get
say
it.
whatever comes through my eyes, man. Just, you know.
Listen, I get it. Can't take your eyes off Vanitas.
Oh, it's so good. CSRs as well.
Staring down the duel of the CSR men.
There's that Dream Fairy. So, being able to take out something on the board, probably the Aquifer Sentinel, I would imagine. Unless, you know, you saw that Jean go to banish, you might imagine that that was sort of allowed just because there's 2. But, yeah, okay, there we go. Aquifer Sentinel back. Keeping the Lily.
I am shocked we're not seeing the full hand just go to Vanitas 3 here. Makes me even check. Is Vanitas 3 in the
We're
list?
taunted up right
It should be. Well, there is that Trapper. So the Trapper, I think if you go to Vanitas 3, you're looking to bait it out. But, okay, yeah, we're not going to. And you're right. That very safe with 1 card in hand. I'm not sure. I mean, so we would have likely seen the Trapper go ahead and ensure Vanitas doesn't get his taxes in.
Bulwark Sword.
Bulwark Sword. Yes, and with only 1 card in hand, we can't go ahead and pay for that inert sword. But Bulwark Sword will do just fine in this situation. Generous already being pushed up to 13, though. Unable to play the Aquifer Sentinel. In this case, with a minute left in the round, that might be a little late anyway, considering it comes in rested. So,
Attack you play this card, which taps the champion. What I'm using.
oh,
I guess
there we
I
go.
pay for
So is that
the attack. Okay.
wonderful SP3 heavy
I'm gonna
swing,
use Bulwark. Pay for that one.
paying
champion
for
for
the
9.
swing as well as the Bulwark Sword there.
It's a very hefty 9.
We're gonna go 2 at your champion.
Going to
And then
champion.
2 at your champion. We're gonna pick 1 up for Lily.
And, yep, grabbing that extra card back for memory,
1 at champion.
allowing us to keep 3 in hand, along with that Gorhausi Trapper. So pretty safe.
Bestie.
And I believe, yeah, the Fractalize and the Song of Frost, and that 3rd card, unless it's a Frostbind, almost kind of doesn't matter. Oh, it's a Castling Boon.
And a Song of Frost. So,
Yeah. This is you probably feel pretty safe if
Yeah.
you're Kyle here.
Stefan knows it. Stefan's like, let's just... I know what's happening for me if I swing into this, so I need some defenses up.
Yeah, the Terrafring.
Honestly, at this point,
Recruit.
I almost just hard slam the Guan Yu down, I'll be honest.
Yeah, the board is not itself technically scary enough to deal with Guan Yu. You would have to commit the Toneris in some way.
We've already seen Decree and Frostbind come down,
Yes.
so at this point,
Maybe you feel it's safe.
go back to the if you got it, you got it.
I mean, we took the risk the first turn. We took the risk 3 turns later. Didn't work out. But this one, this is the time.
Listen, 3rd time's a charm. That's all I'm saying.
That's true. It can't fail the 3rd time. If you're playing GA, that's the rule. Your opponent can't do it the 3rd time.
Oh, yeah.
It's never happened. Dream Fairy going into Gorhausi Trapper. Likely to bait that out. There we go.
We're seeing the pass.
Are we? No.
No, I thought I saw the pass. That's
Oh,
on
yeah.
me.
No. So, windmill, and then he'll show 2, grab an extra one, send them all away for Vanitas 3? Is that what we're seeing? In which case, he doesn't know Song of Frost. But yes, there we go. Keeping the veiling.
Keeping up protection.
Yeah. Vanitas 3. Coming in, so...
Lily?
Oh, into Lily. Okay. And then one more with the windmill there. Taking out. That is time in the round. So let's go. This starts overtime. And Swift Recruit. So yeah, like you said, just protection. Just try to keep ourselves up. We're going to fracturize that Terrafring at end of turn. So it won't be able to be used. 3-8 is what Kyle's looking for here. 2 Korhazis, so 6, and then the Bulwark Sword for 3. And then there, okay, Tonerius level 2. So just like you talked about.
One of these.
Go for the big bonk. Sometimes you big bonk it.
Yeah, it's rare. Okay, Song of Frost. And then we had used one of our floating memory there.
Gets +3 attack.
Yeah, let's see. Swift Recruit still needs to be taken out, but I don't think it'll be too hard. We see a Nia. So we have...
Recruit.
All right, we'll take out that Recruit. So Tonerius with the on-enter getting +3, plus the Bulwark Sword. That would be 6. Just need to find the last bit of damage.
Champion.
All right. 2 more damage needs to be found.
And a pass.
And a pass. All right.
Just get that health pool. Get the big bonk.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Kyle's not too much in danger here. And just getting that last turn should be able to close it out. Unless we do have that Veiling in hand. We could try to force a tie. Smoke Bomb.
Which, knowing this is overtime, this is kind of your last shots to do it.
Yeah. Okay, so Stefan trying to find 11. 3 from Vanitas. 1 from the Windmill for 4.
And I think a Trotter's in hand. So that's another
5.
so another 3 we're going to be able to put
8.
out.
9, 10, 11. Yeah. That would do it. That Trotter.
As long as our opponent doesn't have anything.
Well, they have that Song of Frost.
I didn't want to bring it up.
Yeah. Well, we did see... I guess that's the trick, right? How many Song of Frost could they have? We already saw one go to banishment. There's
Yeah.
no way they have the second one.
There's no way they got the second one.
I think, though, especially in overtime, you got to go for it. Right?
Yeah.
You have exact lethal. You just got to go for the line and see what happens. It's a little crazy, but
Sure.
I think, okay, yeah, Smoke Bomb. Using the fractal that you did receive, you can do 1
You're good.
and keep your Veiling. Yeah, okay. There we go. Put that on the other fairy there. Vanitas coming in for 3.
3's good.
3's good. 1 windmill.
1, 2, 3's good.
Getting the...
Song of Frost, that one.
And there we go. Song of Frosting that fairy.
That's good.
And that Wind Trotter.
Make a nerd put 2 down. Can I recall?
All right. Yeah.
Yep.
So this is where we just got to get through. Here's the trick. You know, if he has that Veiling for 2, yep.
22, take 1.
So, yeah, so the Ender Sword coming for 3, which is enough for 1. And
It does not, unfortunately, look like we have a lot of ways to defend
man.
ourselves, but not a lot of ways to push more damage.
oh, that's tough.
You can tell Kyle looking at the hand, being like,
One just can't hit.
That's
yeah.
unfortunate.
It's a draw.
Yeah, all right. Well,
Yep.
I mean, it's a draw, but
It's a draw.
it's a really good match, actually.
Yeah.
Wind versus Water Allies. Pretty harrowing there.
And after game 1, it's pretty shocking. After game 1, I thought Kyle was really going to have that game with the tempo that he kind of put out, the way
Yeah.
that he just kind of pressured the board. But then Stefan was like, "No, let me show you what this deck can actually do." And what we talked about game 2, the Guan Yu 100% carried that game.
Yes.
As soon as that hit board, Kyle's had a lot of options, became kind of very isolated, a lot of options. And then game 3, turns out Dream Fairy is a pretty good card.
Dream Fairy is a really good card, especially if you got that Reclaim and you draw that second Dream Fairy.
It is one of those things you just kind of look at and you're like, if he's got another one, well, he's got another one. All right, I guess we're dealing with that. So
Yeah, and that's a big thing, especially for game 3. In those time rounds, you know that you're getting down there, and being able to just say, hey, your board is, not that big. I don't care about terraforming this turn. I'm just going to go ahead and take them away. And then for the Bristle Windtrotters to come out, make those fairies even bigger, 3/4, and stealth. So, losing that ace at the start, not the hugest deal, I guess, when you just have buff Dream Fairies.
yeah, no, and it's Dream Fairy is a 3, pretty terrifying. Well, hey, we unfortunately went to overtime, so we have not a lot of time to get to the next round.
Yeah.
So we're gonna take a quick short break, get everything set up. We had a couple of technical issues we want to get worked out, and we'll be back here pretty quickly with round 2.
Yeah,
see you all here in a bit. Welcome back, everyone. We're going into pretty quick into round 2. For this one, we are going to see the Tamer Showdown. We're going to see Wind Seiryu versus Water Genbu. So,
Yeah, so just like last time, wind versus water, and both the same general archetype, which is just big Senju comes out and kills you.
yeah, this is one that I'm very interested to watch. We really haven't seen this matchup since, honestly, Nationals. It's
Yeah.
probably the last time we really saw this ever happen. Big thing with this matchup is Wind Seiryu has one very distinct win route, and that is I'm going to get that Arcane Blast, and I'm going to do a lot of damage to you, versus Genbu has quite a few more options in terms of how they want to kill, kind of adjust how they're going to get a kill. So it's going to be kind of that classic, what kind of kills easier, a turbo to 3 or a very steady control, and we'll find out probably pretty quick on what that's going to be.
Yeah, definitely with water. Yeah, definitely with water Genbu. There are quite a few routes to victory. So not only milling, but also just you have a whole bunch of allies. I do believe that the Wind Seiryu is teched a little bit into making sure that they have also allies for the board in general, so they don't like have to rely on Seiryu. But in this case, water is likely to have sort of more / better allies.
Yeah, and we've seen this adjustment for Wind Seiryu quite a bit, especially with the assassins coming back into play.
Yes.
You have to have an alternative win route whenever they say Dream Fairy, Reclaim, Dream Fairy, or they're just like,
Ensnaring
hey,
Fumes.
Snaring Fumes, good luck. Where's your dragon now? So, very, 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 very big adjustment to the list that we've seen from the early iterations of it. I still think the saver option. So we'll be jumping in pretty quick to this match, and hopefully we can maybe see some new spicy tech coming to the Wind Seiryu.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Do you just want to see ties all day? Wind, water, ties?
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
One thing I did notice is that Song of Frost, which would be probably pretty key for water, is actually in the sideboard. So we're not going to see those game 1, and Wyatt might be missing those when he realizes he's up against Seiryu.
Oh, we'll definitely see a game 2 pretty quick swap. I'm 100% sure on that.
All right.
All right, players are ready, so we are gonna kick it right over to the match and see who's going first.
Just want to note our new versus screen. Shout out to our tech guy. It's so good.
Throwing a lot of tech at this one, a lot of new changes.
All
And some of
right.
you may know these players pretty well. Robotron, more recently at Boston,
Yeah.
making a top 8 appearance. Playing Luxem into that list. Very, very drastic shift now into the water deck. And of course, Braden, people know him online as Krios. He fallen in love with this deck. This man loves playing a dragon. He loves going to level 3, and he loves doing Arcane Blast.
Draw 7.
I think he just loves Arcane.
5, 6, 7.
Yeah, we have heard from before that he does like playing what is essentially the best Arcane deck in the game right now.
Oh, he better not rewatch this VOD. He's gonna be, his soul's gonna hurt.
Oh, he will rewatch it. I'll hear about it later.
We'll make him do it. That's our promise, everyone in chat. We're gonna make him do it. All right, Besiege Fatestone. So, just instantly trying to turbo up to Goja, and that Fractal Polar Depths allowing us to play Title Lock.
Is it banished?
Ooh,
Yeah, it's Spanish.
that is pretty strong.
I mean, sometimes you got to go for it. It's unfortunate for the nature of this matchup is if you can get to level 1 on turn 1, you are probably going to win this race.
Yeah, it is very important for the wind side to go ahead and level as soon as possible. We're going to go ahead and see Goja level 1. Makes a lot of sense. We'll get our Sapphire Fatestone and a Reckoning's Wake going into banishment. So Reckoning's Wake alongside that Looking Glass, one of the newer cards. Braden taking a look. And we see this actually in quite a few decks, part of the Distortion package. allowing us to get some floating memory as well as order our cards. So it's not a full glimpse. We do just get to order. But it does become very, very strong. Presenting our material deck, of course, to our opponent for the
Beginning of Recollection,
Sapphire Face Stone.
My Rock Mills one.
And
Toad gives me a quest.
going to go ahead
recollect
and
draw.
mill. Both players are going to go ahead and mill. So Fairy Whispers and a Languid Troll Toad going to graveyard. And that Languid Troll Toad is part of our Carpsong Coda strength.
Yeah, and we saw it with the Water Diana into the Yeti regional. A very, very strong piece of tech that these water decks started playing. And of course, the king of self-mill, Water Gembu, is going to be playing that same option.
Oh,
On attack.
I think it's hard to argue with just 6 damage coming out of nowhere. Tidestone Bovine coming in, and we do see one of those Carpsong Codas go to grave. There was a Seaside Ringleader in hand as well for Wyatt.
1 in hand, 2 in hand, 2 in hand.
So definitely, yeah, I was going to say, looking to go up to Goja, it's very important. Even if you're beseeched,
Oh, do you want me to roll?
being banished, it's more than worth it to go ahead and level up. See our second beseeched, actually, out of hand. Banished for Goja level 1. And we'll see the Azurite Fate Stone on Braden's side here for wind. So the Clash of the Shenju has already begun.
No secrets from these decks. Here's my material deck. Let me
That's
see your
true.
material deck. All right, let's. we know what's happening from here on out.
I don't get punished.
Yeah, oh,
a
hey.
Second time.
Is that a Journey's Beginning?
Doing it again.
Doing it? Okay.
like, show
the
it to me
third,
again.
the third one. Fracturize and a Refracting Missile, I think, in hand, right? Where is that? Is that a Frostbind? Oh no, Tidal Lock. Second Tidal Lock.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
Well, because I have water.
Yeah. So with 3 water, yeah, just showing 3 water in grave does allow the Tidal Lock to
Wait, that
be
banished
played
the
at the
card, right?
reduced cost.
No, it's
Braden
actually
shaking his head there.
Just like,
Okay,
how do you
so-
have both? How do you have both
I
already?
just do 1 through 6.
It's impossible. It's
Sorry,
impossible.
6.
Everyone knows once your opponent has one, they can have another.
I'm an engineer.
I've talked about this multiple times. There's no way. Getting a quest counter there off of Azurite. Banishing.
mean,
Wait,
it's
no,
almost
that's
the
not.
same result
I
if you
can't quite
think
see that
about
card.
Yeah, right?
It's alright. Okay. So, 2 quest counters already for our Water Goja. Is not as important for Water to turbo up.
No, and water is. I mean, very rarely will you ever see water shoot for the second, unless they just have the win con ready to go. They're generally going to take a little bit more time, mill a couple more cards, and just kind of build up their win cons before they ever start committing too many
on
of their
their gain of quest,
cards that are going to start removing
Beginning of
influence.
Recollection, windmill.
So you'll probably see this a difference in
Go to 4.
Gaugia is probably going to sit at 1 on Wyatt's side for most of the game, and then you'll probably see Braden every turn going level, because the goal here just get that dragon
1,
flipped
2,
over
attack
as quickly
penalty.
as possible.
Yeah. Oh, 2 Fractals of Rain, in addition to the extra Fractal of Polar Depths that had gone to graveyard from Gembu Mill at the start of Recollection.
Hey, at least you had the 2 title locks, right?
Right?
And players confirming that 2 Tidal Locks have been played already.
5 pin I hate this.
It's always important to ask because there's no way they'll have the third,
banned by it.
right? Once you have the second, there's no way. Missiles, Seaside Ringleader, Pelagic Fatestone in hand, and a Fracturize.
Maybe
So unfortunately, now that a lot of the answers have been thrown out, there's not as many options on Wyatt's side in terms of what to do here.
I'll just pass there.
That being said, we are already at 5 quest counters, including not only those mills, but the Tungu coming out. So pretty strong start, especially with the Gojo on the other side only having 1 quest counter and being denied 2 level ups.
And you can tell Braden here just kind of debating: do I just send it to 2? Like, I think I have to, right?
I think he's thinking the same thing. With 6 influence going down to 4.
1 through 5 twice, or do you want to just
So
I'll just pick 2.
for those not in the know, you are going to get 2 extra quest counters here from the Banish. And you do get a choice of either quest counters or drawing a card,
I'm gonna draw.
and he's going to go ahead and draw a card for Guojia level 2. So try and keep that influence up. Be able to play a card and be able to banish it in a turn for the Azerite Fadestone. 2 Forest Cakes, those SP3 Forest Cakes, looking good.
Is that a dungeon guide in the back of the hand?
It might be. In which case, we'll likely see it. I think debating on a Forest Cake. We see a Fluffy Shopkeep as well. So, Forest Cake. And Shimmer Cloak Assassin in hand. So, Forest Cake, letting us draw a card. Byaku's Command coming to hand. That is a dungeon guide, and as was to Dream Fairy. So if you're Brayden, do you go for the dungeon guide?
I feel like at this point you need the counters. You need that. But no, we're gonna say just say, hey, let's just start clearing some of these allies and pressure some damage. Because at this point we're gonna banish one anyways, the draw card, replace something else,
Go to
and
4.
then on our turn we can easily put us at 4, use 3, go level 3, get 3 quest counters,
And
then
another
flip the
3
dragon.
quest counters. Yeah. Shimmer Cloak Assassin coming down. It's going to go for the Tidestone Bovine. We're going to see what response we have. It's going to be that missile. Yep. And this is sort of that, as a person who plays a lot of wind and water, this is that classic wind in the water where you go, why do they keep having cards?
Like they
Why do
can't
they keep having
doing this.
responses?
They can't keep getting away with this. They eventually got to run out of cards, right?
Yeah, I would see the Byaku's Command go ahead and get banished for the Azerite Stone, bring us up to 4. And I think it's pretty likely what you said, that line there where we just go up to 3.
Because it will also keep 2 cards in hand, or in this case, we'll keep 2 cards over, draw for turns, so it gives us that nice 3 influence we want to see. So if hopefully that 1 card or 2 card we've drawn so far can end up being a serious command, we could be in a pretty sweet spot to start pressuring some more damage. Because at this point, we've already seen 2 counter spells. There's no way they have any more than that.
We do see... Oh, it is the Liar coming out for that Refracting Missile.
This is something we have not seen in a while. But
Yeah, if you want to pull it up, actually, this is probably a card that people have not... yeah, they probably haven't seen it in a while, if at all.
Yeah, so Wild Heart Liar. This is a 1 cost, comes into play reservable, so it is essentially another fractal, just not having the keyword. But whenever you rest this to pay for a Harmony Melody, put a buff counter on an animal or beast you control. The really cool part about this is 2 things. 1, it is not a spell, so that buff counter you're going to get, you are able to put it on your Shinju, which is pretty cool. The second part of this is a lot of Water's cards they're playing in this are harmonies or melodies. And one of the big ones is actually Song of Frost we talked about in Sideboard.
That's
it's
right.
kind of a nice way of being able to end the combat and get a counter off of it.
As well, I believe one of the key cards, Resonating Fugue, is itself a melody.
Yep.
So, Seaside Ringleader being milled, and that's actually not bad at all. That's probably where Seaside Ringleader does the most damage, frankly, is from the graveyard.
Especially when you go into Recollection, you pretty much have a free play on it to say, hey, draw some cards.
And it seems pretty likely here. Why debating on...
Or seeing the count on water.
Yeah, seeing the kind of water. Is there a Resonating Fugue in hand? See a Pelagic. Seaside Ringleader. No, I don't think I see one. But, of course, it's still important. Reckoning's Wake there. It's always important to count how much water so you know what's possible. We could see a Reckoning's Wake here. Just try and order
I'll pass.
our deck. Make sure that our next mills are good.
Just seeing the
No,
pass.
seeing the pass. All right. All right, let's see if we do the line with the level 3 Guojia. Britain debating. 4 cards.
Which I do not believe Censor
5.
is in
Ring.
this list / not in main board for Braden here. So, nope, Censor is actually
Censor's
in main
in
board. So there is a chance of maybe
Oh.
seeing a Censor.
We do see a Beseech. Beseech the wins. We're going to go ahead and pop our ring. Drawing an extra card.
There's a series.
There's a
command.
series command. Very strong. So we're likely going to see that Beseech. So the good thing is the Beseech is almost guaranteed to go off, right? Even through Tidal Lock or Frostbind. The biggest thing is we don't want to put down that Serious Command unless we have to.
Yeah. Yep, Beseech, and we're probably gonna see. I'm gonna be shocked if we
That's
don't
good.
see a Dragon Swing with Serious Command here.
It would be the turn for it, especially as Genbu's really.
Oh no! We are seeing the sensor come out.
Okay.
Off the Beseech. I think even Wyatt's a little bit like, oh, I was expecting level 30. Was not expecting that.
That was
What a
dumb.
line, actually. Very interesting.
Pass
That does allow us, of course, to become level 3 next turn anyway, keeping those 3 down in memory. And
It's optional. Yeah.
yeah, no Azerite.
Yeah, I'm gonna end phase fracturize your sensor.
Makes sense. Fracturizing the sensor. We're going to turn that floating memory back on. And so that does leave us 2 floating memory in grave, and we
Also
do
end
have.
phase, I'll pop.
Do we have the 2 to pay
Yes.
for?
So,
We do, okay.
1, 2,
Uh,
3,
we're gonna
4,
crack
5,
our
6, 7, 8,
fractal
9, 10,
of
11,
polar
12,
depths
13. To me.
to
Oh, to you? Oh,
Yeah.
mill
target.
13, self mill 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Do you have the swap health with damage card?
Nope.
Okay.
So,
Don't know if you can hear the one straight
Listening.
up Braden asking, do you have the swap health with a card for it? And we just hear very quick Wyatt, nope.
It's always worth it to ask, right? Just, do you have the resonating fugue? I don't
We
know.
can go next game if you got it.
Yeah.
And Wyatt's like, yeah, no, I don't. But you know what I do have? I got a big turtle.
Big old turtle. Pelagic Fate Stone as well. Permanent Ritual we see on top.
Go to 2.
Go up to Goja level 2.
Here, and
All right. Pelagic Fate Stone. And likely that we're going to pay for the seaside there. Okay. We also had a bovine go in.
this
And-
triggers.
All right. Cool.
Flips.
Using the
on
bovine to
ender
pay.
trigger first,
We'll get
I'll
the
pick draw
pelagic.
card.
So the pelagic lets us to mill even more faster.
All right, pre-rec, we both know.
Correct. Both
Two,
mill.
this
So
will
there's
There-
one.
there was another
There's
one.
A Rippleback Terrapin. 8 quest counters now on
2 pre-rec.
Goja. We're gonna pay for
Seaside. draw
Seaside
card,
Ringleader.
and then do it again.
And yep, we have enough to do so again. So both Seasides.
So any animal we
Perfect.
play is going to enter here with 2 buff counters.
Yeah. And we got to replace both of those, although one of those had been milled, so even better. Actually, both of those have been. You must be still holding the one in hand, actually. Yes, there it is. So yeah, both of them were milled. Per Ritual, 2 Reckoning's Wakes. Tyson Bovine, a Rippleback Terrapin. And I think that's what we're going to see, the Rippleback. There's more than enough floating memory to go ahead and use for its ability.
Rippleback Terrapin.
Yeah, there we go.
Enders with 2 from the Seaside.
Black Terrapin, so we're going to get 2
Under
buff
trigger.
counters here, as well as use a floating memory,
Banish draw.
Primordial Ritual, draw a card, and get a buff. There we go. So that Terrapin getting kind of scary large. Let's see. What else? I don't think there's any need for Reckoning's Wake here, but so 3 buff counters on that Terrapin, come in for 4.
Because at this point, do you really need a Shenju when you already have a Shenju at home that is almost the same size here as Gumbo?
And they're both turtles. There's no way. All right, Reckoning's Wake there. Being milled. Our second Tidestone Bovine.
And it will also enter with 2 counters. Because cool
Swing
part about
for
that
free.
is it's every animal or beast that enters this turn.
Yeah,
Look at
very
that.
strong. There's a fugue and then a 3rd Fractal of Rain. But like you said, maybe it's unnecessary at this point. We've already got a big turtle.
Yeah. It's like we already got the big turtle. We're already swinging, doing some pretty hefty damage. And our opponent has not shown us a dragon yet.
Yeah, that buff Tidestone Bovine is actually kind of just really annoying. 3-4 on the board, so getting that ASIN stat line.
We're beyond a 3-4 at this point. We're at a 4-7.
Oh, for the turtle? Yeah.
Yeah.
That turtle causing problems. We do see level 3 Goja getting us up to those 10 quest counters as expected. In hand, a Serious Command, a Fluffy Shopkeep, and a Dream Fairy. Ooh, Baby Green Slime. Keep the Forest Cake on board. Braden doing some quick math on what the dragon would be able to accomplish this turn.
We're likely doing the math to see if we even survive at this point. And thinking, do we need to play this Dream Fairy out?
So I'm gonna do the funny thing. Flip dragon.
We're going to go ahead and flip the Azurite Fatestone to become Seryu.
Yep, trust me. Don't counterspell it.
And in response, we're going to see that turtle. So the good thing here, there are no cards in hand for Wyatt. So the Dream Fairy can easily come out here and deal with that Genbu.
Oh, yeah.
There's also no chance of lineage release because,
Yep.
because the Goja on the water side is not level 3. So there's no way to lineage release to save it from the Dream Fairy.
It's on the judge quiz. I should know that.
So
Todd, aren't you a judge?
there we go. Some extra banter there from the players. All right. Sary's going to go ahead and do his
Yes.
classic
Or-
on attack move.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Or-
Asking
Yeah.
probably the defense of that turtle. Like, how big's that turtle? At 7? Yeah, nah.
Not
I'm good.
enough. Not enough.
At this point, do you clear at least one of the bovines?
Ooh. So you could clear the big buff one. And I think... So Saryu has what? 12 life?
Swing at the buff.
I think you do swing the... Yeah. There we go. Clear the bovine.
On attack.
So that leaves 5 damage presented on board. So 16, next turn, if you're Braden.
Past you.
And then making that Arcane Blast.
Yeah.
Get ready for that big pop-off turn, hopefully.
Yeah, Saryu's on attack, allowing you to choose between 2 modes. One to create an Arcane Blast, and the second one to empower X+2, where X is the number of arcane cards in your banishment. So,
And we're seeing a Claymore hit board.
and that Claymore, I believe, should be free, considering all these water cards engraved.
10 cards in. Do you have 10 water in graveyard?
Yeah.
He's got to, yeah. Braden confirming that there are 10 water cards in graveyard, not even on the floating memory side.
We see another Terrapin
Another
draw
Terrapin.
here.
Yeah. And we did mill a Fracturize. So, pretty strong position for Wyatt. Especially with that, especially with Seryu
Frostborn
being
Paladin.
rested. Frostbind Paladin.
On enter.
Go ahead and use that Fracturize for the for the Frost Sworn. Putting a buff and drawing a card.
I think drew us into another Paladin as well.
4 to you.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then plus the Claymore would be 14 for turn.
On attack, mill 2.
And Liminal and Pelagic
3 to you.
being milled by the Tidestone.
I think this is the first Liminal we've seen with this many
This
cards
is
in
the
the
first-
deck one.
That's especially with that Polar Depths. And just one more ally will finish it off. There it is, that Frostworn.
I mean, we are at that point moving to a game 2. A very solid win from the Genbu, which again we saw the Genbu kind of winning the route of I don't even need this. I don't even need the Shinju. Instead, I'm gonna play a bunch of allies and we're gonna pressure down this board. And that's one thing of the strength of this list is you just have so many options in everything you do. Where you have a matchup, your opponent doesn't have enough allies, so let's pressure them with allies. Oh, they have too many allies? Cool, let's play defensive, keep the board under control, and just go for an OTK.
Yeah. I think, anyone watching the match back, Unfortunately, the routes got really low for Seiryu once you got title locked twice out of your Beseech Fate Stones.
Yeah.
That is probably the roughest start I've seen to a game for Seiryu. And, to his credit, he almost came back there. Let's take a look at the sideboards.
Yeah, so we'll start off with Robotron here. Not too many things we'll probably see. We talked about very early on. We're definitely going to see that Song of Frost come into play. We are seeing all three baubles.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and see that wind bauble. Yeah.
So we will see the wind bauble come in, likely for... not even maybe for... There's a lot of things we kind of want to keep in this matchup. Maybe...
Wow.
Yeah,
The material deck's pretty tight there, actually. We might not see that wind bauble.
We may be for Liar. There's a chance we could see it for Liar.
He may feel that that extra reservable is actually worth more than the one card advantage for that turn.
Yeah, but regardless, we're seeing the Song of Frost come in.
Absolutely,
that's coming.
Yeah,
in.
We got to keep him in there just in case.
Because if they, and especially with now Braden gonna have turn one, he's gonna have the uncontested. That if he opens up with the Fate Stone, it can just say, "Cool, 6 down, Fate Stone, go to 1." It's gonna be a lot harder to try to stop that aggression. So we'll probably see the Song of Frost come in as that early game, stop the reaction, and as well, you can stop the on attack triggers.
Yes,
we have for him to go on the stack,
the biggest thing,
and the whole attack, everything leaves, even the triggers. So very, very strong card in this matchup. I would be shocked if we don't see it played here.
Yeah.
And then going over to Braden's list, we did see the Bestial Frenzy in the sideboard.
Okay,
There's a chance maybe see it as a way to try to clear that board if we're worried about that. Biggest thing I think we're going to see in this matchup is likely to be the Safeguard Amulet come in as a way to just knowing the Coda is in there. There's a chance that could be try to be the kill, stop that from happening. And we do have Sia and Uther on those side.
We see the Uther.
I would not be shocked if we don't see the Uther come in, just as another way to answer the Shinju, and just to get some of those really problematic allies off board.
Yeah, I mean Uther people kind of forget, but it itself is a 4/4 ally.
Yeah,
so pretty big.
And 2 Regals, I wouldn't be I wouldn't be aside for bringing them in.
Actually not be surprised, because especially if they're going to go ahead and mill themselves, you might as well help them along with Regal.
Yeah, and if they're sitting with, like, sometimes that deck sits with a 10 card influence, if you can hit them at 10 and force them to either one, play out a lot of things from their hand, get that influence down, or potentially just mill them out.
Yeah,
in that kind of matchup.
Absolutely.
So
I think that's something that people tend to forget about Regal, is that you can go ahead and try to mill your opponent out. If they're holding, 10 card influence, guess what? That's 10 extra cards they have to dig out of their deck. And if they only have 15 cards left or so, it's pretty close to over.
Yeah, and we should be getting pretty close to going in here into the game too. We'll probably cut it back to the players here pretty quick, and see kind of what we're doing here for this next one. Now the biggest thing here, Braden's going to be thinking about this, is Braden is going to be, I need to see this turn 1 level 1. I need to see that tempo. I need to be able to just not care about any counter spells until late game, and I need to force my opponent to interact with me rather than just sitting there and milling this whole deck and me just having to play catch up.
Yeah, I think especially being on the play that turn 1, you really want to see your Beseeches. Either Fate Stones or Beseech the Winds here. And, okay, yeah, looks like our players are pretty good here. So, yeah, getting that tempo to be able to actually turbo, that was the big thing, right? Water went ahead and just stopped the turbo in his tracks twice. And that was really huge.
And this is one of those, unfortunately, those matchups where you have to send it, even though sometimes you want to take a little bit slower and level up. It's the advantage you get off resolving that card into this matchup is so big. It's hard not to.
Absolutely. Let's see what Braden has. And once again, he is hoping for at least one of his... Okay, there's a Beseech the Wind right there, and a Dungeon Guide.
With a Series Command
Series
already?
Command,
And
yeah.
it looks like Regal Incision?
Yes, that's a Regal's Inquisition. Gonna place 3 down. And I believe that 3 did include a Shimmercloak Assassin. And we're going to go ahead and level up right now, presenting our material deck. We can see if there are any changes. Does not appear to be.
Nope, nothing else came inside. It doesn't even look like Safeguard it came in.
No. And Braden's not running Lantern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which right now in this meta, I don't think I'd be caught dead without Lantern.
Well,
Honestly.
you might be dead without the Lantern. That second dungeon guide getting banished for the Azurite Fatestone. All right. So already at 1 quest counter, this is the start that Braden wants to see. See an Unbroken Mustang, as well as, okay, we do see, I believe, 2 Song of Frost in Wyatt's hand. Liminal Guide, Terrapin, a Fracturize, a second Liminal Guide? I think that's, yeah. So
if
2
we have
Liminal
a-
Guides,
Do we have a
Fracturize.
ritual on hand? Because this wouldn't be surprised to see. Nope, we're putting Liminal Guide down.
No.
So
All right, Seaside Ringleader coming out. Swinging for 2. That is... Seaside Ringleader actually being a 2/2 is another one of those just frankly bothersome things sometimes. That 2 damage is... It's so much better than 1. And then, sending it to the grave, you just can't afford to leave it on field is the unfortunate thing.
yeah, you have to get it. You have to the board. Some decks can play a little bit more defensive options to kind of just leave it on the board and force it to attack into a taunt dude, protect the taunt dude. But unfortunately, in this list, you can't really justify letting it hit you every turn.
I believe backup charger for Britain. So, getting our Seiryu Power Cell. Getting an extra card there. Yeah, so Regal. Okay, there is another Beseech the Winds. As well as a Baby Green Slime, I believe, was the other card drawn to memory there off the Power Cell. So one of those Regals did come in, at least one. Putting down the Regal. Let's see. Forest Cake. Draw an extra card. Ace and Protector. So that's a big thing there where, unfortunately, we don't have a way to protect our green slime, but we could, of course, baby green our Forest Cake. Looking like we might go directly into a dungeon guide. No.
No, we're gonna.
Going to Shimmer Cloak. And there's that debate. If you
Yeah,
want to
like-
take out that 2/2.
Nope, we're
Nope.
just saying. You could tell the Braden thinking about it was like, more influence? Nah, not about that life.
No one's ever lost a game giving their opponent influence. That's never happened, Eric.
Yeah. Oh, of course not. And to be fair, we're in a unique situation too, where because we have the stealth unit, Braden kind of just turned it sideways, and nothing really at least no allies in Wyatt's deck can answer it. So essentially just 2 for 2, trade blows.
Yeah, it's absolutely safe to be rested here, being stealth. Roboback Terrapin being used for Gocha level 1. And, okay, we do see that Wind Resonance Bauble. And
Liar stayed in.
Liar's still in.
We both know.
It could have been Terrafring. Terrafring may have come out.
Ah. Oh, that's a great mail. So Liminal Guide. So one of the new cards in DTR. Liminal Guide, very, very strong. I'm sure everyone's seen it. But if you haven't, whenever you level up, you are able to take Liminal Guide out of Graveyard, put it back on the field Ephemeral, and then draw a card. So very, very strong. And definitely, if you're Wyatt and you have these 2 in your hand, you're looking for some way to send them to the grave, if possible, via Primordial Ritual. Song of Frost and Frostborn Paladin being milled out by the Tidestone Bovine.
Which, unfortunately, you want to see the Song of Frost.
You want to keep at least one Song of Frost. And if you're Braden, you're probably happy to see one go be milled out. Going to 2 quest counters there for that mill. And passing turn.
I would not be shocked here if we're just going to see the level 2 into level 3. Because now that we have the Beseech, we do have a little bit easier route into being able to not only be able to go to level 2 and draw a card, but also be able to get the 3, flip the dragon, and possibly play the series coming out on top of it if we really wanted to. But I don't think we banish any arcane, so not too much of a reason to do it yet.
Yeah, Dungeon Guide and Regal Inquisition being used for that level up. And we're going to choose to draw a card instead of our quest counters. There's that power cell. And a Harness Lightning drawn to hand.
There's some more arcane that we're looking for.
Yeah.
Which I did not catch. Did we banish the Beseech on the level up?
We did not. It was a Dungeon Guide and a Regal Inquisition.
Alrighty. Which
So we do.
you don't see a Beseech, so.
So we used this Beseech before. I think Brandon was trying to keep that.
Oh yeah, we
Dungeon
did do
Guide.
it for one. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we are going to likely take out that Bovine. Yes. The Bovine adds up to so much value for Genbu decks. It's unfortunately something you really have to deal with if you can.
Bovine is we've seen it in a bunch of even non-tamer when we saw Self more early in the meta. Well, at least early when Bovine got printed, is even if you don't use the floating off of it, just being able to mill 2 cards every turn is incredibly powerful for these lists. So it's probably my number one priority or moving from the board.
Ace being played out. Looking to return our Shimmer Clue. Looks like it's good.
Grab Ace and
And so that question, do you take out this Seaside? Wyatt already has 3 cards in hand. Able to pay for Seaside next turn, so
It is
I
such a
think
rough
it's
call.
likely. Okay, yeah. We're just going to go ahead and end turn, actually. Aeson still being up. Brisbane Trotter going out for the Azurite Fatestone.
Cards in hand. 3.
Is 5 quest counters correct? Or should that be 6?
Should be 5.
Should be 5?
Because it
Oh, yeah,
was
'cause you took the... Yeah.
Yep. One in the initial banish. We skipped a turn, so another banish,
Mm-hmm.
and then leveled it 2, and then 1 for the turn.
All right. So there is 1 floating memory in there for Wyatt, if he needs it.
On enter.
Tongu, getting that quest counter and likely picking up an extra card for memory. Yep. Banishing the Tongu, grabbing the card.
Fatestone mill.
And we're going to mill. There's one of our Fractals of Rain. Oh, Series Command.
This is, weirdly enough, Series Command is something you do not want to mill in this matchup.
Is that weird?
Yeah, it's because you want them banished.
Yeah.
So you don't mind if they get banished from your memory, that's fine. But you really have no way to get them back out of graveyard when they're there. They kind of just sit there. They don't really add any value. So it's kind of the worst spot they can end up. Anywhere else is awesome. But ending up in graveyard, not where you want to be.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. That being said, Wyatt did the classic, which is where when you're milling, you mill a Factual of Rain. So, Seaside Ringleader. Yep, we'll just take 2 on Ace in there. We're not going to retaliate.
We do
So-
see Liminal Primordial if we wanted
Ooh,
to. But
Yeah. And I think that's what we're going to see. Liminal Guide coming out. And certainly, I think you can say that it's really unlikely that the Aeson's going to go ahead and swing into that Liminal.
yeah.
Bringing him to Gojo level 3. So it would take him from 5 to 8 counters. Harness Lightning, Reclaim, and
go to 8.
one other card
11.
going out. It's going to choose the quest counters to be able to go up.
Yep.
So now, okay, yeah.
You can tell we're
Becomes
debating.
4.
Do we just flip the dragon? Do we commit the Serious Command to it?
Mm-hmm.
How much do we commit to this attack if we do? Because if we do the Serious Command, we can essentially make another generation. We can empower for 4 twice, giving us the +8, which gives us to that nice even number to be able to play the Arcane Blast on top of it. And if we want to fully commit and we have the Byaku's Command, we could possibly do both this turn. But that is a very big but, knowing the Song of Frost is in this list.
Well, we are going to go ahead and turn over the Azurite Fatestone into Seiryu. So 3 cards in hand. We're going to go up to 4 influence.
Yeah, we're seeing the
Seiryu.
commit here.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Seiryu is good.
Yeah.
That is a Song of Frost in hand, is it not?
It is a Song of
Yes.
Frost.
Yep.
Which, here's something tricky you can get with this. Because if you know they run Byaku's, you could swing, let them do the triggers, like let the triggers go on the stack, and then before the damage is they get the card, which you're going to eat an Arcane Blast in that case, but you are shutting out 2 of their win cons from doing so.
Yeah, what are you choosing for the on attack?
Yeah, I think it's all about how much life you have left, right? Whether you can afford to basically bait that out and then just trick him into wasting cards.
Song of Frost.
Okay, we're gonna see the Song of Frost here.
Yeah, we're not going to mess around with the triggers. Just say, hey, get rid of them.
Then he didn't want to take your advice this time.
Yep, we're going to say, all right,
Biakos?
did it once or do it again.
Yeah.
Now, you may notice he still has 3 cards in hand. Something that's really cool about Song of Frost for Tamers is you can banish Floating Memory to pay for it as an alternative cost.
Yeah, people tend to forget about the alternative costs, but it actually, really helps in Genbu when you need to do so. Arcane Blast.
Yep, and that is going to be end of that one.
Yep, not much you can do about that.
So we're moving on to Game 3 here with 20 minutes left in regulation. And probably not too many sideboard changes for either of these players. I think they're both happy with what they brought in. There's not really much else you would really want to bring in. So we're probably just going to see a quick shuffle up and move on. Why I say that is Wyatt Nudge says, no, I hate these cards. Oh, yeah, I've taken up the Mustang.
The
'Cause
Mustangs. Okay,
we never
yeah.
saw Lantern get play. We still haven't seen it. Why commit for it?
Yeah, especially you do get to see your opponent's entire material deck. So, there's no surprise there.
Yeah. So you know for a fact they if they were going to bring in the Lantern, they were going to bring it in last round, and they didn't.
That's how I play every single game.
But maybe Braden
Maybe it's the ultimate mind game.
mind game because Game 3 we sided in.
Side into the Lantern. He'll never see it coming. I just have to win Game 2. That's it. That's my chance. Well, and, going first, maybe you do have that supreme confidence. You go, I'm going to get one of my Beseeches and be able to actually turbo up here.
I feel like it definitely. I think about
Won't be as fun as watching Krios do this in the Eddie online, where he's just like, "Here's a Mordred in my sideboard," and you're like, "What?"
That was a very interesting game to cast because you had to work. You're like, I guess we see the Mordred.
Show him the Mordred. Opponent goes, "What does Mordred do? Why?
Yeah,
What attack cards do you play?"
I think we asked that before, but if you see the Mordred in your opponent's Goja, what are you thinking?
There's not much I'm thinking at that point.
You're just gonna let it be. Just let it be. All right. Wyatt electing to go first. It makes a lot of sense, right? There we have the title lock. We have our Seaside Ringleader, Primordial Ritual, a Frostborn Paladin, and a Fracture Eyes. And a Pelagic Faithstone. Looks like likely bring out the Seaside Ringleader. Or just keep enough for that title lock in hand. Just go ahead and draw a pass. Primordial. Okay, we are going to choose the Seaside Ringleader. And once again, that's a strong play. Braden doesn't necessarily want to take it off the board.
title lock costs 2, correct?
And,
Braden asking, title lock costs 2, right? Just asking for a friend.
and of course, this being our locals, we're all friends here. So, we're going to kind of answer that question honestly.
See Wyatt go, yeah. Let me read my card real quick and see. I'll let you know. Yeah, it's 2.
Asking for a friend. You don't have 2, do you?
Do you ever mind game somebody like that where they're just like, do you have it? They're like, what's the cost of this card? And you just read it and you just look at your hand, don't even have it. You just go, oh, it's this.
I feel like I try my best to just Grey Rocket, right? Just entirely. I just try to say the cost without doing anything. But now that you bring it up, I probably should. Just lie every time.
Listen, there's nothing against lying. Well, unless you need to share the truth. But if it's hidden information, just be like, yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah.
I got 10 of them.
It's the same thing.
Judge?
You said that after I'd already picked it up.
Frostborn Paladin being banished
Alright,
for our level 1 Goja.
Oh, even hearing the Braden with the no. It's like, no.
Every time, there's never stopping it.
Regular draw.
If you have a different way, 2 mill cards, your Fractal of Rains will be hit.
And they're all in the Song of Frost.
Song of Frost, yeah.
That being said, last game it didn't matter. So who knows this one?
It would if there were 2.
Oh.
Of course, we did see that one milled that he could have gotten off the top. Seaside Ringleader going for 2, Tyson Bovine. So,
On attack.
you know, this is a pretty steady replay of what we've seen before.
And I will
Rippleback Terrapin, as well as a Primordial Ritual.
Go to go 1.
Going to level 1. I think between these two players, you know, they're very experienced. There are no real surprises here. It's just, does your opponent have it?
And they're gonna push those. That's one of the big things about these players is you would think like a really strong player not gonna play into it. They're not gonna let somebody get the counter. But sometimes you kind of just do the math in your head and you think about the long game. And you're like, if they use it here now, they're not gonna have it later. So forcing your opponent to do that, or just knowing the kind of the general TCG logic behind it, that if you have a counter spell and you don't play it, it's pretty much the same as playing it.
Yeah, it's very fair. Harness Lightning, 2 Aeson Protectors, one of them being the Supporter Pack 1. Oh, I missed that card.
And I think we got a glimpse of the Uther.
Yeah,
That
that's
beautiful
Uther.
CSR Uther.
CSR Uther.
If anybody may not know this, Krios loves Uther. Maybe maybe something you did not know about him, but that dude loves Uther.
If you see him, that is your fun fact when you meet him. You can just talk about Uther together. And the Dungeon Guide in hand as well. Dungeon Guide hitting the board.
Dungeon Guide.
All right.
4 in hand.
Now, there is enough to pay for the title lock, but Braden has more than enough cards left in hand to pay, so White's going to go ahead and let that go. Aeson, as well as a Reclaim, being banished for the level up to level 2.
Aeson, reclaim. Go to go 2.
So that'll be 2 extra quest counters there, and we'll see which mode is chosen by Braden for the on-enter of Guojia level 2.
With you doing Dungeon Guide this early, I would not be shocked by
yeah, there it
the
is.
additional 2.
It's going to take the extra quest counters. Going up to 4, swing at that Dungeon Guide. Remember, kids, the Dungeon Guide always swings after the level up. Don't mess it up.
Back in my day, Dungeon Guide would wake up my champion.
I'm glad I didn't play during those days. I joined a little after.
You didn't want to have Fire Lorraine level to hit you once with the sweep and then level up and then hit you again in the face?
I'm good. I think someone talked to me about it recently, and I was like, I don't know why you want to go back to that.
Nobody wants to go back to that. Dungeon Guide, the most broken card in the game at that point, which already a very good card.
Still a very good card. Harness Lightning being banished, and that's perfect. That's exactly what you want to see. As the Seiryu player,
That is a lot of DG.
yeah, 2 Dungeon Guides in hand for Braden. We see that Wind Bobble come out. We're going to mill a Fracture Eyes. And on the other side, a Brisbane Charter.
This time looks like we are seeing the Fugue in hand. So
Yes.
Regular draw.
for once, we are seeing it.
A little
Yeah,
of
well,
that
there's
as
another one.
There's another one.
Yo, how many?
There it is.
Another one.
You ever just swap your power and life stat twice?
Don't never expect it.
He'll never see it coming.
Swap it, they go for the kill. Swap it
So
back.
again.
You weren't ready for my big brain plays. I may have lost 2 of my win cons, but who's the true winner today? Oh, and there's the Song of Frost.
And Refracting Missile being milled for that Tyson Bovine. And that's the Seven Ringleader coming for the last 2 to take out that Dungeon Guide. I believe that's 2 Song of Frost, right? That were shown milled to Braden there. Or is it only 1?
I think it's just one.
Just one,
One
okay.
in one is hand and one was milled.
Okay. I think you're still pretty happy about it.
If the other one was milled, you see 2, you just send
Usually
it.
2, you just go for it.
You send
You
it.
have to just assume they don't have it.
See White debating to pay, which I would not be shocked if they just maybe playing a liminal here and then just sitting with some interaction and maybe Permordo at the end.
I think so. You have your Primordial Ritual. You can keep your Title Lock in hand as well. And just maybe one of the Fugues. Just make sure it's relatively safe.
And with this much floating, this would be plus influence as well by doing so.
Yeah, Wyatt debating, and he does have enough for title lock in graveyard. He's gonna go ahead. Yeah, there's the pass. Oh, there's a sensor there on top. But we're gonna go ahead and get the Tengu. So moving up to 6 quest counters, as well as being able to grab an extra card into memory. And yep, there we go. 4. That'll put us up to 7. 8 for the turn.
Recollect draw. Yep.
That's a pretty strong position. The Beseech. So 2 Dungeon Guides, the Beseech.
Which at this
We
point,
don't need, yeah.
I think you just Dungeon Guide because you don't need the extra 1 banished.
Mm-hmm.
And is that a Windtrotter in hand
There's
as
a
well?
Windtrotter in hand. Dungeon Guide.
That's going to be a real beefy dragon.
It's a lot of dungeon cards.
Try looking for a response, but of course,
Yeah, it's good.
there are enough cards in hand.
Top 2.
But wait, there's more.
Dungeon Guide, Beseech. So that does leave that other Dungeon Guide, which means all 4 Dungeon Guides have been
Why is the
shown,
sensor on
actually.
top of the deck? Go away. Was it 6?
Level
Gain
3.
from the ban- or gain 2 from the banished.
And he's going to get the extra. So 6 to 8, and then he's going to grab the extra 3 quest counters off of level 3,
So many cards.
boosting us to 11. Enough for the dragon. Wyatt showing his hand. So and they are tamer already. So that alternate cost Song of Frost, I think definitely has to be in your mind,
Get rid of.
as well as anything for Title Lock or Frostbind.
Get a quest counter, get a 12.
Whenever you're going to play that series command.
Quest counters.
And not flipping the dragon yet.
Yeah, no flip.
On this information blank.
You are all good. Take your time.
You have 4 hand.
2. Oh, I think that's 2. Yeah, it's 2 Brisbane Trotters in hand. That Uther and
90% of Gojira cards
what?
have 0
Asen,
cost.
the SB Asen.
Thank.
Likely seeing the pass here, knowing that we haven't seen a title lock happen yet. There's a good chance our opponent has one, so don't overcommit these cards. Or I'd leave the dragon vulnerable at that point. Instead, just keep the dragon safe for another turn. And next turn, be able to play the Windtrotter pretty much uncontested. Because we'll likely go for the influence increasing card off for Gajia.
Primary Ritual, taking out the Seaside Ringleader, milling, and of course, we always mill our Fractal of Rain. that's our goal. But also one of the Resonating Fugues.
Which at this point, I don't think we care about the other ones.
Yeah,
We
I'm
know
not
we already
sure
have plenty.
It doesn't really matter. Do you go to level 2, Guoja here? Oh yeah, okay. Wyatt thinks so.
You have enough ways to gain plenty of influence here by doing so. It's definitely worth it.
On enter.
Choose the on enter mode.
Gain 2 quest counters.
Card or quest? Quest counters. That's 7, so that extra mill is
Yeah.
going to bring you to 8.
Beginning of recollection, you both mill.
Oh, Liminal Guide.
A little bit too late.
Yeah.
A little bit too late on that.
And a Shimmer Cloak on the other side. Going to 8 quest counters. Likely thinking on that seaside, whether he wants to cycle it now.
Pretty wreck.
And yes, we're going to.
Side.
So, Seaside Ringleader, draw a card,
Recollect draw.
and
Did you forget?
you know, unlocking that ability
No,
for
I
any buff
milled
counters
after I
for the turn.
Oh, okay. That was the last game you had one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fractal Polar
I saw it
Depths.
again and I was like, wait.
No, you're good.
It's quickly players just asking about how many cards. Let's see. So we do have the Fugue. Our opponent only has 1 card in hand. There's no taunt or intercept. We have to deal 22 to finish this game.
Well, he does have 4 in hand. It just.
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I forgot.
That being said, we did see it. There is unfortunately no interaction.
There's no.
But if I would not be shocked if we see the Genbu flip. Braden will kind of read the room on that and be like, I need to flip.
Attack mill too?
I need to flip my dragon as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Gamma Quest counter.
Fracturize. Being milled off that Tyson Bovine. As well as a Refracting Missile. So we've actually replaced our floating memory that we used previously.
We could very easily probably play the Polar Depths here if we want to really commit this. Play the Polar Depths, mill ourselves even more, and then
Attempt to go for it.
yeah.
Yeah. At the very least, you'll bait out the dragon and take it out.
Flip Genbu.
So here it is. Flipping Embu. Okay. Yeah, there's no interaction in hand. Let's see.
Which at that point, flipping the Gumbu is the chance to respond to there.
Yes, because once it attacks,
Damn it.
it's too late for the taunt. Because the target's already been chosen. Let's
Pass.
see. Is
And we're just seeing a pass.
No?
We're
Okay.
not seeing the commit.
I
How many cards are we sitting with? 10 at least on Wyatt's side?
It doesn't.
it's 8. It looks like.
8 water cards?
Oh, engrave.
Yeah.
4, 8. I believe you're right. I believe it is 10.
I'm a little shocked we didn't just see the go for it, but we are 5 minutes left in the round, and it's going into game 3. Maybe just playing a little
You
bit.
just want to be a
safer.
little cautious. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not an item.
Want to make sure.
Oh, we don't have enough to do both. We don't have enough to activate the off and do the fugue.
Ah.
Our allies aren't objects, correct?
So
That makes
likely
a lot of
setting up
sense.
for a kill
Yeah,
next turn.
turn.
Yeah.
Recollect draw.
Incandescent Reliquary coming out, and then yeah, Braden just checking that the influence is good to draw an extra card. There's that Uther.
One in hand.
Yeah.
One in hand. Perfect time for a title lock. And
Yep. Unfortunate.
little peek there, the SP Asen.
It's like, I had this. I should have done it. Should have played the Asen. What am I doing?
I just want you to know what my other routes were. Yeah, so Genbu there also has taunt. These, if you've never played against these Senju decks, basically these two large monsters just have taunt. Large 2 beast.
Which, with only 2 cards in hand, is probably does not bode well for Braden here. I think Braden's knowing it.
Yeah.
Kind of hoping the fugue is not in there.
So if you're Braden, you've seen 2 fugues go to graveyard already.
Makes me say that. It wasn't.
But your opponent counting their graveyard is actually not the best sign either.
No.
All right.
Tide. Okay, yeah. Tidestone Claymore.
Pay there.
Using 2 of our floating. And why I believe counting to just make sure that that swing will be free with it. We still have that Song of Frost in hand, as well as a second Polar Depths.
1, 2,
And
3. You can
here's the
activate,
fugue.
Genbu's ability in response. Pop the fractal.
Yeah.
Oh, this is this game's ability first.
Targeting myself.
Yeah.
1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
7,
8,
8.
9. Mill 9.
So,
So 9 coming off the deck.
9 plus 9 plus.
13.
Braden doing the math to see whether or not this just knocks him out.
Yeah.
That being said, of course,
You only
we
run
still
them
do
with regular
have the
non-water?
Dragon Flip.
There's another one. The
Pretty sure it's just.
Checking. Yes. We're going to go ahead and mill 9. Almost all water. So 8 water going in there. Giving us 17 total.
Genbu will be a.
And that extra liminal guide.
9 plus 17.
3 of them were floating memory.
Yeah, GG.
Yep. And
Yep,
we're seeing
okay.
damage was calculated, mathed it out, and we're like, yep, you got it. Genbu, Genbu, you got it. which
Damn it.
yeah, pretty crazy setup from Wyatt, having pretty much what he needed at those perfect times. And on top of, you can definitely tell Braden kind of was like, man, I should have just flipped the dragon. Which,
Yeah, going in earlier, he had, I think, 3 turns before that? He was able to flip, and
Yeah.
he chose not to.
yeah, playing a little bit safe, playing for hopefully the OTK, I think is what Braden was hoping for. But I think in this matchup, when your opponent's that close, that many cards, water cards, you don't have Lantern, I think you have to play a little bit more risky. I think you have to kind of get the dragon out, play a little bit defensive on turns where they may just be able to one-shot you, and on top of just being able to play out the ally to start going to face and building up your potential. That if you get Serious Command, run it out and try to kill at that point. So
Yeah, very fair, especially because you don't have that lantern. There is no safety. You need to just sort of get them before too many water cards go ahead and hit the graveyard.
for sure. Well, we are near the end of regulation. We not a lot of time to get ready for next round, so we are going to take a quick, short 5-10 minute break, and we'll be back here pretty quickly with round 3. See you all here in a bit.
Welcome back to the Grand Archive Distorted Reflections Season Texas Regional, and it's round 3, and a very merry final round to you, Derek. It's not the final round. If you
Nope,
can't
we
tell, here we're going a little crazy at our Mad Tea Party.
A little bit.
having-
May have eaten a lot of food and drank a lot real quick. So
We're having too much fun here, which hopefully, is going out to you guys out in the audience. But yeah, I think we have a really interesting set for this next round here. They're just getting set up for stream.
yeah, we have going into this match. We have well-known local Miles. You probably know him as Savato through a lot of events. Probably seen him in a sense everywhere, and you probably know him as probably the FISA now
the
in all of Grand
FISA.
Archive.
Yeah.
And it's no surprise on FISA. Like who would have guessed? And then of course we have him going up. Well known. You may have seen him. They might have a podcast. I think.
There's no way there's no way they've seen him. He's just
No,
an
there's-
unknown person. He's an unknown
Yeah,
person.
you're right.
Yeah.
It's a new player. You may not know him. Coming up in the scene, Terry from True Champion. We're happy to have him here.
Yes.
Don't get to see him that often. Don't really get to see him in content. So this will be really good.
Yeah. No, it's an unknown person versus another unknown person. That's the joy of the Texas Regional.
A lot of unknowns happening here.
Now, that being said, what's not unknown? So we mentioned FISA. What's Terry on?
Terry is actually running, surprisingly, Fire Merlin,
Ooh, what a surprise.
which I don't think not many times we got to see Terry pilot Fire Merlin, at least on stream or
No, I don't
big
think
events.
so.
Yeah, and it's pretty standard what we're seeing. It's what we talked about, what we were expecting to see in round 1 with some mix up on the pairings. But the biggest with this one is we are on the Hasty Messengers. We're on 3 of Hearts, and we are kind of back on the old style level 3 where it's just typical fireballs. We have the 2 sudden steals, and we have the Incarnate Majesties, which kicking it up to 3. Which most of the decks
Ooh.
we've only seen it like 1 or 2. So we know the power of this spirit. So why not run it out?
Yeah, and we see the 2 Crux site actually in a sideboard there. So kicking up to 3 is probably our safety, basically. Looks like our players are ready, so we're going to go ahead and cut directly to their match. All right. See who goes first. A big thing here would be, of course, if FISA was allowed to go first.
I in this matchup, as the FISA player, you want to go first. That is what you want.
Yeah, it is a really huge advantage for FISA, especially here where Merlin has to stabilize. If you don't give them that time to stabilize, that extra tempo where you're the one who, is the one able to level up into Xander in order to push that dagger whenever you need it, a huge turn.
Yeah. And you want, if you're Miles here, your dream opening is you want to open Arthur, you want to play Red Hair, you want to go dagger, you want to go level 1, and you want to kill. That is what you want. You don't want any deviation. You don't want to have to do anything tricky. You don't want your opponent interacting with you too much. You just want to say, here's 30 damage. Good luck.
That being said, Terry was the first one to go, and we see a few Crux cards in there, Library Witch, and I believe 2 Undying Dreams.
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
All right.
And the fights going 8 card, getting ready. See how much damage we can open with.
Red Hair, March Hair, there's Arthur.
And I think I see the Zhao. So I would not be surprised what we see here is just Arthur, play Zhao, clear that,
Clear-
and then honestly Arthur Immortal would not be in out of
Yeah,
what
Arthur
we
Immortal.
expected.
And then there's the Jacques coming in for that Library Witch. He's going to go ahead and banished.
And you're seeing Terry giving the kind of nod, be like, yeah, that's I don't get a draw. That's pretty rough.
Yeah, so that is one huge advantage of Xiaokao. Any ally that it hits, if it does get removed for that turn, goes to banishment instead of graveyard, which disallows that on-death trigger.
Yeah, and Zhao is one of those cards that I felt very good into these matchups. I felt like, hey, I'll just spam the board with taunt. They have floating memory. They have a draw. This is awesome. And then we got to A and B, and they're like, what if we said no? And well, here we are.
Yeah, Fast Cure being banished for the Lorraine level 1. Searching for... Let's take a look. Oh, that's something. Okay, so if you're watching the stream, you may have just noticed there's a looking glass. Yeah, okay. There's a looking glass in Terry's material deck, and unfortunately, that's where you really don't want it to be. Looking glass is allowed to come out pre-game. However, it is not mandatory. It is a may, meaning if the looking glass is in that material deck, it stays in that material deck. And you would have to materialize it in order to do anything. So unfortunately, forgetting looking glass is it's just really unfortunate.
That is what you do not want to start opening with. Yeah. That is especially in a FISA. In any other deck, you're like,
yeah,
okay, I can stabilize, I can do some other things. But when it's into FISA, and not just any FISA,
yeah,
the one who knows how to play this.
This was your... Fortunately, this was sort of your one chance there, but... All right, that's okay, though. If you're Terry, you're going to go ahead and, choose to go first, of course. And keeping the looking glass on top, that's always a good, reminder for yourself to have it.
Yeah, and this is... I've had to make this mistake as well. The number of times when this card first came out, and I would open up a local and be like, luckily it's a local, we're pretty lenient
yeah.
on it, but hey, I've got looking glass. I just forgot to put it out. And we're like, yeah, put it out.
I think, and we always say, hey, when it gets big, though, you got to remember that. You're trying to cheat, we're trying to trade each other to make sure that we're good. And yeah, we see here in the chat, champs do make mistakes, but that's part of it, right? They're ideally better at learning than we are. So if you're out there watching this, don't forget your looking glass. I have done it before myself, and you definitely don't want to do it at your regional.
Oh, 100%. It's a don't forget to do it. If whatever you do, like what I like to do is like when I have my material deck, I just put it facing the opposite way. So when I pick it up, I'm like, what's the other card? Oh yeah, it's a looking glass. I should put that out.
So with this being game 2, let's take a look at the sideboards, actually. The players have already gone ahead and done so.
Yeah. We're like, I wasn't happy with game 1. So we'll start with Terry. This is going to be the one that has a little bit more of the really important cards to put in important cards. But the big one, Resolute Stand. This is coming in. You want to have Resolute Stand in this matchup. It's kind of the make or break card when going into FISA.
Yeah.
A well-played Resolute Stand, really, really powerful. Other one, probably going to bring in the Blanches. Blanches are actually really good in certain situations. One, it forces an attack into Blanche. You have to deal with it. Stop them from being able to do things like Blazing Throw you for the full damage. You can stop some of the additional damage from things like Rococo. So likely going to see it come in. And then Nullifying Lantern is going to be the biggest one. FISA, no surprise. It is going to running Flames. Out of nowhere, you can just die to the card. And as well, it does turn off a lot of the Kindle mechanics, which we're seeing with things like Red Hair, a lot of those options. So being able to remove that opportunity from FISA is going to be very, very critical.
Yeah, shutting off that March Hair, so not only do they not get the Kindle value, they don't get that extra ally back, and that ally is a unique fire human. Being able to turn back on Red Hair, March Hair is a menace.
Yeah, and it's one of those weird cards where you think about it's only a 1/1. How much damage can it actually do? Can it actually pressure that much damage? But in a deck like FISA, where you are turning 1 into 2 with Off Dagger, or you're just needing that one extra ally to push a little bit extra with Arthur, it becomes a menace. It is something you have to respect, and you have to just remove it and just get it out of the way.
Absolutely. We do see a 3 of Hearts come down for Terry, and then Miles, and then the pass into Miles. Hasty, it doesn't look as crazy a hand as Miles had previously. And let's see. Hasty coming down.
2 down for Hasty. Yeah. Let's go.
We see a Rending, as well as one of those Dazzling Courtesans.
And we are turning it sideways. Start pitching fire cards. Which, that's what this deck wants to do. Fill the graveyard with fire. Gives us a couple of opportunities. We can either bring the actual dagger from out with 3 fire cards. We can do the Rending Flames. We can kindle. Like, there's no downfall to just pitching fire cards.
I will
You will always take that trigger.
do 3 fire cards.
Yep, and here we are.
Starting 3, Vermilion.
3 to you and 2 to the 3 cards.
Okay. I'm not sure I've ever heard Miles actually tell me to draw a card off of that. So, all right. And, you know, with this, we already see Miles has 3 fire cards in grave, revealing a Peppered Chef, the Rending, as well as 1 extra card to his opponent.
Banishing
Dazzling
fire.
Courtesan coming out for that Kindle. And
Just so much damage.
Already pushing Terry to 5.
What did we see? The Pepper Chef on the...
Yes.
Yep.
Which also is kind of a signal to Terry that he should take care of that Dazzling Courtesan if possible. And we do see the Sword of Shadows. So with our Looking Glass out, we are actually allowed to play Distortions here. The sword, being Lorraine, we are going to get that warrior bonus with that extra power. And there is no stealth on Miles' side. Taking out that Courtesan. Trying to avoid being Peppered Chef. There's that Resolute Stand. And likely to see a Fluffy Shopkeep. There's already a Ghost of Pendragon as well, and a Fireball. Fluffy Shopkeep coming out. So this is, I think a lot of people, it's one of their favorite cards from this new set.
It is a card that when first saw the card, I was like, that's pretty nice. Being able to get rid of 2 cards maybe I don't want or not really care about, and just get the Interceptor that replaces itself. Something I've been asking for quite a while, especially for like Tamer. I want to see more animals and beasts with this to kind of mechanic. But on top of it, we were sitting around talking about the card, and then one of our friends goes, "Hey, you can banish like any cards, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "So what if they're swords?" And we're like, "What do you mean?" And he goes, "So what if they're Lorraine swords?" And we're like, "All right, I pick it up what you're putting down."
And speaking of swords, Prismatic Edge going out to banishment for Fluffy, as well as the Majestic Spirit. 2 things that are not very difficult to grab back out of banishment.
Not at all.
All right. Ring for Miles. Try and get that extra influence there. Oh, we see a Gildas, and that will be balanced.
That is a pretty good answer.
3 down.
Gildas in balance. See if there's a response.
Go 4 to 5.
4 to Fluffy, taking it out. And Pepper Chef? I know, Hasty. All right.
Fortunately, no discard off it. We do not have the hand for it, but who cares? Let's just pressure some damage.
Yeah, and once again, because you know they have the Pepper Chef, it's got to be that, you've got to take out both now, Gildas as well as that Hasty.
Yeah. And this is one thing that early game Merlin really does suffer from, is you don't have a lot of options to deal with allies that start going wide. You can usually deal with like one big swing, being able to maybe use like a Fireball early if you're Merlin and deal with that. But when you start dealing with like a 1-1 here, a 1-2 here, a 2-3 here, it gets a lot harder without getting to 3.
Yeah, definitely. Unless we see another Fluffy, we might have a little bit of trouble. That being said, we can do our backup charger. There it is.
We'll go ahead and activate.
Sounds good.
3 down for the backup charger, drawing 1 to memory. Got our Power Cell.
Move direct.
And let's see what we draw. Another Ghost of Pendragon. An Ascension was drawn to memory. Out of that, we do have another Fluffy though. Although with our 2 easy banishes out, it gets a little tougher as to what we're willing to banish.
Yeah, unlike Lorraine, who it's like, it's swords, whatever, let's get rid of them. Merlin does care a little bit more about the Regalia. There's a few more pieces that do matter to the deck. So it makes his decision-making a little bit harder. But in this matchup, somebody kind of explained it to me a little bit more, and I kind of agree with them. You're not going to have the time you want to materialize those Regalia and Defiza, because 1 of 2 things is going to happen. Faiza's going to blow you up and kill you before you can ever get to that point, or you're going to need to essentially pressure them and blow them up before they can ever get to that point. So a lot of the extra regalia, when you think, oh, this might be good late or might be good in this turn, can just do more advantage for you now, being able to just play out the fluffy, stop the aggression, and let you stabilize with just allies late game.
Yeah, and this hand looks like Terry's trying to figure out what he wants to put down for that fluffy. 3 going down. Okay, no, we're gonna play the 3 of hearts. And that's not looking inert sword, drawn blade, keeping enough for our stand if we need it. Swinging into hasty to clear it. And then, okay, playing the fluffy, trying to find that damage to clear out that Gildas.
Which we've been seeing this card a lot now. Let's we can bring this up on the stream real quick with 3 of hearts. But one of the cool thing about this card is it's a new thing we're seeing in a lot of these decks now that we've lost Ryle. And the big part about this is being able to have a 2/3 for 3 that can just say, hey, I'm gonna answer whatever you play. Like, so I'm gonna swing kill Hasties like we saw now, kill some of these weaker allies, but essentially have a on-demand filter card as part of it, be able to draw and discard is incredibly powerful. And you're going to see a lot of not only aggro decks playing this card, but a lot of fire control, really kind of utilizing this card as both an ally they can swing with, and as a way to just say, hey, I need some more cards. I need to filter these bad cards on my hand and get something I really want in this matchup.
Yeah, and 3 of hearts being very well costed, right? You get your 2/3 body for 3, and then in addition, the cardistry ability, which itself does count for. So even though we're not playing any other suited allies, we're only having to put down 2 for that filter ability. Very, very strong.
And being able to open it on a 7-card hand, just say 3 down, keep the other 3 cards in hand, be able to get rid of the bad card you want, or pitch a liminal. Really good.
It's a pretty good opening if you have it. Miles, I didn't see it, but likely the dagger, if I know him. He's already
There it is. Yep, there it is.
resting the card.
There's the special. If any card in the deck's going to be a foil, it's going to be the dagger.
It's probably his most loved card, fundamentally.
It's between that and
crushing
Merkblade,
damage.
and he's
Oh,
about to lose one of them.
well,
I will be shocked if he
if
keeps
Merkblade doesn't leave. Well, let's take a look. So both allies were taken out. We do have a Vermilion in hand, but this is unfortunately a little much poorer position, right? We have our Fluffy there, and as well as 3 of hearts, so that's 3 life bodies. With Lorraine, I think the biggest thing, of course, you don't want that Merlin to stabilize.
Yeah. You want to keep Merlin off of getting to 3, and the biggest thing, if Merlin resolves the horse, it gets so much harder.
Yeah. I believe, is Miles running Flame Trap for that?
We do see 3 immolation traps.
Oh, Immolation Traps.
So
All right, great.
we are seeing 3 immolation traps, and we're seeing 2 incaps. So
Okay.
we are seeing answers to be able to deal with it. Miles knowing very well that if that goes off, it can spell doom for him.
Vermilion Decree. This time actually choosing the card mode to draw, getting that March Hare, taking out that Fluffy.
And we did see a new card flash. This is something we have not seen Zavato play ever in one of his lists, and that's Mortal Ambition.
Ooh. Mortal Ambition is a very interesting card, but I think it makes quite a lot of sense. So most of our allies, our unique allies, are going to be either humans or horses, specifically for red hair. And so the more that we have out there, up to 3, of course, makes it cost less until the point in which it's actually free. And we actually also get a retaliate for any of these CL or, as we saw round 1, for example, Toneris trying to swing in. Well, we can Mortal Ambition and ambush back.
Hard materialized Clarent. He's crazy.
Yeah, you never know, dude.
All right.
It's true. It's true.
So a Blanche as well as a
Man.
Fireball being used for that Merlin. There are no floating memory. That being said, a big thing would be to take out that March Hare and then go ahead and removing that from the game.
I wouldn't be shocked if we do see that
Yeah.
kind of route from this, because
That's-
with the dagger on play, it would not be surprising me
supposed
if a lot of
to-
damage can be pushed through if that red hair was to remain in the
March
graveyard.
Hare, and I'll
Yeah.
eat the March Hare.
Yeah.
Yeah,
good.
there
Yeah.
we go. March Hare.
And then
As
I
expected.
will just pass 7 in hand.
Passing with 7 in
wake
hand,
up.
so not as scary as water, but definitely keeping that
I'm gonna
resolute
go to
stand
Xander.
there.
Xander is in the house.
1 through 4.
You got it.
Looks like we're leveling up to Xander.
Where's Blazing Throw?
Yeah.
Blazing Throw.
On enter trigger.
Yes.
Going
Goes
out.
to get a prep counter.
Blazing Throw, mostly used with Mercblade. Oh, seeing one of those new counters there.
One of those brand new regional prep counters.
Yeah,
Yes.
those counters are really hefty. We'll actually,
Recollect?
at some point, we'll have to take a look at those. We do have our very kindly lent copy from one of our friends here. And yeah, definitely, if you go to your regional, it's a pretty neat entry prize. I said prize. I guess it's really just what you get. All right. Xander, as well as the dagger. And we'll have to see whether or not we can make up 16 damage.
I would normally say not likely, but I've watched this deck do some really crazy things, so
Yeah.
Go Pepper Chef.
Pepper Chef.
Pepper Chef is good.
So there's no ally for Pepper Chef to use. However, we're just going to go ahead and push damage, it looks like.
2 in hand.
2 in hand.
Terry, just making sure how many are left in hand. With 2, you're likely thinking perhaps a Rococo. Take out that 3 of hearts, dealing 2 extra damage.
or with this already having the pretty easy 3 route, I wouldn't be surprised just using Resolute here, just saying blank the turn and get to 3 and get Ghostman Dragon do the work.
Yeah, absolutely. And with 2 Ghost of Pendragon as well. So putting the
Go ahead,
Looking Glass
Resolute
back and then,
Stand,
yep, there we
Okay.
go. Resolute Stand.
If that's cool.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Yep.
And then
One
I
more.
will
Editor's
pass you.
note, it was not cool with him.
I'm going to level up.
Sounds good.
We'll get rid of a 3
All
of hearts,
right.
Spirit Blade, this to go to
Spirit
Merlin.
Blade, Library Witch,
Here.
and another 3 of Hearts.
Recollection Trigger.
Yes.
That
Ooh,
beautiful
and a level.
CSR Merlin.
Yeah, and there we go. There's that level counter. So it's already starting. So last time, removing that March Hare from game was, definitely worth quite a bit, right? Taking out that fire as well as the
we'll just
ability
run
for an ally to come back.
Yeah.
In order to pay for another ally, it just sort of cycles itself. But Merlin, already level 4, having that fireball,
Kill the Pepper Chef.
2 Pendragons,
Everything has to die.
taking
I
out that
guess.
Pepper Chef.
You got
Sounds
it.
good. Thank you for chilling.
Don't know if you heard Terry there, but he mentioned when the Pepper Chef left that everything has to die on that side, and that's definitely one of your safer routes when you're going into FISA.
You do not want to leave anything on Faiza's board. There is way too much damage that can happen off a dagger, and there's just
We'll go
even
Ghost
off
of
of a
Pendragon.
4-card hand, he can turn a 4-card hand into something like 15, 20 damage, which is
And
uncontested
I will
because it's
swing
just
at you.
sometimes the deck does that.
Then I
Pendragon
will-
coming down, putting back our Looking Glass. We did draw our Incarnate Majesty off of that, as well as a Fast Care. So Terry looking in a pretty safe position. This is pretty much the Merlin Stabilize.
This is where you want to be as Merlin. You're still probably not completely out of the danger zone, but still only being 22 damage away from dying, and Dagger still being on board looking at you. You still have to think there could be some potential over a 2, maybe 3 turns where I could just take enough damage and die. So you're definitely going to see Terry maybe play a few defensive options, play a couple of cards
Yeah,
maybe to
Impact Hammer in the house.
answer some of the allies still
Move the
using
recollection.
ascension loops
Yeah.
and things like
I
this,
will use Poison
and
Dagger
just kind
for
of
1.
committing
I
more into
will-
allies.
Take a damage.
That being
Still
said,
recollection.
next
I
turn
will
he
pay
would
1.
be able to, if he went hands down, pay for the Incarnate.
3. Intensified Pyre you for 3.
So,
I will take
oh, Intensified Pyre.
3.
So yeah, not enough cards in graveyard
It's base
Base
2
two.
plus 1 off the dagger.
Yeah.
for
Yep,
intensified
yep.
fire, but the dagger does make it 3.
Red click,
That is cool.
and I'll draw.
Good way to squeak out some extra damage there.
Yeah. Pure Miles, this is really your chance.
Rending.
Here we go, Rending.
Rending is
Looks
pretty good.
Looks
yeah.
good. We do have the
That
3.
is cool.
On attack.
On
1,
attack.
2, 3 fire.
Yeah.
on
And
attack.
I'll be using hammer.
Sure. So
It's
you
3
take
fire
3.
as well as
And
the
I take-
hammer.
Yes, I'll take 3 and you'll take
Is
10.
it this way?
Yeah, you got it.
3. There we go. And
Miles
Or
gonna take
sorry,
3.
11 actually with poison dagger.
And that is
Yep, 11
11,
with poison dagger.
Or if you're crazy, you could take
going
12.
in. So
Yeah, and I'll pass there.
I like the little banter there saying, if you're crazy, 22. Something that's really cool, kind of an interaction, is the question is, why does not the poison dagger damage get doubled? One thing that the players do get to do if you are a defending player on an attack, you get to decide how those triggers are going to resolve. So in this case, Terry is allowing the double to happen, let that damage double to hit that, then apply the poison dagger. Instead of doing it the other way, we would essentially double the poison dagger on top of already taking. So it's only a 1 damage difference.
yeah.
But as we talked about
you're right,
before
I'm
in Grand
just
Archive,
obscure. I don't
1
get it.
damage,
Sure, yeah.
especially into FISA,
Yeah.
is a huge
We will go
difference.
ahead and
one damage into FISA is a commitment on your end if you're willing to take
go
it.
Drawn Blade.
Drawn Blade
On my turn.
coming out.
I will draw a card.
Sounds good.
Fast cure.
Merlin
So
trigger.
Yeah.
I will draw a card.
Drawn Blade, getting that card
I
as well as getting an extra
will-
card off of Merlin, having those 2 level counters. Drawing a liminal guide.
I'll just recollect.
Okay.
Take it back.
Those are some hot
So
cards,
with
single
FISA being all cards down,
So we will
is this
go
where you would play Incarnate
2
Majesty?
to Xander,
Sounds good.
3 to Xander.
Go to 11.
I need to go take
3 to
the back
Xander,
key.
3 to Xander. Or sorry, 3 to Xander, 2 to Xander.
3 to 14.
And I believe Terry is doing.
got that,
Oh, he's
yeah.
doing Fireball math. There we go. Just closing that out. Xander only at 19, so
Yeah, sometimes all you need is 1 fireball.
yeah,
At this point, dude.
pretty strong. So
I
there
was
we
pretty sure
saw
I had
Merlin
lethal.
The game's so
Yeah,
stupid.
I was just like,
able
whatever.
to
It is.
sort of stabilize the board, make sure that nothing stayed out, and then coming up to Merlin,
Honestly, my
being
brain is
relatively
just kinda
safe,
frazzled from
and
game
ending
one
the game
still.
pretty quick.
Yeah, and as Terry here, you kind of got the opening into
Now I know what you are.
fights that you want to see on both sides. You had all the answers. You had a double fluffy shopkeeper. You had resolute stand. So everything you tech in for aggro, you got to see. On top of the Blanche, you had in hand, never had to play it, but you had the safety net if you needed to. And then, of course, FISA did not open up his traditional Arthur bunch of extra damage here. It did not open a lot of its, like, there's no red hairs. We didn't see any of these super crazy combo plays we usually see. So FISA kind of had to play a fair game, even though we just saw in one turn pushing, what is that, 13 damage, 14 damage in just one small go.
Yeah.
But because of having to play that fair game plan, Merlin was able to stabilize. We were able to get Ghost into play, get our Fireball ready, and then just say, cool, let's just kill.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing. FISA not being able to combo and being able to clear the board every turn as Merlin, really giving the leg up. And that 2-3 body on 3 of Hearts, I think, was very critical, actually.
Yeah.
Because Fluffy only being a 1-3 is kind of unable to take care of things itself.
Yep. And it being a 2-3 as well means FISA didn't have too many options to deal with it without having to really commit more resources to it, which is why we saw just swing past it. It's not worth wasting 4 damage on it when we could just go 4 to face and get Terry closer and closer to lethal, which we almost got there. We were just
Yeah,
kind of maybe
very, very
one turn
close.
off.
Yeah, the big thing with being able to pressure Merlin means that sometimes players kind of panic. I don't think Terry would, but sometimes players kind of panic to try to get to that stabilization. They start wasting cards like that Resolute Stand or those Fast Cures. And every card that they use is interaction that FISA no longer has to care about.
Yep. And in this event, of course, Terry knows how to play the deck. He knows what he needs to do. He played a lot of these pieces when he needed to. He saved the Resolute, didn't get jumpy with it, and used it not only to stop some damage from a turn, but as a way to get 3 cards down to go to level 3 Merlin that turn. And that's kind of what you want to do with the card, is instead of dungeon guiding, in a sense, you're using Resolute Stand as that dungeon guide.
Yeah.
Is the kind of the basic idea. of why you're doing that.
Yeah, just to make sure that you can always pay for it. So, yeah, pretty clean game we saw there from Terry and Merlin. And I believe players are sideboarding right now. So we'll cut back in just a minute. Okay, so if you're Miles, you're going to be first, of course, for FISA. And like you said, we want to see that opening hand, probably just do Arthur Immortal pass, and then see what the Merlin's able to sort of answer with.
Yeah, and for Fire Merlin, not really anything. You're going to answer to that. Of course, later in the game, you do have a couple of options. You have a couple of things you might be able to deal with in those kind of regards. But most of the time, is FISA, or not FISA, is Merlin. You don't really have too many answers with an Immortal Arthur. You can answer it maybe later, but most likely, Arthur's getting a swing in, and you're getting a whole board swing. Which, best case scenario, Fluffy Shopkeeper or Resolute to just not necessarily kill it, but kill the turn.
Yeah, definitely. People may forget Arthur does itself only swing in for 2. So even though, for example, Arthur and Red Hair are going to come in for 6 total, they would have to actually essentially use 6 to take care of your Fluffy Shopkeep.
Yeah.
And I believe we're cutting over. Just a second. There we go. There's our versus screen. I love this every time, actually. It's so funny.
Only the highest quality graphics here at the Reaper Game Store.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, once again, shout out to the Reaper Game Store for setting us up with this streaming. It's been very, very nice.
Good.
And I do see we have a question if we open a Sapphire pack. I think we have one up in front.
Yeah, we have the one up front.
Yeah, it's one of our extra ones that we were holding on to. So, yeah, we can probably crack that.
Yeah, at the end of the stream, we'll see what happens.
That or ask some of the players who maybe have some of theirs. Let's see if we don't mind if we open yours.
You know, streams, we can be a variety GA stream, right? we can show matches. Oh, okay. Well, while we're talking, Miles is trying to win out here. So there's an Arthur, Immortal Arthur, and we'll see what 2 Fast Cures, 1 Ascension, 1 Liminal Guide, 1 Creative Shock, 1 Fireball, 1 Undying Dreams.
Which normally Fast Cures is something you want to see, but I've learned firsthand, it is very hard to get a Fast Cure to go off against FISA. Because FISA is like, how many cards? I was like, I have 4. FISA's like, I have 2.
FISA works very, very fast, and you almost never have that opening to do the Fast Cure because they're just going to be playing every card coming for your face every time. They don't really care. And yeah, there was no answer to the Immortal Arthur, so it's going to stay on the board. Censor coming out.
I'll recollect.
That was This is where you know you've played a lot of Grand Archive. You have not seen anything, so why would you go Censor? Mainly, if your opponent passes as a fire, they've got Creative Shock, they have Fast Cures, they have just pretty much any fast floating memory. So you're like, yeah, just don't do anything.
Yeah,
Good luck with that.
This is your chance, especially because you went first. This is that tempo advantage we're talking about. You're able to actually put out Censor before they're going to do anything. And even if they do something in response, it doesn't matter. Censor's on the board. It's going to go ahead and shut off your floating memory.
Yeah.
Peppered Chef.
Arthur, Pepper Chef. And
Chef
yeah, I doubt we're going to
No on.
sacrifice that Arthur, but that's okay.
Not sacrificing the Arthur? What a coward move.
You may have had subtle hints, but Derek loves FISA. It's actually his favorite deck. He never
not go
plays
that
anything but FISA. He talks to me every day. He goes, Eric, when can we play again? I really want to play my FISA deck.
Yeah, all these are true. 100%.
There's a Creative Shock. Seeing the Fluffy Shopkeep as well as another 3 of Hearts come to hand. And it's looking pretty good. Miles already pushing 5 damage into that spirit. Peppered Chef. Let's see here. And Miles, I think we see a Blazing Throw.
Okay.
And, all right. Players love to turn their hands as soon as we're trying to analyze it. Liminal Guide coming out for Lorraine level 1. And Sword of Shadows. So this is a good time for Sword of Shadows before Xiao Kao can hit the board and give it a -1. Those Fast Cures, unfortunately, kind of stuck in hand right now.
Unfortunately, it's not much we can do with them. Can't really heal off of them, especially in this matchup. Can't get floating off of them, so we kind of just have to stare at our opponent and hope for the best in some case.
It's a little unfortunate, I think, that Liminal was the one banished, considering that we could actually use our Undying Dreams on it. I think we're going to see the Fluffy Shopkeep here, trying to stem the bleeding and get to a stabilized position. Terry thinking.
Which, because we do have the buff on Sword of Shadows, it would not be out of question to see the Fluffy come, not as the interceptor, but as a hopefully a way to deal with Arthur. Because I feel like you just need to get Arthur off the board.
Yeah, 2 from the sword and 1 from Fluffy, taking it out. And I think that is one big thing. Unless Faiza already has a huge advantage, they don't actually want to spend any of their other turns playing Arthur.
No.
Arthur costs a little too much. It slows them down a little too much in later turns. So taking it off now is probably a pretty good choice.
Yeah, the only other time you're probably going to see an Faiza play Arthur late in the game is a Mortal first combo turn setup. But it's very rare, and the game has usually gone on way longer than it should when you get to that state.
Terry thinking through. Let's see where the Sword of Shadow goes, and that should to that Arthur. Yeah, there it is, to that Arthur. So we're likely going to see the line that we expected. Okay, we're gonna use our 3 of Hearts
We're gonna attempt to kill.
and try to take out that Arthur.
Arthur is good.
Okay.
All right, that's good. So that's quite a lot of pressure, actually, off of Terry and that Fluffy Shopkeep.
Okay.
On enter. We'll go
So
ahead
with Peppered Chef already on the board,
you.
which the Fluffy Shopkeep could go
Grab, please, no more of those.
in for.
And
We
Let's
hear
see.
Miles asking, please, no more Fluffy Shopkeepers. I've dealt with enough already.
Fluffy's gonna go in for that Peppered Chef.
pass her on over. No cards in hand.
All right. So we do see sort of a little reversal here of the board state. We're just swapping who has 2 allies at any given time. Unfortunately for Faiza, losing that Arthur is a big tempo hit.
You do lose a lot of damage off of losing Arthur here, but we didn't have many allies in hand at that point, so it looks like a lot of this hand is spell-based. So we could see Miles starting to math out that spell damage and say, if he doesn't have the Blanche, I can do Dagger, throw for 5, maybe throw for 5 again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And there's
Go
that
for kill.
dagger.
Yep, and there's a Dagger coming out.
Recollection needs to be.
Yeah, I think one thing. Okay, Vermilion Decree. One thing to consider
And you
is
go
definitely you did clear the board of allies, but you've also given Faiza 2 fire cards in graveyard. That Vermilion, that's 3, and Rending Flames in hand here. Deflecting Edge, Blazing Throw. Is that 2 Rendings? I'm not sure. All right. Terry's side, there's not any real reactions to be had. Plus, most things, I mean, everything's in memory anyway. But that being said, Miles looking for just 1. Okay.
We're just
Using one
going to
of
say,
our
hey,
immolation
trap
traps
it. That is the biggest amount of overkill I think I've ever seen.
for the 1 life left on Shopkeep.
Just really do not want that on the board.
He's tired of him. He doesn't want to see him anymore.
And we did see Miles holding on to a Planet Explosives. So, and I think we saw a Blazing Throw. So,
Yes.
if I do math correctly with a Dagger, that's at least 11. If we see a Faiza level 1.
5 from the planted, and then Blazing Throw another 5.
Yeah, with the Dagger for
The
11.
dagger, yeah.
Still just die.
Well, no, it should be 10 because planted with prep is 5 altogether, isn't it? With dagger.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 and 1, and then 4 and 1. So 10.
Well, don't forget the Dagger does 1.
Oh right, dagger. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Sorry, I was I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, dagger damage is +1 every time.
So, and if we don't see a level 2 from, well,
Ooh,
that
okay. Okay.
Yep, that becomes a little bit harder.
Well, so that I think is a really great read by Terry, right?
Yeah.
You didn't see any more allies come out. You see the dagger, and that's fine. You know he's going to do the setup. But what does it mean when there's no more allies and he had to use? I think that's the big thing. He had to use an immolation trap to take care of that fluffy shopkeep. You know what's really left? Well, it's all got to be non-combat damage.
And don't forget,
Swing 2 at you.
Terry did play this in to the grand finals of Worlds, so he is
He's no slouch. He's definitely not. He's definitely not unfamiliar.
he is not a
with
newbie
these
when it
words,
comes
yeah.
to this deck. He knows what this deck can do and playing it safely.
But does he know as much as you, the #1 FISA deck lover?
Let's not go that far. Let's not put me in this boat.
If you're watching the stream or maybe the VOD and you think you know more than Derek about FISA, just message him about FISA.
Sylvie, cover your ears. I don't want you to hear this.
Yeah, we do. When we cut back to ourselves, we do have this wonderful Sylvie plush here, just watching over our stream. All right, Terry, looking for. Yeah, there it is.
Don't listen to the FISA talk.
No.
Cover your ears. Don't listen to him.
That's great.
2 Undying Dreams in hand. And okay, we're gonna pass back.
Okay.
Using that deflecting edge.
On enter trigger is
Coming up to Xander, we're gonna get our glimpse. So if you're Miles, if you're FISA, what are we looking for to try to get out of this now that they have the Safeguard Amulet?
Biggest thing is we kind of want to swap the damage of get him to break that amulet, pressure something like say, hey, I'm gonna try to hit you with some non-combat, get him to pop it, maybe even get him pop it off dagger, and then start throwing some allies at it. But with what we see in the hand, we unfortunately only probably get 1 ally off this, so I don't know if the dagger necessarily for just 3 is gonna be worth it.
We do have that Rending Flames though, don't we, in hand?
Yeah, we do have Rending Flames.
So let's think about it, right? If there's no blockers, hopefully he has nothing, and which we know he has nothing. We do have 3 fire in Grave. So with the dagger, we would get 1. Thing is, we don't have the hammer.
Yeah, I don't think you're running for 7.
Yeah, and the best we could do is grab like a Merc Blade. So
running for 8. Oh, 9 with the Merc Blade.
yeah,
Go one bottom.
it's not bad, but not quite the 12 that we need.
Move to recollection.
Rack is.
Keep that blazing through. Yep.
I'm gonna use the poison dagger on you. Recollection.
Yeah, I'll respect.
Okay, we are going to go ahead and use a poison dagger.
Are we gonna see an amulet pop here? Or are we gonna let the 1?
Looks okay. Gonna let the 1. Or
Discard an Undying Dreams.
okay,
And then you're good.
Okay, so damage off dagger.
there we go. Yeah, we are. Yes, we are going to take the 1.
Terry not breaking under pressure.
No, you can't panic. You can't panic against FISA. That being said, every damage from FISA is always suspicious.
We do have the dazzling
Oh,
with some
dazzling.
fire, which it looks like we have 4 fire.
Yes. Not enough to do both things, but I think
remove
this will be the Merc Blade.
It is removed.
I won't think I'm mercenaries, but
All right, there we go.
Merc Blade is.
Merc Blade soon not to be in existence. If we can judge anything from a Crux Assassin.
Although we've been wrong before, this stream is this stream is non-authoritative for the future of Grand Archive.
so with mercenaries blade, it is 4 base.
Yep.
Going in
cost.
4,
Yes.
yep, 8, and then that would be 9, just as we talked about.
That is pretty good, my friend.
Looks
Yeah.
like Terry is going to allow that,
You're good.
This attack
Yep.
will be coming at Lorraine with the mercenaries blade. We'll go 1, 2,
and then
3 on attack.
Yeah.
3
Plus 1 after dagger is
the
done.
courtesan.
Go to 18.
This would be it.
And I passed you.
2.
If only we had-
only have 2. Yeah,
Have
we
one
need
more
one
back.
more fire card.
Yep.
We're going to Merlin too.
We're very, like no question for Terry. Just like we're going Merlin too.
Yeah, I think at that point there are no pretensions, right? You're just gonna try to get out of danger. Terry, almost certainly looking for a dungeon guide. 3 fast cures in hand, 2 fireballs.
Which we are even, I think, still short on being able to go fast cure.
Yeah.
To go down, I think we're still equal.
1 ascension, and you're gonna draw a card. So, I guess, yeah. Who's this looking tougher for, Terry or Miles?
Well, now that we have at least the fireball in hand, we can answer pretty much any ally because we can fireball for 2 for 3 damage right now. So.
Yeah, Terry probably a little safer than it looks.
Yep.
Okay, and we're just replacing the cardistry usage there. I believe one of the regional tokens is, what's it called? Ability used.
Yep.
So, once again.
Somebody run him the token. Somebody out there in the audience, get him one.
That being said, I think it's one of the random ones. So,
Well, somebody got one.
so surely with all these people here, there's got to be enough.
It checks it in banishment.
It does check it a bit. Okay. Okay. That's pretty cool.
All right,
Yeah.
Merlin, going ahead and
It's like March, I think.
yeah.
Okay.
And then for anybody who may have heard on the judge over the comms of what that
gonna fire
was, and you're probably wondering, how did Merlin get the floating memory counter when Censor is in play? So biggest thing is we banish a card from graveyard. Then, if it was floating memory, we gain the card, or we gain the level counter. Now, the big thing here is then we check it. So we check the card when it's in banishment. The card has been removed. It is no longer in the graveyard. Censor doesn't see it. So floating memory is now back on the card.
Yeah, it's the same reason that March Hare is able to come back on the board around Censor. 2 fast cures.
It is not where you want to be.
So
is it?
there was that dungeon guide, and there we go. There's Merlin already with 1 level counter. So,
And then I will
Pretty nice.
just
and we
Pass
have
to
that
you.
Ascension in hand, the Fireball. Looks like we're gonna pass back though.
And
Yep.
Wake up.
But we are not out of the woods yet, unfortunately.
No, it's weird to say, but only a mere 10 damage
Yep.
separates us from losing. And Fi's on the other side, already being Xander. That being said, the dagger has already been out, so there's at least that risk.
And I do not think Miles has used Ring yet this game. So
No.
because of that, we can essentially go Ring, draw an extra card, maybe if we're lucky, get another fire card in our graveyard. Oh no,
A
Terraframe.
different ring. Yeah, Terror ring.
Roll Reckler.
that is
Thinking recollection, yeah. Trying to decide. So, of course, both of these are just going to be fire unless Terry puts down any water or wind himself, which I don't believe he's running. So, Ascension just looking for that extra 3 damage there at any time.
Which Ascension guaranteed at least 3 damage
Yep.
off of having the 1 fire, puts us to 12, and then
Doesn't quarter.
Fireball might be able to kill.
Courtesan.
4, 5,
is-
6. Yeah. Yeah, it would. 1,000
Yeah,
Corzan.
you can pay for it all. Yeah.
1.
And so this is Miles' last turn, essentially, because we know we have the Ascension and the Fireball.
Yep.
Yeah. She is
Doesn't Corzan coming in for the Kindle cost?
pretty good. Pretty good.
Just 2, though. We
Yeah,
couldn't
she's
pay
great.
all of it.
2 of you.
3 in hands. Take me to 10.
2. I think you're right, Derek. If we had gotten our GCR, we might have like a small chance here.
Yeah. I think you unfortunately, the only other route was play for the second Rending Flames. Is likely our only other option.
Yeah.
But even then, we don't have Hammer. So, which actually, I guess, oh yeah, because we're still missing the one extra
still-
fire card.
Yeah.
Yep.
I will pass.
We would always have been missing that extra fire card, unfortunately.
Okay.
All right.
14 on the clock.
Here we
are going
go.
to
The Terraframe.
Okay.
Merlin trigger.
And, even if you think you've got the game sewn up, it never hurts to be safe.
Yeah, you got it. We'll go ahead and
Magic
Draw.
Terraframe getting a
Still
Ghost of
red.
Pendragon here. And we're likely going to see an Ascension.
fireball you.
Oh, just see the Fireball right here. Going to 15.
Recollect.
No reason to get too cheeky with it. because swing with handshake is
it's
out.
all right. Yeah, Miles will see it.
Miles, the
There
man
we
who can
go.
do math, very very well. He's like, nah, you got it. That's 4 right there. Let's
Yeah.
just call it a day.
That
And absolutely amazing crawback from Terry,
fireball dude
which I'll be honest, I was a little bit nervous there at game 3. I was like, this is a lot of damage. And then Terry's like,
so my hand was
here is a
fast gear, triple
safeguard
automatic
amulet.
moves.
Good luck. And you're just like,
You went sensor,
well,
and I had 5 float or like
all right, cool. I guess that is it.
That's the game. That's the game right there.
Absolutely fantastic play, Terry. And of course, fantastic play by Miles.
Yes.
We saw game 1
Yes.
had the crazy opening on top of Terry being like, I'm missing a looking glass. Let's just go to the next one. Let's move on. And then game 2, Terry having the absolute perfect tempo with Fluffy Shopkeep. Here's another Fluffy. Here's Resolute.
Yeah.
We're going straight to 3. And then game 3, a lot closer, where it was one wrong materialization and the game was completely over for Terry. But Terry knew very well. He kind of looked at what his opponent did, looked what he played the turn before, and said, right now the game weighs on this being non-combat damage, and if it is, cool, I'm gonna survive.
Yeah.
And he made the right call, and it put Miles in a situation where he's just barely off being able to kill, and absolutely fantastic close out to that game.
Yeah, no, very cool. And like you said, making the right choice on that materialization, being able to shut down Miles for that entire turn, basically. There's really nothing else to do there. Every turn that Fiza doesn't push damage is another turn that you have to stabilize as Merlin. So, pretty big.
And
Very,
having,
very
of course, the fireball ready in hand, both times get to 3, just get that extra counter, fireball, let's close out the game. And absolutely fantastic game from both players.
Yeah, very, very good. Before we go to break, we'll just take a quick look here. We did see these on stream. This is the regional token. I'll just try to pull it out here.
Take one out, take a look at it.
Yeah, we'll take one out. So these are the entry that we get for the studio lights for regionals. And very cool. Oh, come on. There we go. They're actually like really sealed in there. You get 8 of these nice tokens here. The 4 on top are guaranteed, and the 4 on the bottom are random.
And these are hefty metal too. These
Yeah.
aren't just like some crazy plastic token you're normally gonna have. These are, if I can even get one out of here. When I say they're in there, they made sure
Yeah,
they're gonna be safe.
Yeah,
But these are
good.
hefty metal. They're pretty thick, weighty. And of course, the best thing about this is they do have these nice little gems on the side. So they're not just we made some metal tokens. Here you go. Weebs put in some real work to these. And continuing, it's not another playmat. That's part of the bonus to this.
Definitely, a trend that I'm loving is that Weebs is really trying to, they're trying to get us to these events, offer us some really neat stuff. And I think this is probably, we had the binders before. This is really, really neat.
Yeah, and I do see a question in the chat. If I go to a regional and I play, do I get one or do I need to make top cut? Really cool about this is your entry for the regionals. So if you got a regional near you or you have one driving distance, highly recommend going. Even if you're not a strong player, even if you're like, I don't know if I'll do very well, 100%. Just go out, play in the regional. Everybody is super kind. We want more people in the game. We love people come out to the game. And so just go, play, have fun. And of course, everybody's willing to help. They want to see more people play these. So if you have a chance, please come out and play. It is absolutely awesome. And I love what Weebs is doing with a lot of this. So not only these, but if you do top cut, there's some really pretty prize cards. We unfortunately can't show one yet. Hopefully at the end of the stream, we can ask one of the top cut players if we can bring one over, show it off to you guys, because they do look really, really pretty.
They're very, very good.
We get a chance to show one, we'll try to do that. On top of that, we do also, everybody who entered, I think these sapphires
side
over
there,
here,
yeah.
they got these really pretty sapphire packs. If you've never been to a regional, haven't seen these, they are exclusive foils for the starter deck cards. The only way you can get these foils. So that means some of these foils, pretty hefty. They're pretty
pricey.
nice. They're pretty nice to get them. So you do get a lot of your value for coming out and playing. So again, you got a chance to do it. Please come out. It is absolutely awesome. And of course, what is the best way to get into competitive? Just go out and play. Go out and practice. just play some game, make mistakes. It happens. We all do it. We
Yeah,
saw it.
we
We saw
saw-
game
we
one
saw it there.
from probably one of the best players in the world, Terry, who was runner-up for the world championship. It happens to everybody, but that's how we learn. That's how we become better.
Mm-hmm.
So you get a chance to come out, please do so. And on that note, I think we'll go ahead and take a short break.
Yeah, just a short
So
break.
that way we can get ready for the next round. So we'll be back probably here in a couple minutes, probably 10, 15 minutes, going into round 4. So see you guys here in a bit.
Welcome back to round 4, and you know what that means. The bad boys of Grand Archive Casting are back. Wait, Derek, I thought we both agreed we were going to wear cool sunglasses for this part.
These are my sunglasses. I can look straight at the sun with them.
Yeah, I guess so. It's actually really hard to see with these. I'm just going to take these. Wait, no. Turn to me. Turn to my voice.
Oh, we didn't switch. Oh. I should probably take those off. Yeah, that's probably a good call.
We won't be able to see the deck list. Speaking of which, I think we have some pretty cool decks actually this time. These are from players who are 2-1 and they're trying to go for the win and in. So they're playing for their lives out here.
Playing for the lives, and we have Justin on Wincio, and we have Dominic on a very traditional Win Shadow Strike Tristan. Unlike what we've seen before, this is in fact Tristan and not a CL. Cosplaying as Tristan. So
It's also a win-win match. So something that we'll see. We might be unlikely to see later on in the top. So we're taking the chance now. Windblast Lookout already on board for Tristan. So getting that single prep counter. Decent start. And we also see the Reclaim there, as well as the Fairy Whispers. Dream Fairy from Justin. So what is this Win CL? I don't think very many people have seen or heard of this deck.
no, this is Winzio's relatively, in this case, a new. In terms of the type of deck we're kind of see with this, a lot of the difference we're going to see with WinCL, what you see with like other Win decks, and this one is pushing level 3, is having CL gives you a lot of opportunity for using omens defensively. You're able to protect your board by using some of the new cards to buff your board based on number of omens. You also get abilities to unlock, such as Caterpillar, which allows you to pretty much get a much stronger Baby Green Slime, but under the condition of it being CL bonus and requiring two wind omens to be able to activate it.
Yeah. Fairy Whispers into Cleansing Reunion shown, the Reclaim being used for the Windblast Lookout, but then Cleansing Reunion going ahead and taking out that floating memory from Graveyard.
Yeah, and these are normal Wind Spirits. These are actually the new Wind Spirits out of DTR. Yep, these are the brand new DTR Wind Spirits, and they look pretty. They look pretty
cool. Yeah, they're very unique compared to the previous ones. Moving up to Tristan level 1, Tristan underhanded. Sadie being banished for this. Getting the Escher prep counter instead of the agility. And we're going to play Fairy Whispers and grab something off the top. So I think traditional Tristan opening, obviously we had wanted to use the floating memory, but otherwise, like you said, it looks pretty standard.
Yeah, there's not much in terms of looking at the list. It's pretty close to what we've seen a lot of Tristans kind of universally agreed on, what we should be laying on the list. The only big real difference we're seeing with this one is we're seeing a lot less push towards the end game. We're not as heavy on Shadow Strikes. We're not as heavy on some of these more late game setup type of cards, and more towards like the Slice and Dice, using a lot more options like Black Market Broker, Ace and Protector, and using a lot of these options to get the prep counters to then be able to hopefully kill our opponent before they ever can stabilize at 3, is what we're kind of seeing with this. And then a sideboard that does shift a little bit back towards that level 3. So we can definitely tell this is more geared to deal with aggro, deal with fast decks, and then if we see these kind of situations where they were playing a little bit slower, I'm going to be slowed down with control. We cycle a little bit closer to that Shadow Strike game plan and do what Tristan does best and stare at your opponent until I say take 30.
Yeah. That Windblast Lookout coming out. We see 2 Reclaims in hand, and off our Fairy Whispers before, we did show our opponent a Black Market Broker. So ever more prep counters. Ring coming out for CL, and Fairy Whispers.
Yeah, reading's hard. Fairy Whisper?
I think there was a dungeon guide that went into memory there. So let's take a look. The Verdigris Decree, Zephyr, and a Windmill Engineer. So
Which-
yeah,
I mean, just from we can kind of compare this to when we see like the Wind Tristan mirrors, because this is we're kind of in a very similar boat, oddly enough, of doing this Shadow Strike mirror kind of like waiting game with these two decks, because they're both going to be essentially in like a eventually get there and kill. They're not going to try to go quickly to kill in this matchup. They're eventually just going to say, "Cool, I've got all the pieces I need. I'm going to try to win." And for this, is we kind of seen some of the cards just revealed now off of the Windmill Engineer. Ace Protector is likely in the list. We're going to do what we've seen in these Wind Mirror matchups for Control, and we're going to try to gain as much influence before we rush to level 3.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Showing an Eternal Magistrate as well as a Reclaim for that Windmill Engineer. Okay, that's interesting. Not keeping that Reclaim in hand versus something like the Swift Recruit. So we would unfortunately be unable to pick up our Fairy or our Windmill Engineer using Ring. I believe that was a Brisk Wind Trotter?
I caught a very quick glimpse of it, but maybe? I will go with a solid
maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah. The Windmill Engineer going for Spirit, or well, Champion in this case. We've already leveled up. And one more of the Fairy. Okay, and we're going to play out that Swift Recruit, keeping that Dungeon Guide in hand. So, yeah, like you said, both of these players, they're essentially jockeying for position via influence, being Wind, just trying to make sure that they're always able to answer whatever their opponent's going to do with Wind's sort of ally tricks. Backup Charger. We're going to grab one to memory. And Tristan nearing that all-important 4 prep counters for level 2. Is that a... Is that a unicorn in hand? The Dreamy Unicorn?
I believe you
Yeah.
are correct. Dreamy Unicorn. This is something we have not really seen.
This is a little
which
unorthodox.
actually
Yeah.
Pretty cool. This is actually something I've wanted to see, hopefully see play. Hopefully see some of these options. It is an intercept. On death, put a preparation counter on your champion. So we're essentially doing 2 things with this card. Very similar to how we would want to play, draw, get a prep. We're using this as a way to stay off some of that aggro, stay off some of that early aggression. But instead of drawing a card, just get that prep, which in turn turns into a draw anyways for this deck.
Yeah. We did grab our 4th prep counter out of Surveil the Winds. Leveling up into CL, we're going to banish... is that the new Carter? Or the Ultimate Carter art?
It does
think
look,
so,
I
yeah.
believe it is the new Carter art.
Yeah. CL level 1, grabbing our Servile Possessions. So this is pretty important. We're also going to grab Omens. A lot of our Omens are able to feed not only our attacks, but some of our allies care about the cost of our Omens. We're going to get that Windmill Engineer, showing a Vertigo Decree as well as Internal Magistrate. Here's a question for you, Derek. Should we play the Eternal Magistrate?
In this matchup, I don't necessarily think you need to as crazy. it's a very hard call because
Yeah.
if we do play the Magistrate, we do have some options of dealing with like the dagger getting made for free, going level 3. It does stop the ability to Dungeon Guide, but at the same time, both these decks are playing fairly slow. They know they can just take their time leveling up, and you're not really pressuring a kill yet. So, not necessarily on the priority list, but that being said, if the opponent doesn't have a Dungeon Guide here, being able to level, draw 2, then Dungeon Guide could be pretty scary.
Yeah. So we see the Stifling Trap come out for the Windmill Engineer. However, Justin is able to play a Reclaim, and so we're still going to put a Floating Memory into Graveyard. All right. Fairy coming in for 1, and we're going to go ahead and leave that Swift Recruit up.
I'll take Cleanser Union, turning into an Omen.
And Cleanser Union is our very first Omen.
Okay.
I'm going to go into level 2.
Going to Tristan level 2.
One float
There is one float with that Reclaim.
up, and then you can select 1/3
using one card here, and we'll go ahead and draw 2 for Tristan's on enter for having enough prep. So in fact, we're actually going +1 here by leveling. Showing a dungeon guide as well as another Dreamy Unicorn.
Yes.
And I will draw a card for turn.
Fairy Whispers in hand. We don't have any of our Umber cards, but of course, Tristan has a huge advantage being level 3. So let's see if we slam that dungeon guide, especially as our opponent does not have the 3 cards for a Stifle, so it's pretty safe here.
On top of just getting the shadows, can be pretty strong. But don't forget, we are in the win matchup, so there is a lot of opportunity to just straight up remove these Fantasias off of the board. So we have to be a little careful of not pushing 3 too early, because we don't want like a Rogue Zephyr or even, in some cases, a Vertigus Decree just come out of nowhere and just clear our board.
That's true, and we were shown a Vertigus Decree. Dream Fairy as well also takes care of things, so if they're able to bounce their own Dream Fairy, they can take care of our shadows if we're not prepared for it, basically. Black Market Broker coming out. It is going to get stealth for us having 5 prep counters.
We're not doing that.
Do it.
The player banter there.
It's like, I don't want to give you the floating Mary. Just do it. You
That-
can't stop me.
That is,
I'll make you.
you know,
Yeah. Go ahead.
you go anywhere around the world, that is GA banter. Just give me the floating memory, man. We both know. Ooh,
Getting rid of the 2 float.
CSR, level 2 CL.
Sales trigger.
All right. We're going to see the CL level 2 trigger, and that's going to allow us to, from our hand or memory, pitch cards and draw into our memory. It is also done one at a time, so we can go ahead and take a look at that and choose.
I did just see a DG flash there, so. Which I'll be honest,
I will attack
Is that
you.
a staggering strike? Yes.
Ooh.
Main board staggering strike. This
that is
pretty
some
big.
spice coming in.
All right. So staggering strike, it's going to come in for 4 actually, because we do have our omen there. And on champion hit, it's going to remove 3 prep counters.
This is the card that if you're we talked about it round 1. If you are not playing Staggering Strike somewhere in your list, you should heavily consider doing it.
Oh,
Even if you
absolutely.
are a control deck, being able to remove 3 prep from decks like Tristan and being able to remove just hard to kill stealth allies like Cheshire Cat, like Black Market Broker, it is an incredibly powerful card into this meta. And if you haven't played it, I would recommend maybe 2 or 3 in the sideboard. Give it a try. You probably won't be disappointed.
You almost certainly won't be. It also has True Sight, which is, just great. You get to remove so much stuff. And in the Tristan matchup here, it's so important to remove prep counters because things like Mastermind Scheme, they double the amount of prep counters. So taking away 3 is sort of preventing your future 6.
Yes. And we did just see there, because of their move of prep counters, the Black Market Broker no longer had the stealth because of the loss of prep. And Dungeon God was able to hit it for 1, and CL activation is a spell. Try to kill it for 2.
I finally have a parachute.
Dominic luckily had the reclaim to get away from it, but
Blue shoes.
I got the shoes.
pretty sweet turn. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dungeon Guide, bring us up to CL level 3.
Wonderful token that matters for all the
So
intelligence
CL
that my opponent has.
level 3 allows us to do 2 unpreventable damage to a unit anytime that we make an omen. So at the very worst, at the end of turn, and already that staggering strike showing its value, that slice and dice in hand is unable to become imprepped.
And it become prep on top of you. Even if you got the dagger off of it, you have no bonus on top. You can make it the really big slice and dice what you want. Nope, but we're saying, all right, you're gonna go level 3. I'm going level 3.
You may pick one.
We do already have our boots out, so at least we do have our steady prep generation.
All right, we go broker and a unicorn.
Broker and a Dreamy Unicorn
That's a lot of preps, bro.
being used.
That's a lot of prep, bro.
We're clear. I'm pretty sure.
Can I get that? Could we get that as an official emote? That's a lot of prep, bro.
That's a good one.
Be sad now as I
For
violence.
for people who haven't tuned into our previous streams, this is our first time where we can hear the players, and it's really a joy.
It is. It really helps sell how fun it is to play GA, because a lot of it is we're just having fun. We like playing this game.
Yeah, the mechanical, just sort of, I'm just laying down cards. That's fine. Everyone loves winning a game here or there, but that banter between players, the little things that are, hey, just give me the floating memory, or why do you have so many cards in your hand? Those are, that's what I go to locals for every week.
Yeah, and if in big events, even in big events, you'll sometimes get players and you'll have that banter. I don't know if anybody in the chat you ever gotten the luxury to play against Perfy in a game. By far one of the best people to banter with in all of GA. It is a blast to play against Perfy.
Shout out to good sportsmanship and Perfy.
90% Perfy, 10% good sportsmanship.
That's the ratio that we're aiming for in GA players. We do have our 2 shadows out here for Tristan after coming to level 3. So here's something. We have 3 prep counters. What are we looking for? I mean, we don't really need our Shadow Strike right now with such little, number of prep counters.
Big thing is we want Mastermind Scheme. We want to see it eventually. I would say we want to probably get the critical mass of likely 3 prep count or 7 prep counters, so that way we can double it to 14, and then from that 14 we can essentially, with the Shadow Strike, with the bonus, with hopefully Assassin's Ripper, we can make it that solid 20 damage we really want. Because in this matchup, it's going to come down to just having one big swing, just killing without any other interaction.
And we have a clock now with CL level 3. We have the Maximum Armoire come out. And that's actually going to make our clock that little bit faster. That second Staggering Strike in hand, though, could be pretty big. That being said, now that we're just in level 3, we can go ahead and redirect attacks to our shadows.
That being said, you're still paying 2 prep
Yes.
counters, so you are saving a counter and you're saving the damage, but it's
Oh yeah, it is not a great choice.
Oh. That was the hype moment.
There it is.
Oh.
So this this is what we were talking about. This clip that someone. So this we had mentioned this, especially because Dominic was shown it. The Imbue Verdigris Decree being able to banish one of those shadows, and because they are tokens, they actually won't come back.
Yeah, and because we're doing the Imbue, I believe we'll be able to not only remove Fantasia, but also suppress one.
Yes.
So
we can actually get rid of both of them at once. Besiege. Oh, from the Fairy Whispers. Okay. And yep, that's fair. There we go.
Which,
So
likely for the dig for with that case scenario of grabbing the Besiege, I would not be surprised if we're looking for maybe a D level with Innervate, reset, and then go back to 3 again to be able to get those counters, to get those tokens back out, because that might make or break how this matchup is going to go.
yeah, trying to restabilize and make sure you get your tokens. You're going to force them to have another Zephyr or Verdigris. But with the Maximum Armoire, we're keeping ourselves safe. So we're going to go ahead and move Verdigris into an Omen, allowing us to do 2 more unpreventable damage. And the Maximum Armoire allows us to swap one of our Omens with something in our hand. So not only dealing 2 more damage, but allowing us to pick and choose what we might need at any given time. So if more shadows come out, we can just go ahead and grab that Verdigris again.
Yeah. And I've said this, I think I've said this like every time CL has been played on stream, and it's Amor might be CL's best card, like across the board. The flexibility you get with the combination of being able to put all your best control pieces underneath your Omens, and then just say, oh, you played that card I don't want to deal with? Let's just put it back in my hand, and let's play that card instead.
Yeah, it actually makes, like for Water CL, for example, you actually don't really care what gets milled, because with the Maximum Armoire, you can always grab it back.
Yeah, and Caven touched on that pretty in his deck profile going over it.
Yeah.
Your mill essentially becomes a true draw with that kind of deck. And even in this win deck, being able to play a lot of these 2-ofs, these 1-ofs, and just see them again after you've played the first one gives you a lot of flexibility in deck building. And I think as everybody has talked about this, CL has so much room to do a bunch of testing, like try different ratios, try new cards we normally wouldn't play because we're always locked into, we always play 4 of the best cards. Now that we can play 2 of the best cards and then have like 5 or 6 slots to be like, I've always thought this card could be really good as maybe a one of. Let's try it out. Let's see how it does in the deck. And you get so many options and so much flexibility that your opponent also has to think about that he could have anything. He could have any of those options.
We're going to show a Cleanse Reunion and a Windmill for that Eternal Magistrate. So previously, Dominic with the Blinding Orb and Justin with the Grand Sonnerie. And that Grand Sonnerie, we have, the more omens we have, this turn we're going to go up to 4 omens. That is going to be very, very strong. CL is just going to start swinging in for, how much? 3, 6, and then draw to memory? It's pretty strong.
I believe so. And do we have 10 total for our omen count?
3, 3, and 2. So
We are
not
still
yet,
just short.
but yeah. I'm trying to take out that Wind Bless. And that did put Tristan up to 6. And okay,
We are seeing
Yeah.
a concession
We're
to say,
seeing a
hey, let's
scoop
move
there.
on. Having the Magistrate come out kind of takes away a couple of our options of just being able to D-level, get kind of some of those key pieces we need back out, and then reset. We kind of saw the writing on the wall of not too many options to come back from here. We know our opponent can just grab back Staggering Strike, reset our prep counter count.
Yeah.
We can't really go level 3 because they're going to get the Decree back out. Just deal with the board. It was just kind of every option was kind of every door kept getting closed on our face, and we're like, all right, I need the sideboard. I need some options. We need also, this is a control matchup. You are playing 2 relatively slow decks. The clock is a big thing you need to pay attention of. So one of your biggest opponents in this could be the time, because you do not want to draw this at this point in the event. You would much rather get a win. Even though a draw doesn't mean you're out here, X1-1 likely still have a shot going in. You just do not want to take a draw until later in the day. If you can avoid
if you
it.
can. There's quite a lot of draws here today, so the math for getting in is actually getting that much tougher, and it'll be that much harder to later on try to convince your opponent to take an ID. There's a possibility that they're the one who's actually down and they need a win. They won't go anywhere with an ID, so they wouldn't accept. Dominic choosing to basically say, hey, you know what, this game's wrapped up. I can't really recover from this. With CL and the Omens and the Armoire, you're basically showing me you have every answer. I don't know what I'm going to do with this. We'll just go to game 2. And like you said, a pretty important skill to be able to watch the clock. I believe approximately 30 minutes left in regulation there. So let's take a look at their sideboards, see what might come in there.
So currently, we'll kind of look at the Tristan first, kind of see what we have a potential playing. Big thing here is we will probably see the 1 extra in-cap come in. Probably a very safe call. We already saw the Decree. We already seen multiple things like Zephyr. There's just a lot of pieces we don't really want to deal with. So we're probably going to see the extra in-cap come in. We will likely see a Dream Fairy. We just need to be able to challenge the allies on the board. I would not be surprised to see that come in. Yeah. And the extra Shadow Strike is probably going to be another key piece.
Do we see Crystallized Destiny?
In this matchup, it's such a hard call. Our opponent, the only big swing that our opponent saw was the essentially going for
It was the Grand Sonnerie. Yeah.
But we can just negate the Staggering Strike, and I think that is more important than anything else. We saw the power of I got hit with Staggering Strike. I went, even though I'd already leveled, I had gained the 2. Going from 5 down to 2 prep means there's a lot of options that are closed to me. I can no longer make my Shadow's Claw going to level 3. I can only save maybe 1 attack coming into me.
Yeah.
And then just having to sit there and be like, all right, cool. I'm now 4 or 5 turns away from ever getting to Shadow Strike kill range.
Yeah.
Or even a Slice and Dice. So
Exactly. Slice and Dice and Ripper was shut off instantly. They even managed to get the Black Market Broker because of it. So.
And then we are going back in here with with Justin going at the start, which means Dominic decided to give Justin
That's interesting.
the go first, which to be fair, there is a lot of matchups, especially in control, whenever you are Shadow Strike, where even if your opponent gets a 3 before you, it doesn't really outweigh you just having the extra card.
That's really interesting. Well, we'll see when the extra card matters, considering Justin did go ahead and pass. Let's take a look at Justin's sideboard real quick before the players get in earnest.
So with the side, we do have the 1 of Dungeon Guide we're seeing a lot of CLS do because we're currently on the 3 Dungeon main with 1 Heavenly also in the main. So most likely, we're probably still keeping the Heavenly.
Yeah.
Just because there is still a high chance that our opponent could go to 3 before us, so why not?
We're seeing that extra Staggering Strike go in.
Oh, 100%.
Those 2 Crystallized Destiny, and maybe that extra Eternal Magistrate.
I would safely say the extra Eternal
the extra-
Magistrate is a safe call to put in.
Looking pretty close to the first match there. We have a Windbless lookout for Dominic, and then Justin on his second materialization there, bringing in the backup charger. So, yeah, as you mentioned, this Dream Fairy, so this sort of slower control where we're making sure that we're able to sort of control the board and keep a lot of these, there we go, with the Reclaim. Keep a lot of these prep counters, off of Tristan, and then on Tristan's side, just getting there with prep counters, making sure that Seattle doesn't just run away with their huge health pool. 1 from the Fairy, and we're going to show a Windmill. Previously, I did see an Aeson. There is a Vertigus Decree. Okay, we're going to show a Vertigus Decree, as well as a second Dream Fairy. And then Windmill coming in. So
This is actually, weirdly enough, is kind of why don't we do the Aeson here? If we were able to like reset the Dream Fairy, why not just be able to grab the Aeson and do that? One thing in this matchup is you really don't want to be the first player to turn an Aeson sideways in a lot of these matchups, because you losing Aeson and your opponent still having theirs can make dealing with the Aeson very, very difficult. So sometimes you don't want to necessarily run out Aeson without a level of protection for it. And the fact that we already had tempo, we have already forced our opponent to kind of clear their own board in a sense to reclaim, means we can easily just wait a turn or 2 on Aeson. We don't need to run it out. We can let our opponent try to deal with our board, and next turn maybe even play Aeson, bounce the Fairy, and kill whatever they played.
yeah. Now we are already at 2 prep, and we're going to get another prep here from Black Market Broker. So with 3, it might be a good time to think about it, especially if they, if you think they have the Slice and Dice, and they're going to go up to 4 there. And Dominic does have the Slice and Dice, so it's probably a good time to think about Aeson, and they can always, of course, go over the Fairy, so it's pretty safe. Let's see if Justin considers it. You might also, ring. If you're Justin, you might also think that Dominic is simply, a very good prep to get to this level 2 and draw those cards out.
We may have just seen why we don't care.
Oh.
That is a Staggering Strike in
Yeah.
hand. So at that point, we're like, that's a nice Slice and Dice you set up there.
It's all
Be a shame
happening
if-
again.
Yep, here we go.
There it is.
Feel like that's a nice Slice and Dice you have. Be a shame if I just said no.
You know what? Scratch everything I said. You don't have to think. Just play Staggering Strike, It's fine. Prep counters? What are those? All I have to do is... Oh, here's the other one. Okay, yeah. This match. Okay, so we had the Reclaim, Aeson, our other Dream Fairy that we showed. We have 2 Vertigus, relatively safe there from Shadows, even if they do get there. Oh, this one. Okay. So, I'm going to put you in the shoes of the Tristan player. I know you've been playing Tristan a little bit here, Derek. What are you thinking? What's your line? You've just been Staggering Striked.
Do you want the honest answer, or do you want the...
You can give me the honest answer after seeing the Aeson, too.
The honest
Dream
answer
Fairy.
is it's been a great time. I really enjoyed playing this game, but I'm going home.
Yeah.
But no, it does not necessarily mean you're 100% out of it. You kind of have to now switch your focus a little bit more to dealing with the board, kind of getting your influence. And don't forget that this deck does kind of suffer from the very instantaneous kill. We have to build the Omen count up. We have to be able to start getting that level 3 game plan going of getting Omens. So you have time to recover. You have time to set up your defenses, but you have to be incredibly careful when you're getting prep counters. and make sure you're leaving up interaction to, if there is another staggering strike coming in, you need to be able to answer it and say, not this time.
Yeah, and we do see we're going to see a Dream Fairy for the Asen. We do see the Innervate Agility in Dominic's hand. Unfortunately, even choosing Stealth won't save you from the Staggering Strike. It makes it very, very strong. And in this matchup, unfortunately, what's worse is you would just go ahead and take the damage and put your total life down.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the name of the game, unfortunately.
Of course, almost certainly we saw that, extra Staggering Strike go into Justin's deck, but main board Staggering Strike is always a strong choice. Holding on to CL. And we can see here the power of wind influence, right?
Oh,
Even just that wind.
You didn't see that. You didn't see the dungeon guide. Don't worry about it.
Well, that was what, me? Or what? Me? Why worry? Cleansing as well. Yep, checking the graveyard. We're going to go ahead and use our Dream Fairy that we did grab back from the Asen. Reclaim Asen. Yep, cleansing. We probably don't need that cleansing. Oh, okay. We are going to keep it, though. And
Just slide that ace and try to think it goes.
That interaction.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's fairy. Do you think our Judge Derek already has fairy written on a couple of cards or a couple of pieces of paper over there?
I think it's really smart because it hits, Snow and Dream, and then I don't know if someone out there's playing Spark, but they're ready for it in case it ever comes back into meta. I said back. I don't think it was ever there.
I don't think it was ever there. To begin with. Show me a list that topped with Spark Fairy, and I'll take it back. But I do not think there is one.
Okay, out there, once again, chat right now or VOD. You're gonna need to show top of Spark Fairy. That second Staggering Strike, going ahead and taking out the rest of those prep counters. That is, and you know what? Honestly, the big power play there were only 2 prep counters.
Yeah,
So,
you're like, eh.
go ahead and put that Staggering Strike into Omens. So, like we said before, if we need it, we can always grab it back with the Maximum Armor. Surveil the wins. To another Surveil.
Don't do this to him. Don't do this to him. I feel like we're just like a turn away from just getting the 3 prep again, and then you just being like, more, I'm grabbing it. Let's do it again.
You may even hear the sound difference, but Derek was definitely putting his hands like over his eyes.
I don't want to see this.
Sylvie, cover your eyes.
Sylvie, don't look.
Don't look.
Please. Sylvie, don't look at this. Don't watch what's happening.
It's too much.
And there's the
yeah.
more. No,
Hey,
don't do this to him.
No, you gotta do it to him. You gotta do it to him. And I think Dominic just had a little smile there when he saw the armor.
At one point are you just like, just get rid of this stupid card. What's worse than getting hit with Staggering Strike once? Twice. What's bad than this is
What is it?
Yep, and there's
okay. Grabbing it back. We're gonna put our cleansing under there. We don't need it. And so this is the power of that Maximum Armor. We can see right here, right? We wanted an answer, and we got our answer back.
But we do have Crystalline Destiny.
We do have
in
Crystalline
hand,
Destiny.
so this time we can say like, not this time. Not this time. Don't take
I'm
my prep counters from me
I'm
this
keeping
time.
my prep counters. These are mine. I think we're going for it. No? Okay. All right, well, probably a little later. That's fine.
Thinking about it, like, does my opponent have
Does our
Crystalline
opponent have
Destiny?
Crystallized Destiny?
Does he? And then you think about it and you're like, do I care?
To be fair, even
Play cards.
availing here as well. All right, here it comes. Staggering Strike.
Which this will be for 4.
Yes, with our Servile Possessions. Not enough to trigger Crystallized Destiny's 7 damage threshold, but obviously not a huge deal. We're just looking to keep our prep counters and try to stabilize. All right. There it is.
Just you can just tell Dominic's like, stop taking these prep counters. You've eaten 5 already. No more.
Well, we said it before, right? Your opponent has 2 staggering strikes. They've already had to replay it. What are the chances they have another one? It'll be fine. You just play the crystallize here. They're not going to draw it. It's impossible. All right. Putting that back into Omen there. Popping our ring, our second slice and dice to hand. Drawing for turn. A second incapacitate. And those really nice incapacitates as well from the Ascents. Very, very good looking. Okay. So this might be where Tristan, has the chance to stabilize. You're pretty sure they can't have even more staggering strikes.
I wouldn't count it out though.
No, of course not. But 4 down, another black market broker. Getting that extra prep, bring us back to 4. And activating stealth. I think we're just going to go ahead and hit champion. Yeah. 3 damage there. Keeping the slice and dice. 2 incapacitates. And the innervated agility. Let's see. If CL doesn't level, that is only 11 damage needed, which Slice and Dice can go ahead and actually do now that we have prep counters.
And we're at what, 5 now?
Yes,
So yeah, we are definitely in the Slice and Dice lethal.
we are in Slice and Dice territory, and we have our 2 incapacitates. This could be it. If there's no level, but there could be a level in the Dungeon Guide.
We do have to be careful, just in case our opponent does have a Zephyr. We do have to worry about if we do make the Assassin's Ripper, and then we go and use that prep and get that +3 and then just answer it. That being said, we're going level 2 now,
Well,
so maybe
yeah.
that dream's getting a little bit farther away.
Verdigris and Aeson, you're happy to see both of those go out, actually, as well as the level 2 that we're going to show a Dungeon Guide going out, as well as a Reclaim.
Which can be heartbreaking, because you know for a fact.
I was going to say, that means there's another Dungeon Guide.
Man.
Yeah. Since it is a choice, of course, Justin was able to know that the Dungeon Guide was going out. See another Windmill drawn to hand. Fairy coming in for 1. And so, are we going to see this Dungeon Guide? 2 Dream Fairies. Yeah, okay. Do we see the Dungeon Guide?
It would be the safe bet in this regard, but at the same time, I think you can do the math, and you are most likely out of Shadow Strike range, or not Shadow Strike, but you're out of
Slice and Dice.
Slice and Dice range. So you have a little bit more of a safety net, and then maybe you just kind of get some more influence. But that being said,
The player's smiling there for showing 2 Dream Fairies for that Windmill.
that being said, 15 damage from a from a Slice and Dice.
Slice and
is
Dice.
still nothing to scoff at.
No. And with the allies actually on board, 3 presented there. So we're going to end with putting a Windmill Engineer into Omens. Let's see. Having to get... Okay, here we go. Assassin's Ripper. So this is where Dominic's already done the math. It is possible if there's no extra interaction, basically. Pick 1. Unicorn coming out to pay for that Assassin's Ripper. And let's see. What interaction is there? Verdigris? Is that it? Or is that a Veiling? It is a Veiling. Okay, yeah. So that'll be obviously one of our key pieces of interaction here. Weighing whether or not there's an incapacitate.
Respect it. Pay the cost.
And
Okay, we're gonna
and yep, okay. We're gonna see the incap.
Yep. And then that puts us at 12 just on board. And then 15 coming in is,
Anything coming in? That's legal.
yeah.
And it could be. So, I think that's very valid, actually. Missing the order of activation would put you under, unfortunately. Drawing that extra card. All right, there we go. We're going to go ahead and use the prep for the Assassin's Ripper, getting us a temporary +2 power. And reaching for the slice and dice. And I think, obviously, we feel pretty safe, right? We have an extra in-cap in hand. We have more than enough cards to pay for it. Slice and dice, coming in prepped. It'll be for... Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
More than enough.
All right, maybe we do need
Okay,
time.
moving on to game 3. So that was pretty exciting. I think,
Yeah.
in the first bit there, we were like, oh, this is done.
This is Dunzo. Yeah, and I think that not dungeon Combat 3 was definitely a risky move, and unfortunately it paid off for his opponent, because at that point you only still need that 15 to kill, and you were pretty safe for doing that. On top of, you had everything you wanted. You had the slice and dice, you had the in cap, not just one. You had two in caps. And you had, if you needed to, an extra ally you can play to push a little bit more damage if you need. So it was kind of that perfect storm you wanted. It was kind of where you want to get to with Tristan, and why we saw a lot of these Tristan lists focus a little bit more on the slice and dice plan rather than just all in on the Shadow Strike, because you don't necessarily have the time to always Shadow Strike. So in this case, you have that weird in between moment, pressure a little bit of damage here and there, a little bit too high in the normal damage you would want to be, and then 15 out of nowhere. All right, cool, let's go to game 3.
Yeah, if Dominic had to wait for level 3, I think it would have been over. If he had to have Shadow Strike to end the game, there would definitely have not been enough time, especially with all those staggering strikes coming in.
Yeah, so...
Let's see. So we did see some of those sideboards come in, and that's, the Crystallized Destiny on both sides, which I think is kind of funny.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for both. Crystallized Destiny is really good for the Tristan, mainly for if you can catch a Shadow Strike when they're kind of desperate and they just try to go for it, and they they don't have the end cap. Very great play there. Or, in, of course, Dominic's case, just stopping that staggering strike. We saw the difference of, if that staggering strike would have landed the turn before, then there was no way to be able to slice and dice there and be able to safely try to go for a kill. And at that point, Justin likely would have been 3, stabilized, and then just start doing its normal game plan. Get the Omen, do some damage, and then whittle the opponent down.
See an Aeson go down for that Fairy Whispers. 2 Veiling Breezes right off the top. And we'll see what Justin takes. What's the third card? Oh, it's all right. Looks okay. We're gonna see anyway. It's the SP Stifling Trap, and our next 2 cards are gonna be Veiling Breeze. Scout the land. Just picking those Veilings into hand. Perhaps.
There's a whole lot of Veiling Breeze.
An Incapacitate and a Reclaim as well. So ordering that, it looks like we did take a Veiling into hand.
I think we did.
Oh no, it was a Reclaim.
Yep.
And our Fairy Whispers. So this is already a pretty big turn here, where we've looked at and ordered our deck quite a few times. So we're gonna show 1 Veiling.
1 Veiling on bottom, likely showing Veiling off top. Nope. It looks like we're putting the in cap.
Putting the in
down
cap
there
below
too.
as well. Yeah. Veiling. Oh yeah, that's a classic win problem. You knocked the top card off. Well, as long as no one sees it, no harm, no foul.
Good.
Oh, best of luck again.
And there we go. There's that 10% sportsmanship we were talking about.
Draw for turn A.
It feels like I should have points because I played Tristan, but Tristan's just rough.
Let's
and
see.
Sometimes I play against.
Tristan's a weird game. Tristan is just a weird deck.
8. Okay, we see a Sadie Mastermind Scheme. Their own Verdigris.
This hand is weird. I think
we can just hear it like, this is a weird hand. That being said, there's nothing wrong with just playing Sadie, turning it sideways, and picking it up during your turn. Do it again.
Yeah, 2 damage and a prep counter. No problem there. There's a stifling trap down in memory.
Yep. I think it's the first time we're actually getting Sadie played in these games.
Yes. The first time we saw it go ahead and get banished, and then we didn't see it again in the next game.
Yes, stifle it. Do it.
In addition,
I
I
went
think
my turn.
yeah, I think every other deck that we've seen that had the Sadie didn't have it.
Yeah.
So this is our first played Sadie for the day.
Charger's good.
Backup Charger. Just trying to grab more cards.
Sadie's one of those cards universally you show to like any player, regardless of their if they're a card game player or they're like just a board game player, and you look at that card and you're like, that seems really good across the board.
Something about this. I'm just going ahead and reading it.
Pay 2, bounce
And,
2.
yep. So fairy coming in targeting Sadie, but we're going to go ahead and return Sadie to our hand and also grab a prep counter for it.
Bounce. Prep for me.
No extra response there.
Why are you over there? Can I take one?
The big response there would be something like a stifling, just to kill it before it can go back.
But he added 2 extra cards, so it's
Yep.
yep.
An extra,
Give him that
extra.
Magic 4.
I'm gonna match you. I'm gonna grab a backup charger. I'm gonna
Backup Charger? You had 3. Yeah.
And now we're in the influence game.
oh,
This is wind versus wind. This is peak wind versus wind. Innervate agility.
this is how Win was supposed to be played.
Back all those years when Silidar designed it. in his cave.
This is what I want. What Lord is in a cave, just
know-
designing cards.
If you guys ever have the time, you go, if you take a pilgrimage to that cave, you can see the original scratching. It says wind equals influence.
no, we're not allowed to hit each other.
And then it has people attacking a woolly mammoth next to it.
Very good.
You can see the carvings of Crux's final along.
You are good. I will now poke you for 1.
It says reckless conversion ?
Is it reckless?
It is how this war works.
Yes.
All right.
Grab that fairy writing back out. Get that fairy note. Throw it over there.
Man.
I know we have it.
That's another peak wind versus wind thing, right? Who's gonna fairy? Who's
This
fairy?
is where I pass. Go ahead.
And okay, we're going to CL level 1 here, and this is where we're likely, because of that reclaim.
Negative.
We're just gonna try to start building our omens. We have a pretty good influence already. The biggest thing here is we don't have the same kind of board presence that we used to on Justin's side. Previous two
Staggering is
games.
already in hand too.
Staggering his hand. Yep. There's a fairy. we did have that end cap in hand. And that's an Asen. Yeah. Okay. See staggering sort of in and out. Stifling trap.
Stifling is pretty good.
This is the way wind versus wind was written up.
Kind
I
of see the
don't
head
think-
tilt from Justin and be like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's pretty good.
There's nothing to save the fairy this time. All right. Stifling's going to go ahead and resolve. Those SP3 stiflings,
Do it.
real
Play that
cool.
one. You want to win the Dream Fairy board.
Because he just
Whoever
call
wins
it
the
out.
Dream Fairy Warhead control the board. It's fine.
Play the other Dream Fairy.
Hey, if you got it, you got it.
Yeah, right? You got it.
That being said, Justin's hand. I think the only other thing would be pass or windmill. Okay, and we're gonna pass. Taking the Dream Fairy, putting into
You may
Omen.
select 1 through 5. Give me a second.
Leveling up Tristan level 1.
4. Okay. Ski.
So putting the Dream Fairy
I would
to
like
Omen, of
a
course,
crit counter.
allows us to potentially grab it back
And
if
then you're
needed.
rip it away from me. But first, I want to listen to the
And?
Fairy's whisper.
Fairy Whispers.
Yeah.
Bottom, top,
I think
2.
that was the first Shadow Strike we've seen at all, right?
We saw one Shadow Strike at the end of
the
last
end of it?
game.
Okay.
Drew it, but we are already at double slice and dice on everything cap, so we're like, we cared a little bit more about those pieces than we did the Shadow Strike at that point.
I want to hit you for 1.
I think here as well, considering we've put the Shadow Strike to the bottom. Oh, we already have one there.
On top of having the Veiling here is pretty good. We still need to get 4 in because of, unfortunately, that Stagger Strike is going to get +1 when it swings in. But we have probably plenty to do that.
Pay.
Looks like we're gonna pay. Yep, we're gonna take out our black market broker.
I got 3 in hand.
Get an extra prep. This is where we might actually stifle it to stop that prep. Okay,
Yep.
it's pretty good. Keeping us low, and even if there is another card to grab a third prep counter, we can, of course, remove it with the staggering. And so instead of being at 4, they'd be at 0.
I think the big thing here is because we know we have the Windmill Engineer in hand, we do have the opportunity to probably play Windmill, draw a card, play Aeson, kill the Black Market Broker. Would not be a terrible setup here.
Not at all. Maximum Armor, okay.
He's trying to win the Fairy War.
So this is where, I don't know if we would want to grab our Dream Fairy back. Yeah, we have our other one. I think Justin's sort of thinking like, well, show me the other stifling.
You win the Fairy War, friend.
All right. There it is. The coveted fairy on the ferry.
Into, as we said it, the Fairy War. I remember the Fairy War. Takes me back.
That was your dad. You weren't in that. The Greatest Generation.
My dad fought in the Fairy War.
The Fairy Wars. Stifling going into Omen.
Setting up a pair of shoes.
Windwalker Boots.
We're gonna do the recall.
It's pretty good. That being said, we did leave that Black Market Broker still out there. Drawing Slice and Dice. We have our Sadie in hand. And these decks, 10 minutes left in regulation, so it's definitely looking like Dominic's first game, Scoop, was actually a really good idea.
Yeah, you have to know the writing on the wall. You have to know, even if I was able to grind this out, it's going to be such a small chance of being able to win that you're just like, no, it's not worth it. I think I can win the next 2. Let's do it.
Windblast Lookout getting that third prep counter, and then end of turn, likely the 4th from the boots. We do see a Surveil. The winds. Lookout going in
Attempt to end my turn.
to go to 9. So Justin already at essentially half the damage counters, only 11 needed. So even just a non-Assassin's Ripper Slice and Dice could end it. In addition to the allies that we have on board, presenting 3.
Which honestly, after draw, we could easily be able to not only play Staggering Strike here, but keep up in cap for Availing. But now we're going to
Ooh,
see, like, we're
okay.
going to level.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and level.
Okay.
Aeson and Magistrate, I believe.
Yes. Yeah, this is one of the situations. I'm not sure we necessarily want to see Magistrate leaving. There are in cap, staggering. What's the third card there? It's a wind card. Okay, we're going to, for our CL level 2, we're going to take out one of our Eternal Magistrates. Drawing the hand. Oh, it was the fairy last time. Yes. Getting a scout to scout the land into hand. Justin going in for 1. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Derek, if you're Justin, this isn't really the best position right now.
No, not at all. And we know for a fact that there is using the Staggering Strike here could be risky. I still think you have to send it as much as you really don't want to. But I think you have to try to get the stop that level 2 from being able to draw. Because your opponent's in the perfect situation. They're likely have the 2 cards they don't care about the most.
Yeah, down in memory.
Ready to get rid of. And you just have to... And if you don't hit them with Staggering Strike, then This is going to be
Slice and dice. Yeah.
Oh, is that a slice and dice in hand? Yeah,
Yes,
it is.
it is.
Wow.
Your end of turn.
Oh,
you will
going to end of turn, keeping up all cards.
a surveil.
Going for surveil.
Get a prep counter and I draw one.
Getting a prep counter. So really relying on that Veiling Breeze, but you're only able to put down one card. I don't see a Fairy Whispers.
The one card does keep us alive, and then we have incap if they try to incap ours. But
Round, got it. Great. Wait, so this is actually okay.
Yeah, it's not a great position.
Got it.
Oh, Tengu.
Tengu, eat the Tengu.
That's okay.
huh,
Card.
huh. I was gonna go.
Is that our new noise
That's our
for,
new-
for this kind of
Noise.
action? Yeah. Just drawing a card. We're going to push with our allies, which makes sense. Would theoretically put Justin up to 12, meaning we... 12, meaning we need 13, right? Yeah, 13 to take him out. I do see that Sadie and the Fairy Whispers. Shadow Strike. Taking 3? Yes. We're gonna play our Sadie. Just pushing damage. And that's, yeah, that's totally fine. As you mentioned, this, more control type matchup, anytime we can push damage, we should, but otherwise, we're happy to just sit here and gain prep counters.
Yeah.
Scout the land in response. Oh, yes, we did have that scout the land. So actually, the Veiling potentially saving us 3 anytime.
And there is that an Excalibur?
That is
The
an
list?
Excalibur. Excalibur Reflected Edge.
I mean, I don't hate it because being able to play Excalibur, make your attack a little bit better on top of copying a more.
Copying the Maximum Armoire.
It's not bad.
Not bad. Veiling Breeze. And we did take a Dungeon Guide into hand as well. I'm going to reveal 2. A Caterpillar as well as a Dream Fairy.
Turn in. Prep counter.
Dominic, just go ahead and passing. Grabbing that extra prep out the Windwalker boots. See a ring.
Which right now, if you're Dominic, I think you probably feel pretty safe where you're at now. Even if they push 3, you can easily pressure enough damage in to likely go for a kill of Slice and Dice. And even a Staggering Strike here is not necessarily bad because you're going to go back down to 3 prep, which you can just pick back Sadie up.
Yeah, with Sadie and the boots, you're not really any huge danger. And they can only Staggering Strike once. We do see... Okay, so 5 on board for Dominic. This is one of the situations where if you don't start clearing the board, that is their clock versus you. CL might have 30, but you already have 12 damage counters. Fair going in for 1 to Dominic. Bring him to 4. This is the Dungeon Guide. Yes. We're going to go ahead and see Justin go up to CL level 3.
Yeah, we do have a number.
There's Excalibur.
Yeah, and I look at a Carter in hand, so this is actually, as we mentioned. Ooh.
Caterpillar?
Actually, really smart play here.
That's-
So
yeah.
this is one of the situations, if you've never seen this before, it is a kind of a spicy piece of tech that you can play into Stifle Trap, because the way Stifle Trap is worded, which we'll go and bring it
Yeah,
up
we'll pull it
just
up.
to make this
No way.
a little bit easier to... if I can spell, it looks like. That's the problem. You gotta learn how to...
Well, you can't read, so
You-
I don't
right,
expect
you're
you to
right.
be able to spell.
So, big thing with Stifle Trap is when you play this, you deal 2 damage to target ally, then negate all on-enter triggers from that ally. The problem is, it requires you to do 2 damage, then negate on that ally if that ally no longer exists. In this case, it is being suppressed by the Caterpillar. Because of that, there is no ally to stop the negate abilities. So the ability is still in the stack without an ally as a source of it. So in this case, we are still able to Dungeon Guide because Caterpillar is...
It basically ensured
Yeah.
that there was no damage being dealt. And we see that with, other on-enter effects, but Stifling Trap of course, being special to try and stifle those unenters. Sometimes people never don't think about it, but yeah, that caterpillar, perfect timing. Okay. Going down. Okay, we're gonna pick up the Sadie. Or okay. In response to the maximum armor war, we're gonna get our okay. Because of CL level 3, they went ahead and just grabbed the Dream Fairy to hand and then put it back to deal 2 damage to Sadie while it was being picked up.
But unfortunately, we had the boots, we drew the extra card, and just said, hey, I'm going to activate it again.
That's
so that
something,
way,
yeah.
layer the abilities. And that is probably not the card you want to see coming out if you're Justin.
That's not good.
The writing may be on the wall at that point.
Something a lot of people forget is that the Windwalker boots... That's funny.
And
The Shadow Strike.
Don't even need them. Like, see these?
Oh. All right. Assassin's Ripper coming out. So yeah, something people sometimes they kind of forget is that with enough prep counters, 5, Windwalker boots can be banished to draw a card. So sometimes people will, do something like that maximum armor play and forget that Tristan actually has an extra card in hand.
Yep, and this should be 15 off that, and then 3 damage on board, so very similar to last game.
And also more than enough influence to replay the Sadie if needed. So here we go. Tristan coming in, and there's not going to be a response. There we go, 3. And right at the end of round as well. So.
Do it. Do it.
There we go.
He's like, you gotta turn them sideways. I'm not gonna just give it to you. Let's turn them sideways.
That's Grand Archive.
Wow. After game 1 and halfway into game 2, if you asked me who was gonna win, I think I agreed with everybody in chat. It was gonna be WinCL. But wow, what a way
What a
to
turnaround.
grind back those 2 games to be able to turn that around in your favor. That was how you play Grand Archive. That was absolutely the perfect way of just saying, staying calm, being like, I know this is bad, but hold up, I got this. Don't worry, I know what I need to do here. I've got options, and yeah, the options were there, and we were like, slice and dice. Pretty good card. Who knew?
Yeah, like you said, they looked at the board and said, you know what, we just gotta go aim for a slice and dice. We're not gonna be able to get up to 3. We're gonna go ahead and just end the game now. And when I say now, it's kind of crazy considering CL did go up to 3 for that 30 life pool.
Yeah, and you already had 12 damage on your opponent, 3 on board. It was less, and they had hands down. As soon as I would see hands down, I would be like, all right, cool. You got to show me a Veiling or this is over. And 100%, we got the Veiling. We baited it the turn before. Veiling got played. This would stop the Sadie attack. Likely knowing that there could have been a slice and dice to follow it up. So it was probably the safe bait of saying, hey, I don't want you to slice and dice this turn. But unfortunately, at that point, did not matter. We weren't able to clear the board like we wanted to. We couldn't clear enough allies. And as well, we never really got an opening for Staggering Strike, which I think maybe we probably should have baited it through it a little bit earlier. But unfortunately, that's just how it goes. Once Tristan gets to enough prep, kind of the game is now in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, we are only a few minutes away from the next round starting. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll be back with you for round 5.
All right, see you guys soon. Listen, all I'm gonna say, if we go again and they
Yeah.
tell us they don't have any peaches, but the peaches and lychee, I swear. Oh, hey, welcome back, everybody.
right.
We're really glad to be back here. We're going into round 5. So we're going into this one. We're actually going to do a throwdown of the water decks. We're actually going to see a throwdown of kind of the two like very bursty water decks that we have kind of seen in the more recent age of Grand Archive. One of them being, you've seen him a lot, and you've seen this player all over for both the Winnabox tournament. We've seen him going into multiple regionals, doing incredibly well, and that is going to be Beautiful Kai. He is piloting with the deck he's wanted for a long time, Water Diana, with an absolute crazy ally package. So you kind of mix that nice of big burst damage, here's an ally, and of course using the Coda with the new Frog, so we just do a crazy amount of burst against Water Fractals, which is a deck that we were like, we thought was going to die. We thought how many bans can hit this deck to stop it from being a menace in the meta? And it does not matter. This deck is we'll just call it the cockroach of the game at this point, where whatever you do to it, doesn't matter. As long as I got fractals, I can do a lot of damage.
That may sound rude to Fractal players, but also you're Fractal players. So, and we already hit 3 Fractals down here for Victor. Well, 1 Unstable and 2 Fractals of Frost.
Pretty strong opening. I will not lie. And then we're seeing Kai running the
Snow.
Hourglass as well in this list. Mainly so he can...
Snow.
I don't know if we have any cats in this list, but I know for a fact that we are running that new Ranger boots, the distorted boots.
The Ranger Strides.
Yep, to get the range 4 on a random target, which is... It can be a lot of damage very quickly.
Yeah, let's take a look. I'd be interested if he's not running Cheshire Cat, considering how strong it's possible. That being said, he might not have found room for the Inert Sword.
Oh no, four Cheshire Cats.
Okay.
But we're not leaving those out.
And we do have that Inert Sword. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just so strong. Really a linchpin of this distortion package. The Cheshire Cat and Sword. Zheng Zhao, Way of Peace. With those 3 fractals, we're able to pay for it with nothing in memory. And one thing you'll see a lot of times from Diana's, they'll just go ahead and grab their hand and pass, because they're looking to become distant and then level up in order to grab one of their Aether Wings.
The difference in value of just not starting distant, the game distant, and just getting that bow versus just going 1 and then having to force to material that bow, it's not worth it. You'll even see these decks sometimes forego that, make the boots early to draw a card to cycle to try to get the distant card, because one thing with Diana is it wants to get the train going as early as possible. So very similar to Fractals, wants to keep that fractal chain of get enough Fractals, play Zhang, draw 2 more, play Fractals, keep it going. Diana kind of does the same thing. You want to go distant, you want to go to level 1, you want to get the bow, do a big hit, mill some floating memory, and then rinse and repeat. Because the more you do that, the more you're just going to set up the game and know exactly what you're going to draw and exactly what you want to try to close this out.
Sounds good.
Yeah, speaking of the Fractal train rolling, there is a Fractal of Rain now on Victor's side. Going back to Kai, we're going to see a Weaving Mana Stream alongside the level up with the Aquamarge Whisper and a Drown in Aether. So it's going to go ahead and get loaded. Okay, yeah. It's going to get loaded. Diana's going to try to go in for the attack, but we're going to see a Song of Frost. So that's going to go ahead and stop any of that glimpsing that Diana's attempting to do. Fracturize. Crystalline Archer in hand. That's pretty strong. Frostborn Paladin. That's the promo one, I believe. And we're actually going to use that Weaving Mana Stream.
Yes.
3 going
Using
into
the weaving
Victor.
before there, so we're not going to get the trigger on the weaving, which is a little sad, but at the same time, I would not complain about having a 3-4 into this matchup.
No. So just like last season, Fractals still does have a critical weakness to just a ton of allies existing.
Pay
Backup Charger.
1, 2,
And we're going to pay 1, 2 of our Fractals. Grab an extra card.
draw to memory.
There's a quick serve with Grail out.
Draw for turn.
What's under the Quicksilver Grail?
If I had to make a guess, I mean, if it's like the traditional, we're probably, most likely, probably sneaking probably our anti-attack card into there, or we're sneaking the destruction for
Frostborn Paladin.
being able to play that Crystalline Mirror. Most likely is what would be my first two guesses.
And then with
But that's the cool part about these lists that run. The Grail is you have a lot of options. You have a lot of flexibility, and sometimes it's just an extra draw card, and you just want your opponent to fracturize it and
fast gear,
waste it on something that is not actually relevant to them.
buff counter.
Yeah. Victor using that collab, the Hoshikawa Sara collab fast cure, so that their Frostborn Paladin can also receive a buff counter and they can draw a card.
Swing a champion for 3.
Taking 3.
Swinging at champion for 3.
Pass.
2 in hand, 5 influence.
So this is where, as Diana, we need to start making some decisions, especially as we did already use our Weaving Mana Stream here. 6 influence. What is our possible materialization?
End of turn.
At this point, where we're
Reposition
kind of at now, and what we're kind of looking at the board state, I mean, it would not be out of the ordinary to just get Flash Grenade ready
here.
and out,
Ranger Strides on
but
that.
we're actually going the boots, so this could mean we have a potentially very large burst turn.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so Ranger Strides coming in, getting to draw a card, and we already distant from the reposition at the end of last turn. Ranger Strides, we can banish those for an extra range 4, and range does stack. So on top of Diana's 1, that would be 5. We could also, if something else had happened, we could choose, for example, for the Paladin to actually get ranged and then be able to come in for extra attack.
Now, something we have to be careful of is even our opponent only has 2 cards in hand. We talked about earlier, underneath that Grail,
3
very much could just be hidden.
3 is good.
That kind of that perfect regalia to say, get rid of one of my floating, turn one of my cards down into a card in hand, so I then have the 3 to be able to counter something or just maybe stop the attack again.
Yeah, especially in Water v Water, and Diana Water specifically, where you're so reliant on your champion being able to not only attack but also connect. You have to be pretty careful. Okay, it looks like there was no Aether Charge
Sensor.
card this turn.
Sure.
So
Or clock.
Fractals, going ahead and activating Sensor. It's in hand. It's a little difficult to see, unfortunately, but I'm sure we'll see some cards in a bit. 2, 3, 4 Fractals already out.
Swing a champion for
And yep, looks like we're just going to keep pushing with that buff countered Frostborn Paladin. So another 3. Kai looking for a response. In Kai's hand, I believe there is another Frostborn Paladin. He's going to go ahead and take that 3.
Which this is the critical mass where Burst Asunder could just end the
Fractal
game
Insight.
here,
Paying 2.
if they have it.
Fractal of Insight.
So glimpse 2.
And
We
they are
can
going to
definitely
glimpse
just
too.
end the game if we have it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So with 5 Fractals, Burst Asunder would offer 12 damage.
I think that was 2 Jangs off the
Pass
top
here.
there.
In the glimpse?
Yeah, I think it might have been 2 Jangs.
Very strong. Very, very strong. Keeping
I'll
5?
Fracturize the sensor.
All right. Okay.
That's good.
Fracturizing the sensor at the end of turn.
Which can be scary because that is another Fractal and Fantasia for there's opponent.
You're definitely taking a risk there, where you're saying my floating memory is worth more to me
Oh, Nurse
than
Sword,
you
pay.
having the ability to just not only pay for something but also dunk me for another 2.
And I think we did see missiles get flashed as well. So
You
that
have,
is a missiles for 7. Which
Wow.
is nothing to scoff at.
No, not at all. Especially when we're already at 7, and we only run Dyna level 1, so that could be a tricky situation. Unearthed Sword coming
You
out.
have 2 cards in
2 cards in hand.
2 cards in hand.
And this is probably the
Missile,
missiles
targeting
then.
champion.
Yes. So in response,
Deal 7.
there's, Victor's making a call that there's probably nothing left in Kai's hand, especially at 2 cards. So missiles coming in for 7. Pushing Diana to 14. If there's another...
Shimmer,
Is
fraction,
shimmering?
targeting your champion.
Yeah, okay.
to deal
There's shimmering
6.
there.
Sure.
During recollection, and that's going to wrap
Yeah,
up game
that's
1.
gonna wrap up game 1. Very quick game 1 for both of these lists. Again, as we mentioned, these two are very, very burst focused lists. They have a very specific game plan they want, and Unfortunately, at this point, with seeing Victor open up 3 fractals, that was definitely the start. If you had to ask any fractal player of what would you rather have, 3 fractals or removal, it's like, I want to have 3 fractals. I'll draw the removal. Just give me the start of 3 fractals and Zhang to follow it up, which is.
Oh, yeah, the Zhang right after, on your turn 2, you put 3 fractals, turn 1, Zhang turn 2. You're pretty good. You're just sitting there safe, unless they're just, like a quick Phys Agger or something. You're not in any real danger.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, and as well as Kai didn't have an answer to be able to either to counter or to stop of any way. Which, one thing is, like, even if your opponent has 5 cards in hand and they play that, you still want to try to counter it for them, because they have to put cards down, because we check the on-ender ability, not the activation. So if they're forced to put 2 cards down to say, I want to keep it, that draw 2 turns into a recover, which you would much rather see for a fractal player do. I would much rather them recover life than I would them
draw extra cards.
Draw so whatever they need.
Yeah, the big thing there, of course, Fractals has only ever so many kill cards, but that number is quite large. 12. So there are 12 cards that they're looking for, and here we saw that Victor had 2 of those. Let's take a look at the sideboards.
Yep, so we're starting off, taking a quick look here at Victor's sideboard. There is a couple of pieces like Extruding Touch we could see come into play, just to kind of maybe eat away some of those key pieces. But maybe snipe out a Coda, maybe snipe out some of those interaction cards. I could see another Fate's Premonition come in, kick it up from 1 main board to 2 main board, being able to name some of those very problematic water cards from Gaming Distant, or being able to counter my stuff would be a very something you consider playing. And Glacial Evocations, we could see. Snow Fairies, we could see that maybe stop, especially if we think this is the ally Diana version. Now, we didn't really see any allies besides Paladin, and we know both the Astra Blitz version of the deck does play those. So it's hard to say. Do you commit an anti-ally card when you know for a fact they may have more of they may only have that their only ally, or do you just kind of play it safe and say, I would much rather have a little bit more interaction with things like Glacial Evocation and Fractal Intrusion and try to deal with combo pieces? And it's a really tough call what to make here, but if we made the right call and put in the Snow Fairies, that could become pretty backbreaking for this matchup.
Yeah. Like you said, unfortunately, if you're Victor, you didn't receive any real signals.
Yeah.
Right? You just saw Frostwarn, and everyone's going to have a Frostwarn. You're not really too, concerned about that. Did see a Blanche in Kai's hand, almost certainly from the side deck.
Very, very easy card. And looking at this list, looking at Kai's sideboard, 2 Blanches came in for sure. Blanche is like the king of this matchup, forcing them to have to throw one of those missiles or throw one of those big, we'll just call them water fireballs at the Blanche is something you want to see happen. We're probably seeing the Viridian Protective Trinket come in just to be able to make that decision making a little bit harder for the water deck. And we may.
You think I don't know.
I'm
Not
debating
for
the
this one
Mustang.
either.
Like,
The
do you bring in
Mustang?
the Mustang in this matchup? It's you don't want to really fracturize their sensor, but
You
if
do
they
want to
resolve
break it?
it is a
Yeah.
huge problem. So I think you bring in the 1 Mustang just as like hopefully you draw it instead of having to fracturize.
I think that's pretty fair. We'd seen Undercurrent Vantage being played, and then a Prudent Knock.
Sounds good.
So being able to glimpse, and then you already know that next part is able to,
We'll go 3 champion.
something that you want into your memory.
Song of Frost.
Prudent Knock, we're going, okay. Song of Frost.
again.
Yeah. Definitely what you don't want to see is Diana. And to go to Diana, it looks like we did use that Languid Troll Toad. So unfortunately, that's one of our Coda targets,
Okay.
essentially leaving.
It's like the exact same hand.
I know, right?
And Frostborn Paladin, Victor noted, it's like,
We sure
this is
did.
the same
I can tell you
hand.
that. My hand is way better. I'll run fast.
Even Kai just telling his opponent, hands way better.
Derek, is that a signal? Is that something
That
we should
is
look
a
out
signal.
for? Yeah.
Text Charger.
We gotta watch out for that when your opponent says that. You gotta think.
Trying to memory.
Which CSR is that? Oh no, that's the backup charger.
Oh, what CSR that? It is not. That is
It
a
is
backup
not.
charger.
Yeah.
That is the alternate art that you can pull from ALC, right? Or is it MRC that we could get the alternate art?
MRC.
Fracturize the power cell.
Refractorize our power cell.
Thing too.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
One of Water's best plays they can make in the game.
Yeah, during recollection, you're going to head and fracturize your power cell, so you're going to get that floating, as well as
I'm at
it is rested, but it's going to be a fractal.
down.
So in that way, we already have 3 Fantasia on board.
And then Sigo.
4 in hand.
Okay.
4 there, that's.
So this is, I mean, this is already looking like a pretty different game here. Weaving Mana Stream, make ourselves distant, refracting missiles in response.
Thing 3.
4, take out, yep. Take out that Paladin. And I think like we said before, that's pretty smart, right? You want to keep Kai's board relatively empty. Even though so much of the damage comes from Diana, we want to make sure that they're not also just pushing with the allies, which sometimes Fractal's kind of have an issue with.
Yeah, and this is one of my Weaving Mana Stream. I think is a card that Diana wanted from the very beginning. Being able to get multiple sources of value from this card, being able to play it, gain distant, and then also be able to materialize something that because almost every Diana Ranger Regalia that you would normally want to play requires one to play it.
Yeah.
And you kind of hard to keep that value going. But in this case, you gained value off of doing this.
We're actually at a +1, and Flash Grenade is also able to draw a card when it leaves.
Then I'll go 4
So
Okay, 4 is good.
here's our, okay, there we go. Here's our actual attack. 4 is, 4 is good. And the Akramar's Whisper is going to allow Kai to glimpse 4 + 3. Or is it 2?
That is a lot of rituals, it looks like.
Yeah, we do see the Cheshire Cat. Oh, wait, sorry. Akramar's Whisper is just 4 + 1.
Yep.
So. That Blanche in hand. I think the reposition at the end there.
In what fractal count do you just run out Blanche?
3, 4. They have 5 in hand. Probably 4. 4 or 5. And mostly because they haven't presented like an ally yet.
So knowing there's going to require like 1 or 2 missiles even to get there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can
Well,
do
and he
that.
just used a missile as well. So
Looks like we're tanking majority of that and just going to mill. Yeah, not really a reason to turn off the attack. So
tactical retreat. It's pretty good. So we've got an extra floating in there, making our opponent consider. Okay, we see a Grail. Oh, and we should be able to see.
what's getting tucked here?
Maybe.
Maybe. Nope.
Nope.
I lied.
Can we double check they can't hear us? That's.
Can we get the instant replay on that?
Can I see the very top 1 millimeter of a card?
Yep, and well, there's the, we said, no ally. Well, there it is.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's fine. We want to know that our Blanche might be in danger. Frost 1 Paladin, using that refracting missile to get the buff. And this is where, unfortunately for Kai, the Drowned in Aether only takes away 3 life instead of 4.
Taking 3.
So we are going to need to do something to get rid of this ally. Do have a Weaving Mana Stream in hand. And there's the Bullfrog. So this is one of the newer cards in DTR. A 0/4 frog that has Taunt, as well as Floating Memory.
Which, honestly, I think I agree with what a lot of people say about this set, is I think Bullfrog might be the strongest water card.
Oh,
In
I agree,
all of
actually.
It's the foot. You really wouldn't think of just a 0/4 would make that much of a difference when you're paying 3 for it, but there are so many cards that just cannot get through it by its own. So you end up turning this into a either 2 attacks need to go into it to kill, or you need to throw an attack and an additional removal piece into it, or you have to throw a big removal piece at it, which can get pretty difficult to do. So because of that, usually the Bullfrog will just buy you an entire turn.
Yeah, absolutely. If you think about it, even an imbalanced Gildas is just 4.
Yeah.
So, that, like you said, a huge piece. And if you're going like a super wide board and you're not ready for it, it's possible you even take up like 3 allies worth of attack. Here, the biggest thing, of course, is that we need to get through that in order for Diana to actually do her massive damage, ideally against Dao Chen. Did we? No, we did not have an extra Weaving Mana Stream here. It was in hand. And I think that was an Etheric.
Yeah, we saw the end of turn glimpse to hopefully dig a few more, and I think we tanked 3 cards off the end of that.
Yes.
Makes me wonder, what is Kai digging for? What does Kai want in this situation?
If we let's dig into the deck, see if we can figure out what line he's thinking of.
Because my thought would maybe be a Frostborn Paladin is what we're kind of looking for here. We know we have the Cheshire Cat, but not really a thing. And hey, look at that beautiful smoke bomb. Showing off like, hey, I've already got one, but you know what would be really cool than one?
If
What
I had
about
2. So, yeah, for those who haven't seen it yet, that is the prize smoke bomb for today. In a regional level, there is no top cut, so only our best 8 records out of Swiss are going to go home with that. But it is a very beautiful card.
Oh, it is absolutely beautiful.
For champion. Going to
Beautiful enough to make me make a trip up to Kansas.
go one across, playing a front
We do enjoy Kansas. That wasn't like a dig at Kansas. I just want to... the way his tone was... Kansas did not deny us peaches and lychee. So we have nothing bad to say about you, Kansas.
For now.
Well,
I get there.
Okay. They were... We'll talk about this later.
We like to have fun here.
Too much fun. Who even knows what kind of fun we're having?
But I took some time during that to kind of look over the list and see what we're maybe digging for. Honestly, at this point, I think Paladin is probably... Oh, no, actually Archer. I don't even want to think about that. Archer would be a huge play here, because if we can get Archer, we can banish a floating, draw the card, and come in for 4 at the Bullfrog. So it's an easy kill, and allowing Diana still to go into face for some damage.
Yeah, so we did see Diana go to face. Okay, here's our Archer. The big thing there previously, under the Grail, we did see that it was a Wand of Frost.
Okay, for 4, so I'm at 13.
So there we go. The Castilian Archer.
Launch.
Launch.
Okay,
Going in.
Charge a soul for 1.
you got it.
And Charge of Soul. There we go.
Yep, there we go. That's how you end
That
it.
closes it.
When you are still 15, you just close it out. So we weren't even digging deal with Bullfrog. We're like, we'll smoke bomb.
Yeah, we'll
it.
smoke
Who
bomb it
cares
away.
about that? Let's go for the kill. Absolutely looking for the route, found it, and was like, all right, cool, let's move on. Let's go to game 3. And I don't think we're going to see too many changes from Kai's side. He didn't really see
No.
anything new. There wasn't really like crazy changes that I think anything else need to come over. But I do think at this point, Victor may be considering those Dream Fairies at this point.
The Snow
When-
Fairies.
Snow Fairies.
Yeah.
Or Dream Fairies, who knows? Maybe.
Okay, you are legally allowed to put them in the deck. I don't know what they're going to do, but
Decided.
You are allowed. I would not recommend it, but you could if you wanted to.
hey, you don't have to listen to the caster's table. We don't know it. We're the bad boys. That's why they put us here. We can't.
What we cast Grand Archive, we don't play it. We
no,
never learned how to
I've-
play it. We just cast it.
Yeah. They just go, oh, well, you like the game? Well, I guess you can talk. But playing the game? Impossible.
Get out of here.
No,
Get out of here.
never.
You're not allowed to do that.
No.
But yeah, we're going to be going pretty quickly and do game 3. Honestly, we have a plenty of time going
Yeah.
this game of 3.
Oh, it's
this
great.
is what you would think. Normally, we think water v water. We'd be here for a very long time. But in this regard, nah. We know exactly what needs to happen. We know how much damage needs to go out,
Mm-hmm.
and we saw just what Diana can do. Diana
Yeah.
can just say, "Hey, I'm going to have 3 super solid turns. I'm going to mill floating memory. I'm going to do exactly the Regalia I want, and I'm just going to pressure the damage and end the game." And that's exactly what we saw from Kai's very beautifully played new Diana.
Yeah, this is definitely not the past of Water v Water. Both of these are such bursty decks that it really just takes that little bit of setup, and then instantly you're out. We see the Bullfrog come out real early, and that's good. That's
Well-
really unlikely to.
Here, any other deck, I would say that's amazing.
Yeah.
However, this is
Oh.
unfortunately into Adana that realistically doesn't have a strong turn 1 opener for damage.
Oh,
Means
I see what you're saying.
We likely didn't have fractals
Yeah.
to play. That was our option.
That's
so-
true.
Yeah, at
Yeah,
this
I'll
point,
agree.
we're digging. We need some fractals.
I think you're right. And because Diana isn't going to take that Bullfrog out, we're not getting our floating memory anytime
Yep.
soon. Frozen Dismissal in hand there, I see for Victor. Could be... Okay. Yeah, that's Refracting Missiles as well, right at the front. And you're right. Yeah, we only have one Fractal there. Undercurrent Vantage. Allowing us to glimpse... Is that a calculated foresight?
I don't. It was so fast, I didn't catch it. I don't remember seeing it in the list. It could be. Maybe I just completely. No, it was not.
No?
There
Okay.
was not a calculated in here.
Even odd. Yeah.
I was just really hoping for a man sitting cross-legged. Just trying to see it.
What a weird way to say that.
We're having too much fun here. Tactical Retreat coming out for this Diana. And once again, grabbing our Aqua Mirage Whisper. Paladin in hand.
I'll go one at the Bullfrog.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and charge the soul, allowing us to attempt to come in for 3
good.
against that Bullfrog, clearing it out. Yep.
Cool part of it is on hit, not on champion hit, so we still get a glimpse and see what we want to look at. I believe. Or maybe no, I think it is. No, it is on.
Yeah,
hit.
it is. Yeah, it's on hit.
She's already bad enough as is.
It'd
know,
be
I hate
anything.
it.
Yeah, they're in fact mentioning to each other. Diana's stuff is just on hit, not on champion.
So that there, that's yeah, still hate it.
Mm,
Two on top.
that was a paladin, wasn't it?
Archer
It was
on
an
top.
archer. Okay, great. Oh, and the weaving mana stream. Going out 3. There's our paladin.
Frozen dismissal.
Frozen dismissal. Oh, okay. And that's
Pretty good.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Thinking of what to put down.
Wake.
And are we going to see the Grail again?
Both players still at 0. It feels like a lot of stuff has happened, but also not a lot of stuff has happened.
Playing Thronekeeper.
I think that's one sort of big hallmark when you just have
Draw for turn.
that 0-4 taunter.
Yeah, you can definitely tell Victor with playing all of these kind of
Oh.
pieces of just draw cards. We are desperate to see some fractals, and we're still
Yeah.
a ways away from them.
Especially with that scepter materialization. Yeah, still only one fractal. So I think if you're Kai, you're pretty pleased. You know, your paladin got dismissed, but that's okay. You know you have an archer coming up. You also have that weaving mana stream, so you can go ahead and get some value out of that as well. As long as you have one more floating. Getting our flash grenade. So just like we saw last game,
Yep.
we're going to essentially +1 from this.
Now recollecting draw.
Okay.
Okay, and we know this is our Crystallian. We do have a Charge of Soul in there for floating.
Is that 2 more paladins in hand?
I believe it's at least one. There's a Weaving Mana Stream in hand as well.
Crystalline Archer.
Crystalline Archer.
Okay.
I'll declare attack here on attack.
With the on attack on the stack.
On attack. Okay.
Refracting missile, the Crystalline Archer.
Refracting Missile for 2. And
2 in hand.
let's see if there. So yeah, that is 2 paladins.
Which could we reposition here and then give it the range there?
The
and
range
pop the-
anyway.
But yeah, it's already not worth it. Too many cards being thrown away for that.
Mm-hmm.
Still gonna get the draw. Main reason for this: the ability is still in the stack, regardless if the ally is there or not, and you're still able to banish the card, regardless of if the ally is there. Technically, it gets a range. It's just not there to receive it.
Yeah. I think Kai might have missed the draw. Even though we did take out that Charge of the Soul. which would be unfortunate.
Just go 3 the bullfrog.
Okay.
Okay, well, charge soul for 1, the bullfrog, 3, and so once again, it's just on hit. So we are still going to be able to glimpse and take one of those cards and put it in the graveyard. Ideally floating memory. There's our Mustang.
Means we do have the safety against Censor if we think our opponent's going to do it. Which, if our opponent's digging this far and they're trying to get certain cards and they've been playing defensive all game so far, I wouldn't hesitate to keep Mustang on the top of the deck just in case. Because if they're going to go Censor, you could easily blank that entire turn.
Bottom.
It looks like
No, we.
But it looks like
getting a
we
Weaving
are
Master.
tanking at the bottom, unfortunately.
We are going to the bottom.
And then I will go ahead and pass the turn.
Passing with 2 paladins and a reposition in hand.
Go to Dacia level 1, paying a refracting missile.
Going to Dachan level 1. Using our floating.
Recollect.
Did we see...
I think another miss one hand from Victor,
Okay.
as well as a fast carrier.
Yeah. There's no shimmer. There's a Fracturize?
Yeah, we probably won't need it, but
There's a paladin.
Fractal, Frostborn Paladin paying.
First one paladin. And we'll go ahead and use that bullfrog, it seems.
Paladin is
Oh, there's a fractal. I think there's a fractal of insight in Victor's hand. He just hasn't played it.
Buff counter.
Getting that buff counter on. And yeah, Fracturize. Oh no, that's not an insight. I believe that's another frozen dismissal. Oh, no, it is. Okay. Just gotta trust my eyes.
Not resting it. Present hand.
Just gotta have trust.
I just gotta have trust in my own. Well, I don't. we both wear glasses. If you're not, if you haven't been watching the stream, we both wear glasses. Fractal Insight. We're not going to rest it for the glimpse, it seems. And okay, yeah. Pass turn. We're gonna get this Viridian. So I think an important thing here is that Viridian does make even the things in memory that Dao Chan would, normally be able to react with her counters. It makes them fundamentally too expensive in order for her to actually use them for memory. Because she must play with, or must pay with only those counters.
play Frostborn Paladin.
Here's our Frostborn Paladin.
On enter.
And we do have floating.
She have a
This is, what's the first card in Victor's hand there?
finish here.
The top one?
Yeah.
Oh, it was the fast
Is
carrier.
it fast gear? Okay.
I think it was the promo fast carrier.
Oh, I think you're
Kalava.
right. Yeah, yeah. I should have thought about it. Like, what card has a big shock of blonde hair?
And another paladin.
Yeah, this is, I think, what you don't want to see as Victor. Even when Diana's not hitting you. 2 Frostborn Paladins with the buff counters.
Rise.
I'll go ahead and pass the turn.
During end, I'll rest. Play Shimmer Fraction.
And okay, shimmering.
We can't ignore it. Luckily not water, so we can kill at least one of those. Probably doesn't feel too great.
Yeah, but you can't really leave it either.
Yeah, you
Still
cannot.
during end.
Yeah, next turn you'll have really wanted to have used the shimmering.
And I think at this point we're desperate for that third fractal. We want to see it get this game plan moving a little bit.
There's that fast gear.
Yeah.
Wake.
Fast gear adds 0, so just searching. Like you said, we're gonna probably use that floating memory just to keep digging.
Quicksilver.
Quicksilver Grail.
Yeah, you get cover 0.
Right.
Quicksilver. Neglect.
Very fast.
Draw for turn.
But having been cleric, actually, that Wand of Frost is actually worth that much more.
Yeah.
Because it'll be able to draw the card.
Paladin. Paying 1, 2.
Wow.
Paladin for a paladin, I guess.
That's how many have we seen this game? 5? Yeah, I think so. And they're all buffed. This is water, right? We're not running naked paladins out there. Everyone's got a buff.
a Morgan.
Morgan,
Morgan did come in.
and that, well, I think that's very important to take out that. Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. And that is interesting. Why is Morgan in from the side deck? Is it just to push more ally damage, perhaps?
One is just she can't take effect damage.
There are a few pieces because you do. It is able to survive some of this spot removal
Oh,
that
it
we
also
can
has
see.
class bonus.
Because of class bonus,
it's like
we
let's
do at the beginning of
recover.
turn. We do get a glimpse of 1.
Oh yes.
Or we can choose to recover 1 if we don't choose to use the glimpse. So it does let us dig a few cards, especially in the situation right now where we need to see certain pieces. Or, and sometimes in these matchups where one damage actually does matter quite a bit, sometimes just recovering the one can be pretty.
Yeah, you can save
pretty
yourself by one. We're gonna use one of our Waving Mana streams for the smoke bomb.
Then
And
I
that-
will Recollect and drop.
That is, I mean, it's just value, even if we don't use the smoke bombs this turn. Is is it the fourth paladin, or perhaps an archer? No, we're gonna go ahead and attack with Diana, using our Weaving Mana stream. Just getting a little bit of glimpsing back. There's the paladin.
Is that the fourth paladin for Kai
Yeah,
in this
that's,
game, I think?
yes. If that paladin leaves in any way, that would be the fourth. One card does have to go down to the graveyard. Almost certainly not that paladin, but
I won't be shocked if we see Crystal and Archer resolve here just to deal with that opponent's paladin off the board, because I don't think you can leave it in this matchup.
I agree. That 3/4 stat line is a little too big, and at worst for your opponent, it's Crystalline Archer to the grave. At worst, the real problem is they're just gonna leave it standing. They're never gonna rest it and say, I don't know, Diana, you just want to take some damage.
Scepter Fascination.
Sure.
Scepter Fascination,
Get 2 Glimmers.
getting popped to grab some more,
Then rest Dalchen.
and then we're probably gonna see another Shimmering.
Frozen Dismissal from memory.
Frozen Dismissal. Oh, nope. Yep.
Cost 4. Oh, you're right. Yes. yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
and calling out saying, hey, it does cost more, unfortunately, for the...
Cool. I guess in this
Yep.
case, then I just
So that's
leave her rested, right?
She's still standing.
the big thing that we did note. You must pay
Like,
entirely with
Yep.
those counters. So 2 is not enough to pay for that Frozen Dismissal.
I'll crack Fractal Snow, so it'll
Okay.
come in rested.
Fractal Snow being cracked. Okay, Fractal Snow being cracked in response to try and have that Crystallian come in rested. See that Tactical Retreat? That might really come in handy. We also now know that our opponent, thanks to the little thing there, that they do have a Frozen Dismissal.
Sure. Pop smoke
I'm gonna
bomb
let it
for
come in
Crystal
rested.
Archer.
Smoke Bomb.
Okay.
We're gonna pop that to grab a card. And because we already know that it's the Frostworn. Yep.
Just hear
Weaving
the-
Mana Shit. Yep.
Cool.
Cool.
I'll go 3 at Morgan.
Is that an Archer, too, off the draw?
Yes. Yes.
I
So-
think it's all allies this turn come into play rested, right?
Yes, it is.
So actually, it could not have come
It
into
could not
play
have-
and
oh.
attacked, I don't think.
No.
So I think it should be all...
They should all be rested.
Paladin on attack.
I think. Oh, hold on.
Okay.
Uh,
With the on attack on the stack.
See if we can get our Jut. Well,
Is it the next turn? Let me check. Before I jump to
Yeah.
conclusion,
I believe it is all allies. And it looks like we were about to crack the Quicksilver Grail as well. We're just gonna do a quick
Oh,
double
it's only
check.
the next time.
Only the next time.
The
Oh,
next time.
the ne-
Yeah.
Oh,
Gonna activate Quicksilver Grail.
just goes to show I can't play fractals.
This is also the this is the card we call Fractal Frost all last regional. So we've never learned this card apparently.
No, this is a hidden card. Fractal of Snow. Shimmering, coming out for that Wand of Frost.
Unanswered draw.
Definitely you don't want to see that. That being said, Dao Chen is already rested, so... Is that a... Wait. No, is that a Chateau de Coeur
Attack goes through.
in his hand?
Here, coming in for 4.
Yeah, I guess.
For Victor?
Yeah, for Victor.
3 at the Morgan.
I might be dreaming. These might be things that I just want to see randomly.
I think you might be dreaming.
Oh, I'm crazy. I'm like, oh, it's a table. Oh no, that was a. That's there's a captivating opulence, right? Yeah.
Going to turn end. Yeah.
Captain Opulence still pretty strong here.
Fast cure.
Oh, fast cure.
Heal 2.
We are going to actually recover there. And yeah, that board of allies is not only back, but took away that paladin with only one fractal on board.
Paying fast.
Oh, okay. This is a new card. We have not, we haven't seen this in any game. This is the Candlelight Hourglass,
Oh, I missed the trigger.
and
Well,
Okay.
yes.
Victor
the
looking for the
battle's
trigger
invincible.
from Morgan to either heal or glimpse.
Because if you don't glimpse, you recover.
Yeah, so I guess
so
I'll
you
recover
have to
0.
recover. Yeah.
So
Right.
the
Yeah.
Candlelight Hourglass, one of our new cards from DTR.
Which we can probably pull up on stream here pretty for you guys to see this. But yeah, this is actually a
Can't miss it.
relatively new card. We've seen it see play in some more fringe lists. We've seen it more in like Wind Allies, when CL has used this. It's kind of cool to see in this list. Basic idea of this card is it's a 1-cost, unenter, draw a card. So your typical
Yeah, we're
place-
just digging a bit.
Psycho Regalia. But the thing is it has on charge too. The way charge works in this game is at the beginning of every recollection phase, you're going to put a charge counter on this card. And once you hit 2 charge counters, it'll gain the ability of activate abilities of allies you don't control costs 2 more. So this includes anything that is going to be tapping the ally to do it. This could be like Sadie paying 2 to return to hand. So it's very similar to Capitulating Opulence that hits Regalia, but in this case, we can hit allies as well. Now, we still have to wait another turn for it to come online, so we still have some time before anything like that would happen. But as you said, we're probably playing it mainly right now to draw
Draw
a
a card.
to get, hopefully, another Fractal.
Well, we did get out in Unstable Fractal, and with our Captivating Opulence, that does push us to 3 Fantasia on board. Give the Ranger
Ooh,
Strides.
Ranger Strides.
So this is a pretty good signal backstep.
Okay.
So the thing here is this Crystallian Archers can go ahead and make themselves distant pretty easily with any floating memory. And we have not only floating memory to feed them right now, but we can go ahead and put more in if we need to. And we're going, okay, reposition.
Yep.
I'll go Fort Champion.
So 4. Okay.
Probably not wanting to overcommit too much in
No.
terms of the cards, but
Okay, 3 for Cheshire.
Okay, Cheshire Cat. So we don't currently have our Nerd Sword, but
Champion.
Cheshire Cat does have a little more than just the 2 from the Nerd Sword.
Declare attack here on attack.
We can, of course, banish it to
I'll pop this.
you do the okay. There we go.
Yep.
The activated ability of any distortion, and so we can actually we have 2 Ranger Strides, and so we're actually getting a +8 on the range there. And then with the Paladin,
I have 4.
that will
Yeah. And then 3.
that'll push us over. There we go.
GG.
that's game.
Yeah, that's game.
Great use of Cheshire Cat.
Cheshire Cat.
Like,
that.
it is a. You kind of forget the bottom half of that card that says not only do you gain the attack of the weapons, but you gain the activated abilities of those cards. So the fact that you have that, and then he did say at the end, in case anybody's on the stream, it does cost 2 more. That's what his opponent does ask, do you have 4? And he's like,
Yeah.
I got 2, and here's the 4. And so, what an amazing comeback for Kai. I mean, to be fair, Fractals was in probably the worst situation you could be in, and that's not seeing
Not fractals.
Not
Yeah.
only when you finally got the 2, you had to sacrifice one of those to try to keep your board alive.
Mm-hmm.
So it felt kind of bad to have to do that, but that's unfortunately what the deck kind of lives and dies by seeing the fractals. And we don't have as many glimpses as we saw in the older versions of this deck.
Mm-hmm.
So you do play a little bit more high rolly at times, and then sometimes the deck just does the exact opposite and low rolls, and you kind of live in this like roller coaster of super highs and then really low lows, which we got to see in game 3.
Yeah, I think unfortunately, also kind of forgetting that the Frozen Dismissal would be affected by the Viridian Trinket, while in memory might have. I mean, that's unfortunately kind of a critical piece, right?
Yeah.
You wanted to make sure that you kept that extra Frostborn Paladin off the board, and since it wasn't, it went ahead, that plus the Archer being able to take out your Paladin, you have no more allies, you have no more fractals. Like you said, it is unfortunately that real low, and just trying to draw cards out of Hourglass, out of Wand of Frost, etc. We just couldn't find it.
No, we dug for it, we tried for it, and unfortunately, we just in the end didn't find it. Well,
Sometimes you don't have it.
looking at we have plenty of time on the clock right now. We have quite a bit of time around. Why don't we have 2 of these? We have an event pack and a sapphire pack here.
Oh, we're gonna open them now?
Why don't we crack them? Why don't we see what's in them?
All
Let's see
right.
what we get.
This is some pack opening AMSR for you guys.
So When joining an event, when coming into a regional, you will also be able to get, most likely, you'll be able to get 1 to 2 event packs with your entry, as well as at least 1 Sapphire pack. These are, as well, you can get these event packs by going to play your locals. They're usually given out to most shops who run the event as part of your entry to just say, hey, thanks for playing some Grand Archive. So, let's go ahead and open these up. Let's go in first the Sapphire pack. Do we get anything good?
It's a foil Dissuading Aether.
Ooh.
That's pretty neat. And we did see that card just
we
in the
did
previous game.
see it last game. So if you like playing Diana, you're wanting some.
Yeah.
Here's a great way.
Here's
It's
one.
a great way to get them. And then let's open the event pack. There's cool part of these is they do have a chance at a CSR. Will we see it?
This could
I
we
do
could
not
change our no. I got the bullet. This could change our most hype, part of the stream here.
Oh, I know my luck.
People are gonna
I know
remember-
my
people are
luck.
gonna remember
I
this
don't-
forever.
It's my pack. If it's anybody else's pack, it'd be a CSR.
They're gonna remember this forever. What is it?
That being said, we got a liminal guide.
Oh.
Not bad. It's not
That's
a CSR.
not- that's a
but
good card.
It's a liminal guide. I'm not gonna lie, pretty good.
pretty good. I think, anyone would be happy with that. Of course, it is a bit of RNG, but, going ahead, playing at your locals, getting these event packs, it's always a great time. Everyone's always sort of like, oh, did you get it? And then everyone says no, and you just go home. But otherwise, coming to your regional, getting these Sapphire packs is really great. Definitely, I think Kai will be looking for that foil Dissuading Aether from you.
Oh, most likely. It's probably already left the table. It's probably already gone that way over to Kai as we finish up this round.
It's just floating over there. And he's like, I did it. I won it.
I mean, to be fair,
will these stand?
the Diana main is
Oh, yeah.
always
that's
good.
good.
Oh, do you already still standing them up? Oh, no,
Yeah.
they do work.
Because we did it right.
Now we just have to crack one of these boxes on.
We'd really have to ask permission for that.
Not our boxes. Not our boxes.
They're not our box. Well, they could be.
They could be.
We just got a liminal guide. Actually, that's.
That could go to the boxes. Well, yeah, I think with that game, it was definitely what we expected out of these two decks. Very looking for the burst, looking for the potential to just kind of like just get the game in the favor, get the snowball, and we saw with Kai's side was use those first couple of turns, set up those draws, set up those glimpses, be able to dig the deck to get exactly what we want to see, and obviously being able to see every paladin and 3 total archers did the job pretty well.
Glimpsing that much is a huge advantage, being able to set up not only what you're going to go ahead and send in the graveyard for floating memory, but also what you're wanting to see for the next few turns. And on Victor's side, on that game 1, we did also see that fractal snowball, where you start with 3 fractals and you go to 5, and suddenly there's nothing your opponent can really do, especially when you have that Zheng Zhao and you also have your own Frostborn Paladins.
Yeah, and it was let's be fair. Even for not having the fractals, Victor played that game 3 very well.
Oh, yes.
He played what he needed to. He knew he needed certain situational pieces. It was just unfortunate that the Diana had already started that snowball. And once that snowball starts, it's very hard to try to be able to stop it and be able to kind of get the game back into favor.
Yeah, definitely, Victor rolling with the punches, playing as well as you can into, frankly, the RNG of a TCG.
Yeah. And sometimes it happens.
Yeah, sometimes you don't find it, but other times, sometimes you manage to, just barely rise above. And we saw that today recently. I think all of our games have been not only close, but just really fantastic shows of play where people are dealing with the RNG of what they can see. Here, we just happen to have multiple decks that are glimpsing to try and make their RNG correct.
Yeah, you're trying to play the luck a little bit in your favor, and that's what a lot of these decks you find are doing with this kind of thing of just drawing cards, cycling cards, get to what you want to, and then be able to close out the game. Well, we are going to go ahead and take a quick break so that way we can kind of get set up for the next one. We have 2 rounds left in today's event. We have round 6 and round 7, and then we will see who is going to be crowned the champion and who's going to be walking out with those beautiful smoke bombs as we saw Kai show us during that game.
We don't have the crown ready.
The what?
Okay, hopefully they're cutting this. Welcome back to round 6 of the DTR Texas Regional, where we still don't have any peaches. I don't know why. They just said they didn't have any, and that's okay.
But the other table got peaches, and I don't know why they got peaches.
I don't know.
either.
It's not that. They got them. It's fine. You know what? Instead of peaches, we have some fantastic gameplay coming up for you.
This round, we have, again, we're kind of keeping it with the non-traditional stills. Lists you've probably seen before. Things you've seen, just kind of in a different way. First one we're going to see is one of our locals, Greg. He is a diehard Water Allies
Greg.
on Kong Ming. The man loves this list, loves Kong Ming, loves the water, loves Water Allies, and this is a list that he's been brewing for a very long time. Every set doesn't really change, just keeps brewing it, keeps kind of expanding it, kind of keeps putting the cards that he thinks might work, wait not. And to be fair, it keeps working. It's every event just gets stronger and stronger and stronger.
It doesn't not work. That's the trick.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about this. And then of course, the other thing, we're actually seeing Gage from main deck here
Yes.
to actually playing what we would normally traditional would see as an Insol Lorraine. However, we're actually seeing these lists start dropping Insol. Going
Yes.
to more of a traditional of realizing Fluffy Shopkeeper, using things like Clarent is enough to just get those extra swords and be able to go Crux Knight and do some extra damage with things like Rending Flames, being able to use Sword Saint's Vow to grab some extra value. And that's what we're seeing with this list, is we're just using Ghostspin Dragons, we're using Cruxites, we're using this traditional just Fluffy, get some extra swords there and do a lot of damage. So we're going to see these two lists battle it out. And we're going to see what happens. And we'll be cutting over to players here pretty quickly as they shuffle up and get ready to start off round 6.
Looking Glass already out. We're going to start with our Spirit of Fire. Gauge your side. So, as Derek mentioned, yeah, this is not Insol. This is just Fire Crux Lorraine. I believe our Crux package is 4 Ascension, 4 Ghosts, and 2 Crux sites for main deck.
That is correct. I believe 2 Cruxite, 4 Ghosts, and 4 Spirit Blade Ascensions
Okay.
is what we were using. So we're still using the ability to just knowing that there is a lot of water in this field and being able to just get free value off of that Prismatic Edge.
Yeah, that's something that a lot of people these days, we're not siding in water, or we're not putting in water in the main deck because our opponent has a great chance of just playing it for us. Lunette coming down, so we're not going to be in balance because we are the second player.
Okay.
However, if I know Greg's list, there's quite a good number of protection for that Lunette. We'll see a Hydro Guard Retainer in hand.
Creative Shock.
Going to Creative Shock, and that's that
Discard Liminal
FTC turn-in Creative Shock. Liminal Guide, pitching Liminal Guide.
Sure.
Going to come up to Lorraine level 1.
Please.
And I believe that is a CUR Lorraine one.
Oh,
Don't get to see those very often.
Answer.
that is pitching out Reduced Ash. So,
Absolutely.
just like the regional, that's an event. You've seen something that you
Struggle.
rarely see.
Yeah.
Oh, actually using that ephemeral
Sure.
counter there. We're going to go ahead and get our Nerd Sword, paying 2. And that Liminal Guide coming in rested due to Lunette's effect.
We'll go ahead and attempt to swing 2.
So,
Lunette.
yeah, there we go. Attempt to swing a Lunette. No protection this time. It is going to go ahead, go to Grave. Players, of course, they're not completely beholden to playing to the exact zones, as long as everyone agrees.
I think we did see a cat in there, but we are instead foregoing the cat play here to just go out, most likely a Fluffy Shop. No, Cremation Ritual.
Cremation Ritual.
Why not? Just get some, especially
just
in the
getting-
water, actually probably a good play. One thing you do not want to do is being in a low influence amount into a water list. So I respect it. It is definitely probably the safer play and gives you a lot more options. And then, yeah, you know what?
Fluffy?
Here's Fluffy anyways.
Yeah.
On answer, I will banish.
Let's see. We're going to banish our Prismatic Edge and...
Prismatic
Sword of
Edge,
Shadows.
Sword of Shadows. Drawn a memory.
All right, getting that extra memory.
I'll hit you for 1.
And Fluffy going in for 1. Evening the score. Okay. Greg grabbing that backup charger.
Pre-recollection, I'll go ahead and pay for the 3.
You got it.
Paying 3.
Banish backup charge.
I think that was a Hydro Guard, a Frostworn, and a Snow Fairy.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So Greg's deck, there's a lot of traditional water allies, but also with the Kongming being able to get value out of Hydra Retainer as well as Ardent Cloud Striker. And you're going to see Hydra Retainer. And this this might be the first moment that Gage is like, huh, I wonder what this is. This archetype is not, it's not in the main database.
This is not at this point. You're like, this is not something I was expecting.
I'll pass to you guys.
Okay. Gonna pass. So right now, percent on board, there's actually not enough damage to take out that Hydra Guard. However,
Going to level 2
Going to level
would
2,
grant us
yeah.
enough to do it.
and we would be able to draw a card.
Now, we did see Greg holding on to that Cerulean Decree in hand, so
Yes.
very likely, if we commit a lot to trying to do this to kill, it could be a very easy answer. But with this high of influence, I don't think that's necessarily the the worry for Gage in this situation.
Going to
Clarent.
Sierra Clarent.
Yeah, and this is something we've seen very traditional from. I believe Jimmy Lee is one of the players who really kind of refined this play
Yes.
pattern, which is just play the fluffy shopkeeper, put 2 swords in there. Even if you're not going against a water control or like a anti-spell damage deck, being able to play out the Clarent and get 2 more swords, so that way when you do hit level 3, you're already at a +4 to every attack, is incredibly powerful. So it's a route we're seeing a lot of these decks now play. It's a very safe setup play with not only are you getting another sword, but that sword could also be essentially killed at any time to make any swing a +5.
Yeah. We also see our Cheshire Cat, and this will be for 3 because we do have that inert sword. It looks like Greg is thinking about that Cerulean, or perhaps just letting it go.
And in
Unfortunately,
response
we
to retaliation,
cannot answer
to kill it.
with Cerulean Decree because it is
Oh,
going to be.
The target.
That is a spell. It's a spell shot.
Yeah, Spell Shroud.
Oh, yeah.
Get ready. Oh, just do 2 there. I've already committed to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will take 2.
Yep.
2 champion.
So 3 marked.
Yep.
So
2 in hand.
3 on the Hydra Guard.
And if we do swing with the champion now, we will not be able to ready up
Hasty.
during our next turn. We
Yep.
will not be able to wake up
Swing 1,
because that Freezing
fetching
Hill
a shield mate.
ability is now on the stack for it.
Then I'll hit you for another 1.
Yeah.
Hasty, taking out that Hydra Guard,
that's the
as
turn.
well as pitching a Stalwart Shieldmate, and then 1 from the Fluffy.
We'll do GCR.
Yeah, unfortunately for Greg here, this looks like looks like Lorraine has gotten a very massive start,
Very good start.
a very strong opening, and is probably not what you want to
Totally
see is the
influence
water
right now.
player.
No,
Total
they already have 4
influence? I
swords
have 5.
banished. They managed to actually get value out of their liminal twice. It's a little tough.
I'll play the Lily.
See, Lily, Marine Castellan. So we saw this in the very first game. And here, we can target Lorraine as a unit, because it is just units with even life total. It's also able to take out that Hasty and take a card back.
Which
Looks
we
like
will
a
probably
Frostbind.
see, especially with water allies,
Snow Fairy
becoming
targeting Cheshire.
more a card that we see a little bit more often now.
That's fine.
And it looks like we're seeing the Snow Fairy. Yep, target the
Mm-hmm.
cat, get it out of the way. That's one very nice way to deal with it.
I'll take 1.
And then also just being able to play
One
Lily,
hand?
be able to get that influence back on top of being a 4 health body is a very strong ally. And it's surprising we didn't see more of this ally played even during that water meta, just because, or that fire Ryle meta, just because this card is incredibly strong and just giving you a water ally list that already generates a ton of tempo, just
Activate
even
that
more.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think there was a point there where Lily was definitely just completely undervalued. And, you know, I'm not going to say that I didn't also undervalue it. But the 1-4 stat line with the sort of ability, basically, to come to 2-4 in the right situation and get you that card back is very, very strong. I've definitely lost with it before, and I've also won with it before. And something that I think a lot of people are beginning to see, especially for these water ally decks.
And if you're one who follows the TCG player market,
No, don't mention. They're going to
they're
go.
gone. They're gone right now. So somebody saw, somebody knows.
Somebody knows. Somebody watched the stream in the future. That was the thing. Dungeon Guide to Lorraine 2.
And it looks like we may follow up with a Flame Sweep, too.
Flame Sweep.
There
I
it
will
is, Flame Sweep.
use Clarent for 5 total.
Using Clarent.
That's good. Draw 2.
All right, for 5. So that's not only going to clear all of those allies, but also hit Greg for 5. You're
And
to
draw 2
7.
more cards. And I did see another Dungeon
you
card
for
in
1.
hand.
Hit you
Yeah.
That is a rough thing to see.
Yeah. The second Ascension as well for Gage. Let's see. So if you're Greg, if you're the Water Allies player here, right, and we know this is kind of a strange deck, a lot of people might consider, but what's your line? Lorraine's board is kind of built.
Unfortunately, when you're a Water Allies player that is, well, one, you've been hit with the Flame Sweep. That is by far one of the worst things that can happen to you as a Water Allies player, is just losing your entire board in one go. Because a lot of your setup is essentially protecting your board, getting another ally, play another one, so on and so forth. But in this case scenario, you're the way you have to grind this back out in a normal matchup, would you need to start getting these allies off board. You need to retake board control. You need to make sure your opponent can't start answering your allies. But the only problem here is even if we do that, we still have that Lorraine level 3 that we can assume at this point is probably Crux Knight. Like you would be more shocked at not being Crux Knight if you see this many swords going into Banish.
Yeah.
That you now have to look at the situation of, if I clear the board, I still got to deal with that a Lorraine that's going to be swinging at me for 5-6 damage a turn, and I'm still level 1, and they're about to have 28 health.
2 to face.
Yeah, I think the surprising thing would be that they are not in Soul. Especially as the Water player, if you have any control, you might be waiting for that in Soul, and it never comes. And so you're sort of in a false start, basically. Marine, yeah.
That's fine.
Lily, Marine Castilian, and then the Ju Ying,
Pass to you,
taking out
so-
that cat once and for all.
We'll stay north.
Which we saw with Kyle.
phase,
We
I'm
saw
not
with Kyle
on
W on round 1 of this event,
go to my
like
turn.
showing the power of Lily plus Ju Yang, which very strong.
Yeah.
And we're seeing it here again.
Yeah.
Like cats are pretty good with
Would
stealth,
you
but
pick one, please.
3/3 true stealth,
3-3 of stealth,
pretty
yeah.
good.
3-3 of True Sight will take care of that for you.
Yeah.
It's fine. Yep.
Gage
Keep
playing that
going.
Undying Dreams to get that extra floating. And then it looks like the one coming out of memory to go to level 3 was a Fluffy Shopkeep. And yeah, like you said, if you're Greg, your worst fears are kind of confirmed. This is level 3 Crux Knight Lorraine.
Which another flame.
Another flame sweep in
which
hand.
We could easily flame sweep here
I-
with the
The Clarent.
not even the Clarent. we
Or
could
you
use the
could
Inert
use the
Sword.
Inert Sword now that your cat's gone.
And that would be what a
To the
4, 5, 6,
4,
10. Is that 10? Sweet.
5, 6, 7. It's an 8. It's just 8.
Is it HC?
4 swords in banishment plus 2.
I'll sweep using a nerd sword.
Plus
How
2.
much is coming for?
Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I was counting if you
1,
got rid
2,
of
3,
Clarent.
4,
Ah,
would be
okay.
9.
6, 7, 8.
So I still did math
9,
then.
And then
Yep, and
sweeping in
that's-
for the last 2 there.
Yeah.
All right, that'll clean up game 1.
Very
I haven't fought against. Cheshire
very
yet,
high
so-
rolly
Oh, yeah.
setup by
Yeah.
Lorraine, which
I think the-
that's what you
the-
want. That is the setup you want to see.
know
Get
what water
level
can
1
really
pitch
besides,
liminal,
like,
level,
Well,
draw,
I played-
do a little bit of damage,
That's true.
That's
draw
true.
more cards,
That is-
and put yourself so far out
I
of
used to-
range of water being able to
Actually, I have
answer
mine
any of
still.
your cards, and giving that option of just now I can just start free playing all my cards. I can now free play, just take some extra turns, don't have to worry about counter spells, and then as well with these decks playing Cat. Cat is an incredibly powerful card.
Yeah.
We saw 6 damage alone be pushed just off of this Cat, and also played through Snow Fairy. Like it's a very insane card.
Greg had to essentially dedicate not only the Snow Fairy, who then got flame swept, but then after that the Ju Ying,
Yeah.
who ideally would have gone somewhere else. So Cat soaking up not only 3 damage, but also taking out 2 cards. So plus 1 after effect.
Yeah, it would be no complaints from my side at that point for seeing something like that.
Oh yeah, I'd be very happy to see that. Let's have a look at their sideboards. Go ahead and pull those up, see what we can get. It is
So we'll take a first look here at Gage's list. Look at this Fire Lorraine. Not too from based on that, man. This is again one of the unfortunate situations where we did not see too much of Greg's list. We did not really see too much of what this deck is going to try to do. On top of, we probably have when we see Water Kong Ming, we usually think more of like a spell-based kind of destroy.
Yeah.
And all we saw was allies. We saw unique allies. So it's kind of the question of what does this deck do? What is this deck capable of? So realistically, if I was going into Unknown and only seeing allies, Terrafring is probably going to come in just as a safety net. We don't want to get in a situation where we're not only behind an influence, but we're looking at a double swing turn. So likely seeing Terrafring come in. We'll probably see maybe a one of Resolute Stand,
And,
just get the
yeah.
extra one to give us a little bit of that safety net. And then I could...
2 Staggering Strikes.
We Staggering Strikes, maybe. It just, I don't know if we saw any stealth allies.
Also,
Well, we saw the...
yeah, you see the Juying, you see the Snow Fairy, but overall, you don't really need to push damage to the champion. And
Yeah.
that's really where, once you're at level 3 and you're how about your Banished Sword, that's really where it's going. So really just to add that extra 3 damage, which to be fair could be important, right? We saw Flame Sweep as the key there, where it dealt that extra 2 to close
Yeah.
out the game.
Now, for Greg's side, we're probably going to see, from his sideboard, we will likely see we may see the exploit vulnerabilities. We could see them, just because we maybe don't know. Outside of that, there's not much in this
not
list.
much.
We're mostly a anti-spell sideboard, mostly kind of basing on these. But most likely we'll probably just see the same kind of setup just be run from Greg here. And just at this point, hope for a little bit easier setup. And then, of course, now Greg opening Lunette.
Yeah. So this
does
is
kind of reduce options that Gage can kind of set up with.
Yeah, this is the easier setup where you get Lunette again on your first turn, but this time, because you were first, it is balanced. So that much harder to take out. Lunette gaining +3 life for being in balance. So a 1/4 that all allies on Gage's side are going to come in rested.
And looking to see, there is a Hasty Messenger in hand, so I would say it probably worked. Probably a good call.
Is that? I think that's a cat as well.
Yeah, it
Or
looks like a
n-
Cheshire Cat, an Ascension.
Yeah, Ascension.
Cremation Ritual. Creative Shock? Yeah, Creative Shock as well.
Creative Shock.
Yes. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and Creative Shock. Fluffy and a Resolute Stand.
Pretty decent cards to draw here.
Yeah, definitely what you want to
for,
see.
Probably hoping for floating was probably the overarching goal here.
Yeah. That's a good... Yeah, what are we going to pitch? A Cremation Ritual, it seems?
Pitch cremation.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, this Lunette actually... So you don't want to play that hasty. It's going to do nothing and then just die. And you also probably don't want to play that Fluffy, because it'll give you that card,
Shock it. Alright.
but it'll just die.
But seeing the second Fluffy, I think you're a little bit more
Oh, that's-
calm playing it.
There are
so
two. Yeah.
You're okay. You just want to get those swords. I think the game plan here is going to be get to 3 and start turning my dude sideways. Now, we do see, now that we are down to 1 card in hand, we're likely not going to see a level 1 Ender Sword play. Not realistically.
I was going
in this case.
to... that'd be very interesting if you could eke it out.
So we'll probably see. We're definitely even from this, we're seeing a much slower start from Gage's side, which Greg is probably much happier about.
Oh, there's
and
that
that is a
Jane.
pretty good card to answer that with. We will lose balance here.
Yeah, we're not going to
But-
be balanced.
We'll go ahead and attempt to kill Fluffy Shopkeep.
We'll take out the Fluffy
Do
Shopkeep.
one phase.
One to face.
And it does look like we have a little bit more. If I was catching there, it might be. Could not see fully, but it might have been a Coriolis word.
Ah. Yeah, the big thing here is the longer Greg can keep Lunette on board, the essentially slower Gage's plan becomes. And every turn that Gage is not doing something, part of his plan, Greg has just more and more time to build up those allies and actually go ahead and finish the game.
And then Hasty Messenger
Hasty.
leaving, which not doing much here in this situation. Which sort of shadow.
Sort of shadows.
It will still be only a 1, so
One.
it will be unfortunately reduced because of the stealth being on there. But we are going to see the attempt to kill the Lunette, which, yeah, and we did see a Coriolis ward. We are not seeing
Oh,
it
we're not
played
seeing
here,
it
though.
played. Okay. We're gonna. Do we have another? I think we have a Lily in hand. So I think there's, there's no particular need for another water ally, but I'm interested that it wasn't saved.
I think honestly at this point you've seen the Hasty Messenger leave. You have not seen
No
any
no
point in
other
this
ally
game
came out.
Gage
either, actually.
really present any other allies that you
Yeah.
would be super scared of. And as we mentioned, Lily's in hand, so we have another way to activate this. And as well, because we are attacking into an even health hero, we are going to be able to
Get a card back.
get a card back. So
Yeah, very confident there. There's a Frostbind that went in. So it's a good chance that it comes back up. That being said, the Gage, I'm sure, making sure to keep his high influence. So Frostbind, kind of unlikely to ensure hitting something. But if Gage overextends in any way, yes, that Frostbind could come in key. Picking up the Dungeon Guide, two Color's wards in hand. And and another Frostbind. Okay. Undying Dreams being seen by the Creative Shock and Pitch as well. Floating Memory. There's that Flame Sweep.
and there is a DG in hand, so
So even with that stealth, it would only come in for 3.
we are going to see the level here.
Undying Dreams +1.
Yep.
Most likely for the much safer flame sweep here, because we know we can't just commit that many resources to going for it. Because we need to be able to keep cards in hand to pay for the Frostbind, even though we haven't seen one yet. We have to assume it's a water deck. It's playing water allies. We always have to
Oh,
suspect.
we're gonna see. Okay, yeah, Creative Shock. And okay, gonna let that go. Liminal.
Should have done that.
I believe that's a Liminal Guide.
Of course, we
Yes.
get the knowledge. We are able to know the flame sweep is in hand. But if you see your opponent during Recollection playing the Creative Shock, do you sometimes just go for the counter in case they don't have the flame sweep yet, and force them to just not draw into it?
I think so. I think there is a world where you make a calculation and say, I'm not gonna let you, draw and filter. I'm not gonna let you pitch anything. You're just gonna go ahead and lose that card, going 1 for 1. But
Gets +1.
if you were especially trying to filter into the flame sweep,
I do have stealth.
and I stop you, yeah, okay,
it gains
they're noting
true
the
strike.
stealth.
It doesn't give stealth.
and this is
Oh, it does stealth. Okay.
Yeah.
So fine.
Yeah, he's like, it doesn't give stealth. Yeah, it does.
yeah. People do tend to forget G-ing with that ally
The
does
Malignant
have
is
stealth.
correct.
That's going to go ahead and give that -1 to the Sword of Shadows.
5 still.
That flame sweep slightly less powerful than Gage was thinking of. So that's 1-2 from Lorraine, 1 from the sword for 3. Flame sweep being 2. So
Still coming in 5.
5.
Nothing to laugh at.
I
And it
had
does
that
mean that
idea.
Coriolis Ward is not going to be able to save either of these allies.
Do it just so I can limit
yes,
But we can play. We do have 2 of them. We could play 2 of them back to back to just save one of these allies, stopping the extra draw. But regardless, it does not feel great.
yeah, going down 2 to make your opponent only go up 1 is doesn't feel great.
I am a little surprised we didn't see the level 1. Well, knowing we have the Coriolis Wards in hand, I'm surprised we didn't see the level 1 come out from Greg just to be able to make that a +2.
And possibly draw a card as well.
Yeah.
If you know that that's all you have in hand,
Shadows will
you're going
break.
to turn it west.
I will draw 2.
Yep.
And you will take 5.
Sword of Shadows. Leaving the board after that flame sweep. And once again, totally fine for this Lorraine. They don't mind swords being in banishment. 3 of Hearts coming to hand for Gage.
We could risk the Dungeon Guide here. We could just run it out, but I think Gage knows with the opponent sitting with that many cards in hand still, hasn't played anything. Don't risk the Dungeon Guide. We can just easily go for the Clarent next turn, gets extra 2, then Dungeon Guide, and just have a really beefy attack.
You also just cleared 2 very powerful allies off their side. So, Ring. Snow Fairy. Just trying to draw some cards here. Cerulean Decree. Oh, no, that's not a Cerulean. That's a Ardent Cloud Striker. So, this is likely where Gage goes, okay, I get it. This is why Kong Ming is the champion of this deck.
I get why we're playing this now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're still not on Kong Ming yet, so it is just going to be... It is still only going to be, like we said, it's still going to be a 3-4. It's still a 3-4 at the end of the day.
3-4 is our premier stat line, essentially.
That is true.
All right, passing back to Gage. It's likely
How many cards you got in hand?
that we
4.
4 cards in hand. It's likely that we see a Dungeon Guide during this turn.
We'll
So,
reimagine using
yep, Clarent.
Sounds good.
and I believe Drum Blade was the other one? Or it might have been...
That's a Nerd Sword and
Oh, because Drum Blade was on the first
Clarence.
one.
Yeah, John Blade was on the very first one with the Fluffy Shopkeep. 2 Ascensions in hand. Dungeon Guide. Yep. Probably use our Cheshire Cat. We don't mind using it. Yeah.
Dungeon Guide.
You guys good? Go ahead and keep that one.
So I'm
So-
dying a cat.
If we start Ascension looping, this is going to be some trouble for Greg. Being that our opponent's going to go ahead and
3.
draw.
Trigger. Get the liminal.
All right, Liminal Guide. That they'll go ahead and draw a card for each one of our Ascension loops,
That's
as well
pretty good.
as certainly they'll go ahead and place
Uh,
fire in there as well.
Cards in hand is
4.
4. Correct. Okay.
Okay, just double checking how many cards that Greg has.
And we still have a +4 on that sword, so... Well, actually +5, because we did destroy the Sword
We
of
just-
Shadow on
yeah,
the
the
last
extra.
attack. So, that is 6 coming in, and that only means we only need 4 more, and we do have the 2 Ascensions. So,
Yeah. I think that's what Gage is mathing out here. Just making sure.
All Ascension.
Yep.
and we're just going to Ascension for the extra damage here.
Oh my god, what did I do over here?
Yeah. So Prismatic Edge being a 3.
On answer?
So that's 8 on the attack. And
Birds reduce
we're sure
dash.
to Ascension loop twice. So there's water, there's fire.
That's a lot of water. That's a whole lot of water.
I will hit you for
And
3.
I
I'll
think,
draw a card.
fortunately on Spirit, Greg is likely to be closed out here. That is a reduced dash. And we did see that before. Just so Gage did see 2 reduced dash this game, just in case. Ascension loop. Yeah, I can see Greg shake his head a little bit.
Reduce dash. 3 cards. Draw a card, hit you for 3.
Spirit to 11. And here Lorraine can simply swing if desired.
Oh,
Okay.
and we're throwing the
with
rending
the
on top
rending.
of it.
Try to ensure a water bear. If there's
Well,
a water barrier,
I think
though.
there's only 1 card left.
Oh, there's
in
only 1
hand,
card left in hand.
So we could Frostbind.
Frostbind it. Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
Hit you for 2. 1.
Staying alive.
And then 1.
Yep.
13.
Dungeon Guide and then the Liminal.
Well,
That was so unnecessary, but I love it.
You can even see Gage calling. He goes,
Oh.
"That was 100% unnecessary, but I love it."
Leveling up to Kongming.
Yeah, absolutely. Take that one.
So this is going to turn on quite a few things for us, as long as we can go ahead and survive. At end of turn, we are going to turn the Kongming Wind to the west, which will turn on Ardent Cloud Striker as well as Coriolis Ward. And Hydro Guard, yes.
Which will end up drawing us a
Drawing us
card
a card.
because we are going to go north to west.
I don't think we have another ally for G-ing later. So, yeah, just keeping that Snow Fairy in hand. Ardent coming in for 3.
Liminal Guide.
Taking out Liminal Guide.
Force the Lorraine attack to have to be the one to answer.
Turn, go west.
But-
Crawford.
If our opponent does have unfortunately, if our opponent does have a Ghostfin Dragon, it is going to require us to play a little bit more.
No, they don't, but they do have an Ascension. The backup charger coming out for Gage.
Ascension.
Nope.
Hit you.
Oh, sometimes all you can do is laugh, and I think Greg was trying to be very careful not to put water down there, but unfortunately he didn't have a choice.
We will.
Kongming being pushed to 16, only 3 needed. So if there was that 4th Ascension,
Yes.
it'd be over. But we do have
What's that?
Bruce Ash looking like Gage thinking on a 3 of Hearts.
It's fine. I probably should have just.
Fluffy Shopkeep, Liminal. Are there any swords left in the material once the Charismatic Edge goes out?
Yes, the
pretty
Clarence.
low
the-
death
I know.
I'm pretty good.
I wanted to make this fun, and then now
Ah,
I'm
yes.
trolling.
Gage realizing very quickly, like, this is really awkward now because I have to kill you.
Swing.
You're so close to dead, and I cannot figure out how to do it.
Now,
It's a lot.
yeah, I believe it's 7 damage, but as Gage says, it's just a lot.
And draw 2 to remove.
Coriolis Ward,
Run 4, so he'll
double
take
Coriolis
3.
Ward.
That's fine.
That's keeping that Hydra Guard alive, as well as
Edge will
drawing
break.
2. Prismatic Edge is going to go to banishment. One more from the Dungeon Guide
Retaliate for.
That's fine.
to finish it off.
And you have 1 card in hand.
the courtesy retaliation, where you
3
just
of hearts.
go ahead and hit
Undying
him.
Dreams hit you for 3.
Undying Dreams.
Yep, and that's
there
the
it
3.
is.
Woo! That is unfortunate that Greg had tried to stay alive, especially with Gage being like, "I'm gonna go for the rending," and Greg's being like,
Yeah.
Obviously,
"Here's
if I don't
you
rending flame,
played around it all game,
Yeah,
so I'll
yeah.
play it now, I
So-
guess." And Gage
I
just
just
very
wanted to make
quickly
it a little
calling,
more fun, but
"Yeah,
yeah,
I don't know why I did that,
Actually,
but
got a taunter that I can't really
all right,
use
we'll
to
just
kill.
we'll just have to go next turn, I guess." And it's very
Yeah,
again,
yeah,
we
it's
can kind of
fine.
see the power of Lorraine like this, being able to kind of drop the
having
insole
fun.
package, just playing more of this, just doing the ascension,
I knew it.
letting the
I
fluffy
knew as soon as we were
shopkeepers
playing on stream, I'm
do a
like,
lot of the
I'm
setup,
like,
do a lot of the damage,
Right.
and then of course, as we've
I'll need,
seen
Rending Flames here.
with being able to see that new Clarent, being able to on demand get 2 more swords
earlier.
already moved over, means you can go level 3 and start pressuring 5 damage a turn, and it's even for a level 3 deck, level 5 damage a turn is a lot to deal with.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we already talk about how Vanitas pushing 3 every turn by himself. Oh, and his tax, of course, but 3 damage is already a lot every turn. So what if it was 5? What if I just kept doing 5? What if sometimes instead of 5, I did 8 and drew a card, and then I did 8?
Yeah.
Right? Like,
And then sometimes just being able to sweep the board as well, like even level 3, just saying I don't have drawing, but sweeping for 5, 7 damage every turn is I would take that.
absolutely. Getting both games, getting those flame sweeps at just the right time just to clear that board. Don't let water allies have any sort of foothold at all. Making sure that you're able to pressure as well as get through any of those protections. Pretty key for the Fire Lorraine there.
Yeah, and we did see Greg's list. There was a lot of pieces of this list we just did not get to see come into play.
Yes.
We did see that Greg was on the Snow Whites. Those would have probably
Oh.
become very important in this matchup, being able to stop some of that aggression. We did not see the Coriolis wards until a little bit too late when
Yeah.
damage was just a little bit too high. And then, of course, we saw our opponent. We didn't see castling boons. We just saw our opponent who was just here is just the rip. Yeah, I'm gonna cycle a bunch of
Yeah.
cards, as we've talked about it all day. Even losing Ryle does not matter. We have so many outlets with Hasty Messengers, with 3 of Hearts, with Creative Shock, with Cremation Rituals. There's so many ways to just cycle the decks, be able to find what we need. That Fire's still a very good element.
Yeah.
I would not say it's as oppressive as we saw with Ryle, but still a very strong deck and something that if you're thinking about playing it, it's still very, very strong into the meta. And I assume for a while, going to be very, very strong.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the big thing is in Grand Archive, this kind of gameplay is never going to go away, right? As long as we have something to enable this draw and filter, getting these floating memory pretty effectively into the graveyard, and of course, level 3 being strong, Crux being a very, very strong level 3 element, it's always worth it to get there.
Yeah. And Ghost Pendragon is we didn't get to see it that game, which was pretty crazy that we saw level 3 and didn't see Ghost. But Ghost is an incredibly strong card, being able to get your influence back up. And then, of course, we're seeing Crux Knight finally get a shine.
Yes.
Last time we saw this was back in the FTC Dawn of Ashes days. So being able to see this deck once again come back, show you the potential of banishing those additional swords, being able to keep up that tempo, keep that damage going, is incredibly strong. And then, as we saw Ascension, very, very good card in a meta that is so diverse that you're going to hit wind or water matchups pretty consistently. You don't need those. You don't need to play what we'd call like Fire Truck, where you'd have to play water cards
yeah.
in your fire deck. Instead, you can just put more pieces and be able to shoot whatever comes out into play, whether it be an ally or just use, as we saw here, just pressure more damage and be able to get, 9 damage we saw come
Yeah,
off of
9
just the
damage.
Ascensions, which is very, very good.
Well, that's even just fire. Even if you don't draw those cards, getting that 9 damage onto an opponent is huge. On top of just that really big attack with the Prismatic Edge itself.
Yep. And yeah, 3-1 sword. Nothing left. Especially when you already get it plus coming in for 7. Pretty rough to deal with.
Yeah, so definitely seeing the strength of even post Ryle ban Firecrux Lorraine.
Yeah, and it's absolutely awesome to see. It's
Yeah.
we people were all scared. It was like doom and gloom for a while. People were like, the card's gone, fire's gone, but we had to, and there was a couple of people as well talking different, like Twitter, Reddit, everybody was like, the meta shift is going to be crazy. And we have seen a shift. We've seen these elements come back, but it does not mean fire's dead. There are still a lot of really strong cards with fire. There's still a lot of potential to grow the deck, to be able to adapt to a lot of these things. And I think right now we're in a spot in Grand Archive where realistically you can play wind, water, or fire and do relatively well with multiple different styles of decks and multiple different gameplay styles.
Yeah, I think this is definitely what Weebs kind of wants, right? Whenever they go ahead and make a ban list or Proxius Vault, they're always aiming for us to be able to come back and say, wow, this meta is actually quite wide. I can play, any of the 3 elements and feel pretty good.
Yeah, 100%. And I think I kind of want to, what we can kind of focus on a little bit more is right now, I think the meta's in probably one of the healthiest spots we have seen in a while.
Yeah, level 3 decks are actually they're actually winning.
Yeah.
They're making it out. Not everyone's playing just Spirit or level 1. You don't have to focus a whole lot on just this low to the ground aggro. You can actually take a bit of your time and get these cool advanced element effects out.
Yeah, and we're also starting to see cards people would not normally run. We're starting to see not even just advanced element. We're seeing some water, fire, wind cards that would just not get their time to shine, that we're seeing CL be able to take advantage of. We're even seeing aggro decks shift their style a little bit more to be like, I wouldn't even say like they're aggro anymore. They're almost, some of these decks are playing almost make a mid-range tempo style deck plan. A lot of these ally decks have kind of adapted to that strategy to say, hey, I'm not going level 3, but I'm still going to use some of these kind of defensive options we see level 3 decks using.
Well, I think the big thing is they've adjusted to more people being level 3.
Yeah.
If you can't go ahead and chew through all the health that they're getting while they're leveling, it doesn't matter how aggro you are. They're just going to start popping out advanced element cards. And with the Looking Glass, fundamentally, they're playing advanced element cards earlier than ever. With the Exalted cards, of course, we've seen Cheshire Cat. We're seeing this Nerd Sword. Regal Inquisition, which we haven't seen yet on stream. But if you haven't thought about it in your deck and you yourself are level 3, you should really consider it.
Especially, it is a very strong card, and we haven't really seen Luxem in this event, but it's very strong in the Luxem. Very, very strong at certain flavors of CL, being able to essentially know where key pieces are, get rid of them, and force them to have to start getting omens and delay them a little bit. And then, of course, decks like Genbu, we can see like the self-mill decks, so we've seen like with CL. A lot of these decks are very volatile to going low deck amounts and putting high influence, and sometimes just don't even care what they have and say, how many cards are in your hand? 10? Cool, let's regal you, and let's take let's see a new 10, and then maybe regal them again right after, and then their deck's gone. And it's, oh, cool, game's over.
Yeah, I've definitely won against a Merlin that way, right? They're just drawing too many cards, and I go, well, hold on. Actually, I don't want you to see any of these. Oh, wait, your whole deck, it's just 13 cards? Okay, that's fine. Draw all 13, see what happens.
Yeah, one of the most PTSD moments is goes, what's your influence? And you're like, 15, you can easily fast gear. And you're like, oh, I don't think he's going to fast gear.
I have also, though, I think you do want to be aware of what you're regaling. I have been regaled into a winning position before, which was that felt really good. I was like, yes, you saved me.
When I think nothing feels better is you, the player, getting regaled when you know you have the worst hand possible, and you show them, and they're like, I guess I'm not going to take anything. But then they feel bad. They're like, no, I played it. I got to get rid of something, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, I don't want you to have a taunt guy. Go ahead and just pitch the fluffy shopkeeper. And you're like, all right, cool. And you draw, and you're like, Insole, yo.
I think that is one thing. Having the game sense for Regal Inquisition, making sure you're not turning your opponent's terrible hand into a pretty decent or really good one. And I mean, I've definitely seen that before. And the worst thing is when you come back against a deck that you've never really seen, something that's relatively unique or very pet decky, and you're like, I guess I don't want you to have these 2 cards. I genuinely don't know.
Yeah. And it's yeah, it's one thing. Don't take everything as like Regal and just hit everything. Just
Yeah.
go it all. Think about it. It's again, it's a way to be able to kind of sculpt your opponent's hand more into your favor. Is like the best way to do it. Only really go with all of it if you're about to win off of milling them out. That's really
Yeah.
the golden rule to that.
Or you could have fun, Derek.
I play Grand Archive to win, not have fun.
That,
No, I'm just
that's not true.
Wow, okay,
That-
we didn't have to agree that quickly.
I'm gonna call you out. I'm gonna call you out. You're having too much fun. We're having too much fun. They're gonna shut us down before last round. They're gonna be like, you guys are having too much fun at the
The
regional.
fun needs to just come down. Like we need to stop letting these fighting game players come in and just like talk about Grand Archive. They get too hyped.
Yeah,
They're
just
ready.
like,
they're
these
ready to pop
guys-
off at every moment.
I'm popping off now for us popping off. Let's go. Happy birthday.
Happy feet.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here. There's only, I think, maybe 10 minutes left in regulation. And, okay, a little longer than we thought, but that's okay. It'll still be a relatively quick break, and we're going to go ahead and get ready for the very last round of today's regional. See you in a bit.
We'll bring you back for a little bit earlier before the next round
Yeah.
starts. So we'll cover a couple more things, talk maybe a little bit about the meta, and then jump in, figure our last round, which also work with us. We may need a little bit of time to figure out the last round because this is where IDs are going to start being thrown around the room quite a
Oh.
bit. So work with us. We may delay the start of the feature match, but we'll be back here in a bit, and we should hopefully have that figured out. So see you guys here in a bit.
So then I turned to her and I go, babe, life is Grand Archive. And we both started crying.
That's beautiful, man.
Yeah.
Item. Oh, hey, we're back.
Oh, just a little bit of our personal lives there on stream. Who knows?
Well, welcome back, everybody. We are here going into the final round. We actually have one player we've already seen before. We've seen Wyatt on Water Gembu going back, trying to see if he can battle his way in to take one of those top spots. Going against another local, who is also in Win-Series.
He's a Win-Series.
So we're seeing a rematch of this going in. Primarily, is kind of a heads up. We have already locked in, I believe, the top 3 tables. Have already locked in as just IDing they're in. With most likely, with the record going to be Kai taking the whole event on Water Diana, I believe, if the rounds came out to about, we think. So that's another regional where Water Diana has taken it. So pretty crazy that this deck is doing as well as that it is. And on top of, we are also seeing, of course, Gage likely in. And we never got to see it on stream, unfortunately, but a Win Rai.
Yes, Kevin on Win Rai. You might know him better as Hayuka, and I believe he's almost certainly in, actually.
I believe he's in.
Yeah.
I believe 100%.
So a Win Rai showing up. Another one of those players that you can try to follow. Good luck. It's really hard to play Rai like he does.
And here we are going straight into it, going into our final round with a Wyatt playing the matchup again. We've seen it do it once, but we've also seen with Kirk's list, Kirk has forgone a lot of the turbo options, not really playing the really fast level 3 play, and playing more of these really strong allies as part of this package. So we'll see if that gives him an edge in this matchup instead of the turbo.
Yeah, we already see a D-Lu out here. We were unable to see Kirk's hand, so we don't know what possible wind ally will follow it up. But going in Wyatt, we do see the Tidestone Bovine, as well as Fracturize and a Frostborn Paladin. We're going to go ahead and do a Fractal Polar Depths. We also see a Primordial Ritual and a Refracting Missile. So I think there's a pretty clean line there for Wyatt, but we'll see what he mills. On attack, Reckoning's Wake, as well as a Fractal Polar Depths. So that Reckoning's Wake is offering Floating Memory.
Pretty strong start for Wyatt. Being able to already have that Pact of Photo Depths, just kind of sit there, give me some extra free value, and then once we build up that water amount, just be able to kind of go for a turbo, and hey, if we draw another Fractal Portal of Depths, maybe set up for just a mill out.
Yeah. Kirk banishing a Harness Lightning there to level up into... Sorry. Oh, we have the ring here. We see that is Sylvie graded.
Which I've heard is actually currently the highest valued grading system you can go through in any TCG.
It's true. It's true. Anything Sylvie graded. So you may have heard of PSA. That's nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Nah. SGA is where it's at.
Journey's beginning. So that's something that we don't necessarily see, but that by not having that turbo package, we're going to go ahead and get that extra quest token that way. And I believe there's a Sunblessed Gazelle in hand. The beginning for Wyatt here is he does have that floating memory to be able to go up to his Guojia level 1. Should be pretty good. Beseech, the wind. And Kirk is looking for... Okay, level 2. With 2 quest counters already, it's likely that we're going to see him... Well, with this little influence, Seryu's out and...
Yep.
Is that a Capricious Lynx?
Yep.
Yeah. So already that really interesting not turbo package. Serious Command drawn to hand. That's good. Also has a Byaku's.
Go to
And
step.
yeah,
trigger,
likely just...
Banish at random.
Yep, we'll go ahead and banish this. It is the Sunblessed Gazelle. Getting one more quest counter. Go, drawing a Dungeon Guide.
Turn.
Pretty strong.
Very
going
strong.
into this, especially when we're at what 3 now
Yeah.
on those quest counters.
More.
Show you your own
Should
the
be...
rest of these.
It's a little hard to see that die, but I believe it should be 5. because he took the quest counters from level 2.
I think he took the draw.
Did he?
Yeah, because that's how he got
Forward.
the.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So he got the Sirius command.
That's right. That's right.
So I think we were at 3.
Quest counter.
We're going to go ahead and use that Reckoning's Wake. Mill out a Reckoning's Wake. Kirk milling a second Delu. Languid Troll Toad, as well as a Fracture Ice from that Tyson Bovine. Liminal Guide in hand with that Primordial Ritual. We also could easily see a Frostworn coming out. Seaside Ringleader as well. And yes, going to be a Frostworn alongside our Fractal Polar Depths.
Is it good? Yeah. On enter trigger.
That's good. We'll use our Reckoning's Wake,
Counter, draw.
get a buff counter, and draw. So this is already that strong ally pressure that we saw last time from Wyatt with the Bovine and a Frostborn Paladin. So one of the many ways that Genbu can attempt to see victory, the more floating they see, the longer they can essentially just wait.
Yeah, and just keep this kind of pressure going with these allies. On top of with seeing the liminal in hand, there is a potential you could just, I guess, other than liminal stuff back there, you could swing the Paladin at the Delu and then follow it up with the liminal guide. So this way, if you want to get the value off of the Delu retaliating, you're essentially giving your opponent a free draw.
Yeah, and I mean, you're almost certainly not going to retaliate if you're
Yeah.
the Delu.
Or we have the other floating. Why not throw another Paladin out there?
I think that's, that or okay, yeah, other Paladin. Say that or Seaside. Just make them choose. You're already Tamer anyway. All right, Fracturize, getting another card. That's pretty strong. The Delu's. Well, let's see. We could just push. Yeah, okay. We're gonna get rid of that Delu there. Courtesy retaliate when you can't actually do anything. But you want them to know that you could have.
Like, maybe I have something.
Yeah.
Maybe I got the ping. You don't know.
You don't know. Maybe I have a Charge the Soul. A disrespectful Charge the Soul.
Terrafring.
Gonna go with the Terrafring. And we do have that Dungeon Guide. So
Yep. Draw.
one thing to, possibly be concerned about, there is, or no, there's not enough water, actually. There's only 2 water cards in Graveyard. So Tidal Lock, not necessarily a problem, and the Polar Depths is rested. Going for the Dungeon Guide.
And holding on to that Byaku's.
So,
Oh yeah, I rolled the keep.
would you hold on to Byaku's over Serious?
In this case, I would actually hold on the Byaku's because you do need to clear those Paladins off the board. So a lot of it could just be swing one, kill one of them, Byaku's to stand up the other and kill the second one.
Yeah, and you're going to get that buff counter as well.
On
See
top of
Excalibur go out.
making 2 Arcane Blasts is not a terrible thing to do. Get you to that 4, so the next Empower is going to be
One champ.
almost a free Arcane Blast.
Yeah,
Or at least
Empire
getting
will be
close to.
6, plus the 3 from Goja.
In a turn.
So we would be able to cast Arcane Blast.
Finish. Counter. Draw.
Okay, we're actually going to banish that series for the Fate Stone. So we are holding a Byaku's and one more card. That's okay. Likely we're going to see the Terrafring get used this turn, just to sort of blunt the attack of all these Paladins. Portacious Tengu coming out.
We both know.
Grab him the extra quest counter. We're going to mill a Tidal Lock.
Yeah.
And, right, Terrafring? With the Polar Depths and those 2,
Yeah.
we're going to go ahead and use the Tengu for Draw to Memory.
Recollect draw.
Vanished.
Yeah, yeah. You
All right. We do see our Resonating Fugue. And... okay, so we actually have 2 Liminal Guides in hand, as well as our Primordial Ritual. Likely Wyatt's going to head and just swing that Bovine to see what else he can pick up.
And we're still, I think, probably a maybe turn or 2 away from seeing that Genbu be able to flip over. So, back of your mind, you're probably still kind of doing the math of how much damage could I be taking from that dragon coming in.
especially at only level 1. Definitely something to consider.
An Arcane Blast for 11 is nothing to laugh at.
An Arcane Blast for 11 is
Okay, 2.
what you really don't want to
Bovine
see.
On attack mill 2.
Right? 2 for the Titan Bovine, Carpson Coda, and a Languid Troll Toad.
Well, there's
There's a
showing your
combo.
opponent, hey, look at this cool combo I got. Wouldn't it be so cool if I got both of these? But I didn't.
Man, it'd be good if they were both in my hand. That'd just be crazy. Or you know what? We'll just put the Toad in the graveyard. leave the Coda up.
Recollect trigger.
Still the missiles. All right, Incandescent Reliquary, and we are much lower on influence. I believe that's the second Biakos.
It is the second Biakos.
And a
Baby green.
Baby Green.
Wake up Siryu.
All right, we're gonna turn over into Seiryu.
How many do quests Gimbu need again?
9.
So, all right, yeah, just verifying how many quest counters. So yeah, we're just over halfway for Genbu. And yeah, 2 Biakos in hand. Likely, as you said, just
So-
probably trying to clear out those Frostborn Paladins.
4
Swing
at
1. Once for 4 into 1 Paladin.
attack triggers. I'm choosing to make an arcane
And
blast.
yeah, we're going to make an Arcane Blast.
I'm going to respond to my
So,
trigger with a command.
ooh.
1 card in hand.
Very.
This is a little risky. You don't know your opponent's hand. They're holding quite a lot.
Especially when you already have the kill in 4. I don't think you necessarily need Rundown, but there's also could just be the. Sometimes you just forget Song of Frost as a card.
Yeah, I think that's
Especially-
the big thing there.
And if you've looked at a lot of their water lists, they have not been mainboarding it. A lot of them have been sideboard. They've kind of foregone it for some more defensive options in terms of taunt allies. And seeing the fact that you've already seen the frog,
Yeah, that's fine.
you've already seen the paladins, it would not surprise me
No,
if Kirk's believing that maybe there's not a mainboard. But luckily in this situation,
Yeah.
they don't have it.
Yeah. So Biakos is going to restand that dragon as well as go to buff counter.
5 at the second
And
paladin,
5 to clear the second paladin.
making a new blast.
And then we're going to, yep, there it is, just as you predicted, Derek. 2 blast. That gives us 5 arcane cards?
Yep.
Yes.
It'll list 5 arcane,
telling
meaning
you.
being able to power for 7 and a arcane blast for 1 is very likely.
Yes.
And we already did see the other Byakus, so this could just be a very quick kill if Wyatt doesn't shut out the game here.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Ah, Resonating Fugue. Ah, a fugue into a missile?
It's eye control.
Yeah, okay, I was going to say, I've never seen that.
I was like, this
so
is a big
fu-
brain play, but then I had to stop and go, I think it's eye control.
So fugue is definitely something. So for something that you control, you're unable to affect your opponent's allies.
like,
Wyatt
wait a
shaking his head a
second.
little bit.
This
His
line-
plan.
Just looks at it and goes,
And still
eye
we're
control.
going to
Okay.
You know, it's that advisory that I'm not saying I follow, but you should read the entirety of the card every time.
Reading the card is for squares.
That just because you can't read doesn't mean the rest of us are squares. I'm a triangle. Is
See,
that
my
better?
name's Nefo, and I never know how to read.
Unfortunately, I don't
That
have enough
this is not a PSA, dude. We're not.
suggestions.
Don't look into that. No one feel bad for him.
We
All right, so both paladins were cleared. A much better board position, and yeah, the big thing here
I guess
is we're still a little far away.
Bovine?
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and promote a ritual.
Yeah, poor guy.
Our bovine,
mill 2.
as Kirk said, poor guy.
Gain a quest counter.
Okay, we did get a seaside as well as a fracturize, floating memory,
was
and
it?
we have more than enough to pay for that seaside on our turn.
I'm actually shocked that we didn't see
yeah,
a ritual go out on the
Primordial
paladin.
on the paladin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, go to my turn.
I'm reading the card. He explains the card. Golden rule. It's in the rule book, I think.
You, how would you know?
I said I think.
Now that is a lie.
Oh,
All right.
All right.
Oh. Too much fun. Stop having fun.
On enter.
Get the 2 quest counters. Be able to get the So we
Mhm.
will most likely see a Genbu flip
Genbu.
here. But do we have enough to do the flip
Leading
and
of
the fugue? I
Recollection
think we
above.
do.
We do. Yes, we will. Well, we don't need to fugue. We don't need to fugue during our recollection, do we?
No.
No.
We
Yeah.
would
We'll just go
likely
ahead
here-
and pay 3.
Yeah.
This one's still in hand. Yes.
And then pop. You probably
flip
use
Genbu.
the fractal to activate Genbu, but Genbu on the stack.
Mhm.
Sacrifice fractal. Get that bonus, and then
One.
fugue here. It's right there next to Golden Rule. TG players can't read.
Activating Genbu ability in
Correct.
response,
Accurate.
Pop the fractal.
I happen to be a Sylvie player too, so I never learned how to read.
Is that because Sylvia never learned how to read?
Yeah, no, we don't know how to read.
5, 6, 7.
We just know the slimes are good and we play them.
Was that we like
so no
you and
one-
Sylvie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We just play Storm Slime and it's like they scoop and we're like, cool. This card seems really good.
if you guys ever, you're in the DFW area, you want to come to one of our locals randomly, this man will show you a Storm Slime off the top of the deck. Every time, just ask. It will be done.
I'll pay 2 Seaside.
All right, paying 2 for the seaside during recollection.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you're Kirk, you don't want to see this. This is pretty rough.
Pay 2 for the fugue.
There's a few.
Swing for 31.
31.
Yeah, I'll die.
It's a pretty good hit. Right, yeah. Kirk with the resolution. Yeah, I'll die.
Okay, I die now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Goodbye.
Sometimes you just realize that you're dead in one hit.
And you're just like, yeah, cool.
I could
Yeah.
retaliate damage and then swap
That's
his
it- that's
health,
what it
so he'll
is.
Die by state-based action.
That being said,
Why is nobody done
Kirk
this?
actually very, very close to taking
Yeah,
the
oh,
game.
okay,
Actually,
that's-
much closer than if you haven't seen Grand Archive before, much closer than it might appear.
Realistically, if we did not see the double
No, the
paladin
other
there,
line was
that could have been.
double.
I think we'd have still been a couple cards short from being able to do the Arcane Blast.
It is a skill.
But still being
But
that was pretty close for Kirk. Even with if the Paladins weren't in play, that was a very justifiable win there.
Yeah,
If we would've had it.
4, 5 is 9, and then if you
there's some cool
get it next turn, it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, just being able to attack. In fact, if your opponent doesn't have Song of Frost, okay, it doesn't matter if the dragon, something happens to it. We still get to empower, and then we'll play our 1 Arcane Blast.
And then as well, Wyatt being able to answer the Delu before we could ever get the value off of it and not be able to
Yes.
retaliate anything was also very, very strong. Which, unfortunately, sometimes, they got 2 of them. Can't really do much against that. But as we kind of go into this next one, we won't really focus too much on Wyatt's list. We talked about this earlier in the day.
Yes.
About what kind of came in. Just as a high overview, somebody who might be joining a little bit later who did not catch that round. Water Resonance Bauble is probably going to come in. Wyatt running all 3 baubles in the sideboard.
Wind.
Or
specifically, by the
wind,
way.
yeah, wind,
Yeah, wind.
not water. Wind Resonance Bubble, and then we'll probably see the 3 Song
Song
of
of
Frost,
Frost.
come in. Just be able to answer that. We're just gonna deal with that very, very early. Not let that Siryu double attack ever go off. And then the other part of this is going to be with looking what Kirk's gonna bring in. Now, unlike what we saw in the last round, Kirk's list is very, very specific on playing a lot of allies. We're even seeing Geldis in this list. So because of that reason, we're probably gonna see a completely different style in terms of what's going to come in.
Yes. So Viridian Protective Trinket, almost for sure.
That is 100% coming in.
But afterwards, likely the 3 Stifling Trap. If you can stop them from drawing cards off their paladins and keep them low, that's pretty huge for ensuring that your Delus, for example, do actually get to retaliate for some sort of value. Other than that, though, he's running 3 Noble Dissolution, which is pretty neat. I wonder, because the only thing you're really going to get rid of here is Fractal of Rains.
Yeah, it's probably not coming in this matchup. Probably
yeah.
way more for Fractals, just because we did see Fractals a lot more to locals. So probably an idea that maybe more people are going to be on that. But we are in Serene win.
Yes.
We could see this coming, not necessarily to have the Serene, but being able to pick those first couple of cards. And
Yeah.
if we know we're going second, we'll probably see this game stay on regular Spirit because we're going first. in the next game, put in the Serene Spirit as long as we could win this one. So,
Do we see the 3 Resolutes stand?
this is the matchup where it's really hard just to make that call because you can bring it in if they do the full wide board. You can deal with it.
Yeah, you can protect yourself.
But the problem is it's not necessarily the way they kill you in this matchup because you just get so much like value so quickly, going to 25 that quickly. It's a rare occurrence that you're going to be able to answer that many allies. And as well as you've only seen the Paladins and you've only seen the Bovine and you've maybe guessed Liminal because I don't know if we saw one milled or not.
Yeah, we did.
But we'd assume in a mill deck, you're probably going to see Liminal.
Yeah.
So there's not really enough allies for you to justify the Resolute. And I think you would rather just have the ability just to trade allies with this very heavy ally board. And there's not, looking at the list as well, the only card I could even see coming out was maybe Excalibur. But that being said, if there's some key pieces in the combo that you could hit off Excalibur, just get them off the board, or force them to pop things like maybe popping those Polar Depths a little bit early, being able to remove some of these allies. So I would probably say not many sideboard options coming in for Kirk here, and probably just going for more of a, I need to high roll this matchup, I need to stop this mill from just getting what they need.
Okay, yeah. We're going to see a dungeon guide to level 1, in fact. Getting started early. Bestial Frenzy and a Sunblessed Gazelle.
Our favorite rock.
We're going to go ahead and present. And there it is. There's that Viridian trinket.
That makes sense.
But I think if you're... Censor. I think if you are Genbu, I think you just expect the Viridian in the next presentation of the material deck.
Instep, trigger.
And then
This goes away.
go ahead and trigger. Serious Command. Getting
Counter.
the all-important 1 Arcane.
Card to my hand.
All right. We see a Innervate Agility come to hand.
Go meow.
Which can be actually innovative in this deck, is actually one of those cool pieces of the tech, because if you are keeping your dragon around and you are able to stay off an attack, like being able to just stop the turn and then just free level because of the Gaugia, is pretty cool, and then gain some more life back. So, but the other thing is though, you need 5 damage on you first. That might actually be running hard in this matchup.
Yeah, both of these decks are looking to take you from 0 to whatever your life total is,
Yeah.
or over, ideally. This is the first time I think that we have a deck that has Languid Troll Toad and it's in their hand. Oh, and a Fractal of Rain. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and view the Fractal of Rain.
Pretty
that
strong
Tyson
opening for Wyatt
Bovine.
here.
Yeah.
If not, I think probably your strongest opening for self-mill water.
We see the Fracturize. We see the Bovine. We have a Frostworn Paladin.
Yeah, I'll pass that.
And that Fractal of Rain that is imbued.
Okay.
Right, so if you're Kirk, last time,
Yes.
you saw a pretty wide allies board just sort of develop out of nowhere. If you just see that single fractal of Rain opening, what are you thinking?
At this point, you're already level 1, and we're probably, the question is, why do we Dungeon Guide here 1?
Turns beginning.
Before we kind of go into maybe what the logic here is. And the big thing about this is Kirk is going to be looking to just kind of build up those counters very quickly and also sculpt that hand to exactly what he wants to see. So we'll probably see Kirk play a little bit more slowly, dig into a little bit more of that ally focus that we seen this deck follow, and then use the ability of getting the counters every turn to sculpt our hand, and then push 3 whenever we're ready to try to go for a kill. And we've already seen with banishing the Shiryu command, we are more banking on getting that initial trigger to get the blast and empower with on the turn we flip it, rather than having to wait or to return it to, as we've seen with other turbo serial lists where it's more of swing a couple of times, build up some blast, then go for the big turn.
And
We see
turn.
Kirk play D-Lu here. And in hand we saw draw a Bestial Frenzy, which looks like it's going to get banished right here. Oh no, this is the... Oh, was that a Dream Fairy?
Yes,
Yeah, I
it
think
was
so.
a
Yeah,
Dream
Dream Fairy.
Go to one. You want to pick one?
So, Guojia 1,
That one.
Fracturize.
On enter trigger.
Perfectly fine hit. I think the only thing on Kirk's side you're really going to fracture is probably the Reliquary, and that's only if they're getting tons of value out of it.
Most likely. And then you may just want to fracturize.
Yeah, I guess I forgot the Viridian Trinkets out here.
Yeah.
We both know.
Okay. 2 mills, Tidesome Bovine, that's good, and Baby Green Slime on the other side.
And then there's the Coda.
Coda.
Recollect draw.
Recollecting, Language Toad, Seaside Ringleader. So there's already this pretty nice start.
Paladin.
There's Paladin.
On enter trigger.
Going to use that Tidesome Bovine, which is Floating Memory, because we are a to draw into another Paladin.
Read a dungeon guide.
Nice.
Paladin's going to go ahead and take out Dungeon Guide. And this might be, okay, yeah, Tidesome Bovine. And we're going to try to find another floating for the second Paladin next turn. Fractal of Rain and Tidal Lock.
It's unfortunately not the floating.
Never not mill Fractal of Rain. Those are your those are your actual mill targets. Every deck is destined for it.
You can see why it kind of just like, that's not what I wanted to see.
Counter. Didn't recollect.
Right. Portentous Tungu out for Kirk. Just going to go ahead and draw some more cards into memory. And like you said, almost certainly to just power this wider allies board. Especially now that we do have one Paladin with a buff out there. If we can get rid of it, it's pretty important. So I guess it is a little unfortunate, unless we do see another one, that the Dream Fairy was banished. 3. Oh, well, we had another one. Fantastic.
Dream Fairy.
Likely on the Paladin. Yep.
Which, with the other Dream Fairy being in hand, pretty good.
Yeah. And unbeknownst to Kirk, that is actually going to lock out both Paladins for right
Yeah.
now. So, pretty good.
Trigger.
End step trigger. Going to banish. Okay, our second Bestial Frenzy. And we'll go ahead and
There's
draw a
our
card.
Judge Derek throwing the throwing the marker on it. Let us all know what it's calling.
Yeah, but which Paladin? Could be anything. All right, yeah, there's that Wind Bobble.
Wind bubble. All right, we both know one.
Everyone's going to start milling. Let's see. A Resonating Fugue, a Harness Lightning, and then another Carpsong Coda. Hasn't quite as been fortuitous on Wyatt's side for the Floating Memory. But that's a big thing. Rippleback Terrapin, Jonahan. That's a big thing about these mill decks. Sometimes it's Feast and sometimes it's Famine.
Yep.
You don't always get what you want. We could see a Fracturize here of the Viridian,
On attack mill too.
so that either our Turtle or our Paladin can't come out, of course, because of the Fairy. Oh, we're going to see a Refracting. And
Terrapin.
Terrapin.
It's like Paladin.
We could hear Kirk looking at it and Wyatt with the,
That is
it's like Paladin.
yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have any.
He just has slightly bigger booty.
Is it good?
Yeah, he's fine.
On enter banish.
All right, we're going to resolve that on enter for, like Derek said, an even bigger booty.
2 to you.
But not as big in the front, so a different kind of threat. And both of these are going to go ahead directly into champion. Bring Kirk to 4. Wyatt had quite a lot of influence, especially being able to draw cards off things like Paladin and Rippleback,
Seaside.
Seaside Ringleader.
Yep.
So
2 to you.
2 in champion. This we mentioned it in the very first game, but Seaside Ringleader kind of big trouble for these allied decks with it presenting 2 damage, as well as you don't necessarily want to send it to the graveyard.
Cost random.
And we are seeing the level 2 here.
Costs. 7.
Innervate agility as well as a second card going out.
Enter.
On enter, debating. I think
Big fan of card draw.
likely drawing a card. Yeah.
Yeah, we already know it's kind of that sweet spot. If we're already at 4 or going to be at 4 whenever we're going to end a turn, it's generally better to just kind of go ahead and get the draw because you're going to get to 10 and you don't really need any more than that on quest counters because nothing in the game really interacts with them. And on top of that, if you lose Siryu, you're probably not getting it back.
Yeah. We don't have staggering strike, but for quest counters.
Don't give them ideas.
Okay, no one heard that. We're not- If you're in the stream or you're in the VOD, cover your ears back in time before I said that. Forest Cake. Getting Beseech to hand.
Which could change our routing a little bit. We're probably banking on getting a 2-cost card to maybe pay another 2 costs so we get both the banish and the level. But I wouldn't be shocked here if we're just, now that we've seen this, be like, I don't necessarily need to level off of just banish next turn. I could probably just go for the just go for this here and not have to worry about like putting another 2 cost down and putting my hand down.
Trigger.
All right.
Even slot.
And a turn trigger.
Even.
Even. There's one of our Excaliburs. Is that I think that was a third Bestial Frenzy drawn to hand there.
I believe it was.
Go to your
Which
turn.
can be a pretty strong level 3.
Oh,
And-
if that Dilu actually is not taken care of.
yeah.
If Wyatt sort of doesn't, think about it, Dilu can get that Bestial Frenzy, gaining Cleave and probably a +1 there. Although, that won't take out that turtle.
No.
Wyatt, considering his options. So, a good amount of influence, but with no floating, there's definitely a little bit of a stall. Also unable to play Paladin and just keep pushing, even the Paladin without the buff, unable to just keep pushing 2 damage through.
But now that we are this close, and if we haven't got Fugue, there could be a thought why going through his head, being like, I'm going to get to go to Genbu just off of what's on my board because I'm going to get it off the trigger off the stone. I'm going to get the Fractal Rain, and I've got the Bovine.
Bovine.
So that's going to put me at 9. So I could go 2, draw a card, hopefully see the Fugue, and just close out the game here.
See a Tengu.
On enter hand quest counter.
Okay, yeah. Get the quest counter here. So we don't even need the Bovine, but almost certainly we're going to use it for the damage. Dream Fairy, Fractal of Rain, Reckoning's Wake. Very useful.
And all of the Fugue is actually already
There
in
we go.
hand.
Yes.
So
Recollect draw.
gonna be pretty scary for Kirk here.
Yeah. Drawing a Seaside Ringleader.
With that many cards in hand?
That is quite a lot of cards in hand. In addition, just a really good board state,
See
actually.
you on attack mail too.
It's actually pretty likely that Wyatt feels pretty secure. 2 Pelagics. That is the kind of thing you want to see.
But how many what are we up to? Because I don't even know if we
I think
flip the Genbu if we're gonna have enough to.
8?
What was the turtle? That's 4 more damage on board. Puts Kirk at 11. And at level 2, we only need to do 11.
yes.
And I think Wyatt just counted 6, 7, 8 total. So
I believe it's 8. Yeah.
so that should be enough to kill.
That would be enough to kill.
So we could see Wyatt likely locking in his spot to this top 8.
Yeah. If Wyatt takes the chance, yeah, and looks like he's going to. Go ahead and flip for Genbu. Going to pay 3 for the ability.
Pay to activate Genbu's ability.
Swap, yep. And then we'll do Resonating Fugue right after.
9.
Oh, 9. Showing 9 water. And there comes the resonating.
View the Genbu.
All right, Kirk. I don't believe Kirk has any
It's good.
response here in hand.
Swing for 18.
So coming in for 18, that would finish it. Kirk taking a look at his hand. And
Might as well make it 15.
so we do. There's one of those resolute stands. Players,
Yeah,
there we
that
go.
closes
There's
it
the fist
out.
bump.
Not seen a
The
single
good band is just,
three on
hey,
the-
well, let's make it 15. I guess not. We did see the Resolutes come in.
Yeah, the
which was,
Resolutes would come in.
We were not sure on it, but unfortunately, as we
This
said,
deck's very swingy. Like,
that is the situation of just both these
I
decks
almost
go for
brought
a
this.
very quick kill. They go for
But-
just one big attack, and that's what happened here. Both games, we saw Wyatt
And
just
I was like,
probably one turn away
we
from
played the
just
Resolute, I was like, wait, is that not enough?
possibly
Should I,
having to
like,
look at lethal, and then
fractal, then pump
at this
to, like,
and just look at his hand and be
I
like,
straight up didn't know
I
what
got
to
enough
do.
water, and I've got the
I
feud.
was-
Let's just
Yeah.
go for it.
It's
I
tough.
kept thinking.
Yeah, I
a
think,
dungeon guy would appear,
in the
but,
second
nope.
game,
No,
regardless, Wyatt's board
Probably should've
position
killed that.
was really, really good. Even if you sort of did nothing else, if they're not dealing with your Seaside Ringleader, you're just going to keep pushing that 2 damage. That turtle's really unlikely to die. For people who don't know, it actually also has Spell Shroud, so there's nothing really happening to it. Pushing 4 damage, and they don't deal with that Bovine, that's 5. It's a clock, and the worst thing is, it's either things that you can't deal with or that you don't really want to deal with on that clock. So
Yeah,
decent.
that's when this kind of matchup is just you need to be able to stop the water, and we never saw the lantern come out was one big thing. We never saw the sensor come out
Yes.
to kind of stop this aggression from happening. We never the big thing is we also saw Wyatt just pretty much have the answer to
yes.
almost every turnaround that was happening. I mean, it got a little scary whenever we saw the double swing off the
Yeah.
Byaku's, but Wyatt played it pretty cool,
Yeah.
had what he needed to, and just kept going here's a hit, here's a hit, here's a hit. And unfortunately, the Genbu just couldn't answer. Or again, this is because Siryu couldn't answer any of what Genbu was putting it out. And the Bovine kind of, honestly, stayed around for probably a little bit too long.
Yeah, if you're playing into a Genbu, you definitely want to take that Bovine out as soon as possible. That's why it's such a huge thing for those decks. If they can get that Seaside Ringleader to give the Bovine a buff, that Bovine sticking around is so much value over time. And even when you miss, the thing is, it's not a total miss, because 9 times out of 10, those are water cards going into the graveyard. And with the Tidestone Claymore, as well as Genbu itself, those water cards are actually worth more than they may seem.
Yeah, and we saw both rounds. Wyatt opened up pretty much the opening they want to see, which is one of their 2 fractals is their first play of the turn, followed quickly by a Bovine,
Yes.
and then just let that tempo keep going. And that's with Genbu. You kind of live or die by that setup. Almost all these water self-mill decks the same way. If they can open up the self-mill, awesome. If they don't, game becomes a little bit harder to kind of play around.
Yeah, and I think, just a little bit of that TCG luck there. Paladin getting Dream Faired, and then they're like, well, Rippleback Terrapin. I'm actually still going to get the value that you thought you stopped.
Yeah, and it's in some cases harder value to deal with.
Yes.
Especially in that game too, where we weren't being pressured by any attacks. We were probably still a little ways away from the Siryu putting us into a threatening position. So at that point, it was just kind of the natural. You can't deal with this. There's not really many ways you can fight through a 5 health ally, and I'm
Yeah.
just going to keep pressuring 2 every turn.
Yeah, a big thing there, of course, Wyatt being able to sort of see the opening, having enough influence, and saying, okay, this is the turn. You're unable to do anything with your Siryu. We'll make sure that... sorry, just reading some chat there. Seeing the value, and I'll make sure that I'm going to close out this game now before you can go ahead and do anything and recover with a big blast.
Yeah, and that's a big thing in these matchups with Genbu is you need to know kind of this weird margin there's a risk I get this stop. There's a risk I am not able to finish the game here, but you sometimes have to take those risks knowing you're not going to have the life pool that a lot of these other decks do. You're still only going to be at maximum of 22 health, and a lot of these decks could just kill you before you ever get there. So if you see an opening and you have it and you know they're getting to that critical point, which we saw in game 1 with Siryu being that one turn away from just being, here's a blast, take 5, then take another 15 damage, you kind of have to go for it. You just say, if you got it, you got it. But in this case, I'm pretty confident on you don't have it at any point at this point. Also, swinging in for 31, not much you can do and win about that kind of setup.
There's only one person who doesn't quite care about it, and they were not on the board.
That is true. That is true. But with that being said, I think that wraps up pretty much the Texas Regional, which pretty diverse regional from what we've seen in prior events.
Yes,
Of course,
yes.
with the Eddie Online, we saw this kind of same trend where wind's coming back into the play. We're seeing water come back into play. Fire still doing very, very well, but not as dominant as it has been. So one of the deck list will be up most likely later tonight, so you'll be able to check those out. The Omni Decks link is in here, so you can go in, look at our top placement, kind of see what they played, what was their idea for it, and as well, always don't feel free to reach out to anybody in the community. There's multiple on the official Discord for these different decks, so you can kind of ask, hey, why do we do this? Like, I'm interested in this. What do you think I should do? So, and this is a great way to jump into the game. If you have not yet, give Grand Archive a try. It is really, really fun.
It is really very, very fun.
We love playing the game. There's a whole reason we're casting this and just having a great time. So if you have not, I highly recommend going out and trying out. If you are an active player and you have not played a regional yet, highly recommend going out and playing. This is probably one of the most fun metas to play in we've had.
Yeah.
Where a lot of decks are viable. A lot of different strategies are viable. So jump in, have a great time, learn the game, and just enjoy playing Grand Archive.
Yeah, of course. If you're new to it and you do jump in, we hope that you do. We, of course, like Derek said, we have quite a lot of fun with it. So, looks like we're going to go ahead and close off our Texas Regional for today. We, of course, would like to thank the Reaper Game Store for hosting, as well as being, our background tech people for this really quite wonderful casting stream. I really
like a
enjoyed
beautiful
it.
set.
Yeah.
Beautiful setup. Well, also you'll know you didn't hear any background noise. You didn't really have any of the other players kind of hearing this. Cool part is we're in a full studio.
Yeah, we're just in a different place.
So we're completely across the street, being able to cast this. So we can make it a little bit better, higher quality for you guys. And of course, big shout out to John, for who runs a lot of the Reaper streams here for both miniatures and a lot of different events. So big shout out to them. And of course, the biggest thing, the one we have to shout out the most, of course, Weebs to Shore for providing all the beautiful product that we're able to hand out for these events. And then most of all, the players. I don't think I can thank anybody enough for people joining in and watching, people showing up and playing, and then just people who are just spreading the word about the game, getting more people in, getting more people interested in. You are the guys that keep letting us do this more and more and be able to bring more people into this game and just have fun playing this nerdy weeby card game that we love so much.
Speaking of nerdy and weeby, last but not least, our judges, without whom we would not be honest. So,
No.
yeah.
But they
No.
are the few people in the community that have actually read the rule book. None of us have.
That's crazy. I've never read the rule book. That's absolutely insane. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and sign off, and we'll go ahead and go over to the other building and hand out the final prizing. Yeah, I think that's everything from us.
That closes it out. And of course, big congratulations to beautiful Kai.
Yeah.
Most likely, based on where we're looking at the records now, most likely taking the whole event with Water Diana. Once again, showing up in the regional, showing how strong this deck is now. When you're not having to deal with Ryle. And biggest thing is people aren't playing Censor every 5 minutes. And they're not playing a lot of your Graveyard Hate. You can just start steamrolling all of this, and you can let that snowball just do exactly what you want. So, again, congratulations to Kai. Thank you again to our judges, to the staff, the players, and thank you all for tuning in. And we will see you guys at the next event.
Bye.